don't think this is live. Um, okay, let's look at this really quick. It's too early in the morning time. Everybody's asleep in the morning time. Let's look on the day.
According to Tasnim, Iran and Japan foreign ministers discussed regional tensions.
That's no bueno there. What's going on, Binky? I'm on my way to a doctor's appointment right now. I just figured I'd turn it on live before I leave. Yesterday I left early and someone else my wife turned the stream on for me, so I'm just here trying to get it set up. I got a boogie though, I can't chat. I'll be back though. I think that today I'll be back early, but I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm gonna know a lot of information like the next 48 hours, brother. They got me at like the doctor every day right now. So I think that I'll know definitively what's up. I kind of know what's going on, but I got to or they just want to see if it's spread and if it's cancerous and all that kind of stuff. There's like a very high chance that it is. So we'll see what's up. Good morning. Good to see you, brother. I'll give you a shout, man. If I have time at the doctor's office, I'll try to give you a call. It's been crazy the past 2 weeks. It's been fucking stupid. Like, and then I feel like like they might like I feel like the doctors don't think you have a life or anything like that. I think I spent 3 hours on a phone call yesterday, a series of phone calls with I want to fucking can't say this, like my insurance. It's so infuriating. I have it, I got good insurance, but and then they have like AI answering questions for you, and then the AI doesn't have the answer, and then can't get the fucking answers that I want. So we're gonna take a look at this. The daily velocity looks like shit. I think I said something on Twitter about selling this open here. I tried to sell this open the close of say about Tuesday. On Friday close, I wanted to sell the close, but we couldn't. It wouldn't go high enough into the bell, so we did squeeze up on Sunday too, where I wanted to sell it over here somewhere lower than this, but whatever, it didn't matter. You're just going to sell the Monday open, which we did. Now, this I did see yesterday that Citadel came out and said we're going to get a rate hike too, or they feel as though we are. This is all being priced in, so the good news is that if we get the rate hike, it's good for markets. I know no one wants to hear that. That's not what anyone wants to hear. Like, let's pause everything so we can do a rate hike. But I have the feeling that like at this point it doesn't. It's kind of like a foregone conclusion, right? We're in July. There's only got
30 a.m. Eastern time.
2 more chances maybe to do that.
26 earnings.
So,
26 cents.
or we're going to go into an actual hiking cycle. So I'm on teams Citadel, if you don't know, that we're gonna hike in here, and it looks like they know that we're gonna hike too. Yeah, right here is when I said we're gonna get the rate hike, and we dumped hard, wham, 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 on July 10th. Let's look at this closer. I don't think we're going to go down today. We have unrealized vol, and then we're not going to get the realized vol until the actual meeting. And I'll be here for the meeting tomorrow as well. Let's take a look at this really quick. I was having a conversation with a guy on Twitter the other night that I respect. I think his name is Red Pill or something like that. And he's in agreement with me as well. You need to do the rate cut. You do 2 hikes, 25 and 25 this year. You don't have to go into a rate hike cycle. If you don't do those hikes, you're going to get a rate hike cycle, which will end or theoretically should end the bull run, which we don't want to see that happen just yet. We're still building it out. So let's take a peek at this. I think we're just going to grind today. I think today's a grind day. We got a 4-hour right here. This isn't going to be easy. This is just like bulls trying to get over the top here. So just on the inverse, bulls trying to catch the 7,600 print, 7,700 print, and they're not going to allow that to happen, right? And then same thing to the downside. You're not going to see any kind of like big crash today, anything like this. It should be something where we're just like grinding. Then you'll get the dump on the rate hike. Now, I do think we're going to trade if we get that hike. We start pricing in September. You are going to price in more than likely a trade all the way down to the 712, potentially even 700. And once you're done pulling the Band-Aid off, that's it. We're done. Like, there's nothing else they can say or do. The economy is outstanding. So you just price in the 2 hikes, and then it should all be cool, like good for the rest of the year. This doesn't leave much left either. It leaves like maybe some World War III Iran stuff, but other than that, the economy is good. So there isn't a big like list of, in my view, there isn't a big list of grievances from the bears that hold water right now, except for inflation. That's the only one. This one up here, this one yellow. And I think let's take a peek here at something together. Let's just take a quick peek over here. This was the this is the 16th and 17th over here. And I think on the 10th I said you're getting a rate hike in July. Then we come back up here, we start selling off on all this stuff over here after no rate hike. And we're starting to price in now the rate hike again, right? So we'll do this. We can do this again too. If you get no rate hike, they're going to do this again for September. We ain't going to go anywhere. We're going to go up here and we'll come right back down for September rate hike. And we'll just keep doing this. You either have 2 choices. You're either going to park us sideways until we get the hikes. The bond market's already telling you about a week ago that we're going to get one. So I think you rip the Band-Aid off and just do it. So let's go over here. Let's take a peek. on a 1 hour. If I had to guess here, we're gonna grind. We're not gonna go anywhere. It's just gonna be like a series of ups and downs in here. It's like ping, maybe sweep this low down here at some point today, but it's gonna be something like pinning in here until we get down into the actual decision. I don't think you're gonna get it's not gonna start rolling right now. I think it's gonna be sideways. Let me just take another peek here. See what I got going on. I don't see anything else here except for closing the stuff down here. I don't see anything over here stopping us from going down. There's one right there. There's one over there. Could even argue that it's this one right here, that one right there. This is Thursday, the close. We want to be looking at this stuff over here as well. And also, there's this June 20th over here. Like the middle of the month sweep is somewhere over here, the prior month. There is some gaps down here. You see that needs closed. All this gapping over here. The bigger question is, do you take out this? You're taking this out over here. So you don't have the inverse head and shoulders anymore. Do you wipe all that and take this out, this 712 over here, or any of this stuff over here that'll kill this whole entire thing? And that's your check back as well. And this could take time to do. We're gonna have a target here of 732.50. I'll make this just white for today. That would be the target between today and tomorrow. We can go deeper than that, but just for today, there's a gap down here to close too. You also want to be keeping an eye on the 730 down here, because flows will come in on that big fat zero. And this is also where Gamma was on Monday, right? That we have, I think on Friday and Monday, we had Gamma down here for tomorrow at 7,300 or something like that. So let me just take a peek at this on Trade the Trigger. I got to get out of here. I'm actually late right now. I'm supposed to be there at 7:30 at 7:32.
So Boeing's loss per share was 67 cents, missing estimates of 26 cents. Operating cash flow 1.36.
We got 740 here.
680.
So we're kind of blocked in. So what's happening right now is we're pinned under this. There's a big gamma bar up here that we're pinned under.
OPEC Plus expects to hold 2026 output steady after September, according to delegates.
Target would be, for the next layer down, the target would be 725. So this is the target for tomorrow. If we remain underneath this 740. It's 10:30, 12:30. Yeah, we get ADP at 8:15. Case Schiller is already known in advance. 10, we get consumer not CB. No, okay, that's good. Yeah, that's US. We do get a 6-week bill auction and a 7-year note at 1 o'clock. That's when I would expect to get pinned in. Something like this. We should like grind up here into this like 1030 12, maybe take some of this out up here. Keep that as a target above. I don't think you're getting up here at all. But I think like targeting, that's how we're going to come down right there. So we'll come in here, we'll pin sideways down here to this is Wednesday in here, and then at 2:30 we'll drop. Something like that. And then you should see the dump. Something just like that. It's S1, that's S2. S3 is down here for today. That is the target right there. But I don't think we're going to go down there. I think we're going to squeeze up, and then we'll start dumping tomorrow. I think we need the reaction to dump, or we actually need the reaction. I would caution you, if you see this dumping take place today, if you see like mass selling today, just a warning that if you see it today, so let's say you see this thing stall out here at like 10:30, and they try to sell this bad boy down here at all into tomorrow, you'd be buying this. Whatever this downstroke is, we're done. We're out of here. Like we should moon big time. So just be aware of that as well. Especially if we don't get the rate hike, the unwind will be massive to the upside. So just keep an eye. So I guess the key point here for today is, if we get stuck in any kind of range bound action in here, just be trying to trade the edges. I would just be like, just think about the edges in here like this, and you're trying to trade this, like this, and then they're going to try to take you down over here. Does that make any sense to you guys? Just like right there. Like, make sure you stay on the edges. And this is the halfway trade from yesterday, so this makes sense that we're up here. Does that make sense to you guys? Hopefully it does. Here's trend right here. You're just buying this, buying this, buying this. And then think about the idea that this is going to likely sell off into the end of the day and for tomorrow. Does that seem more logical? I'm going to leave this on a 5-minute chart here. See if we can get this thing. And remember, you're going to be trying to target this 4-hour, I would suspect, this is the halfback trade. So price target upside today, 741.99. Then look for some kind of a roll and see if you can catch some decent flows in here this morning to get up here. And if you're not hedged for the morning, try to sell this if you can, of course. But I don't think we're going to sell it today. I think it's going to be tomorrow. I'm just going to leave this here. Just remember this right here. Just remember this range right here, okay? It's like something just like that right there. Something just like that. You just want to be buying this, buying this, buying this, buying this, and then boom. See that 1 minute or anything like that get lost, you pick it up. Another note here too is watch this this half an hour trigger is flattening this hourly trigger to sell us down, but if they start grinding above it and stuff like that, and we're like holding it into tomorrow, if we don't get that hike, the unwind is going to be huge. So, and I'll be here tomorrow. I got to run, you guys. I'm really fucking late. I'm going to turn the squawkers on, and if I get back early enough, I'll stop and then the show. I got to go to the doctor every morning. I'm going like yesterday. I thought I was done yesterday. I got a phone call yesterday. As soon as I got out, there guys like want you to make another appointment and then be at the hospital in the morning. So I got to be there right now. All right. That's all I've got for this morning. I'll see you guys. Let me switch this over. I'm just going to leave the stream on now. Do the old man be right back or something. Be right back. Yeah, I'm here today. No, I didn't make it back yesterday. I will try to be back. Trying to be back by 10 a.m. And this is the last thing I want to say to you guys right now is that I will know a lot more information here next 48 hours. Next 48 hours, everything comes together. Should have all of my results back, and the doctor's going to tell me what's up. Thanks, Binky. I appreciate it, brother. I'll leave this right over here for you. You want to be teeing off on this halfback trade right here. That's the number 4, okay? Teeing off on 741.99. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Secured overnight financing rate 3.64%. The S&P 500 index futures erase losses to turn positive. OPEC Plus likely to pause oil output hikes after September for rest of 2026, according to OPEC Plus sources. So, a reminder in 10 minutes' time, we're expecting US ADP weekly employment change prior 16.5k. So, a reminder in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the US ADP weekly employment change prior 16.5k. 1 minute remaining. Ten seconds. $15K, $15K. So Apple announced upgrade offers 12 to 24 months leases for iPhone Watch, 24 to 36 months for Mac iPad. Moody says Meta BlackRock AI Pact introduces risks and opportunities. Seeing Klarna shares gain 4.9% after Apple US Pact. And Apple upgrade Mac leases start at $24.99 a month. And Apple also announced that they no longer offer iPhone upgrade and payment programs in the US. Germany's Merz says the EU needs to finalise budget talks this year. So 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have US wholesale inventories month-on-month advance forecast 0.4%, prior 0.1%. US advanced goods trade balance forecast minus 100 billion, prior minus 105.89 billion, and US retail inventories ex auto advance prior 0.3%. So, Germany Chancellor Merz, speaking in Dublin, says on the next EU financial framework, we cannot afford exuberant spending increases at the EU level. And Merz says Germany doesn't agree with the current EU budget plan. We need a draft budget with cuts of several hundred billion euros, not an increase in staffing. And Merz says we oppose additional corporate taxation at the EU level. Momentum for cutting red tape must not be slackened. So, according to a poll, the global economy to grow 2.9% in 2026 and 3.1% in 2027, which is the same as the April poll. And economists raised 2026 inflation forecast for 29 of 50 major economies from the April poll. So a reminder in 5 minutes time, expecting US wholesale inventories month-on-month advance, forecast 0.4%, prior 0.1%. US advanced goods trade balance forecast minus 100 billion, prior minus 105.89 billion, and US retail inventories ex auto advance prior 0.3%. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with US advanced goods trade balance. -10 seconds. Minus 101.5 billion, minus 101.5 billion, which is lower than the forecast of minus 100 billion. US wholesale inventories month-on-month advance 0.3%, 0.3%, lower than the forecast of 0.5%, and US retail inventories ex auto advance minus 0.2%, minus 0.2%. We have posted the US Advanced Economics Indicator report for June on the feed for those interested. So we've seen prior revisions here for US wholesale inventories month-on-month advance 0.3%, 0.3% compared to the original prior 0.1%. Kuwait Petroleum Company shut down parts of 615,000 barrels per day Al Soa oil refinery on July 18th due to a power cut in notes seen by sources. Kuwait Petroleum Company expected to restart parts, including a crude unit, by August 10th. And the Kuwait Petroleum Company delayed restart of another crude unit to August 10th following unplanned shutdown since March 13th. And team reports that Visa to cut 7% of its workforce, totaling about 2,600 jobs. So Trump here speaking says Iran understands they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran came out and said we are talking. So Trump currently speaking on Fox News. Sony Semiconductor says they evacuated the Komoto factory after the quake. Trump says Netanyahu wants to stay involved with Iran and Pickaxe Mountain is not a big problem. And he says, I know exactly what's going on there. And Trump on Pickaxe Mountain says we'll take it out if no deal. Trump says this is a good time for Iran to make a deal. And Trump just further saying again, we'll go back and finish the job if no Iran deal. And Trump says we have a very strong position right now. And Trump says we'd like to avoid attacking power plant and bridges. And Trump is further saying, I'm not looking to do that. And Trump just saying again, Iran has essentially agreed to not have a nuclear weapon. And Trump says Iran needs to make it formal to not have a nuclear weapon. And Trump again saying Iran doesn't control the strait, we control the strait. And Trump said we had the confines of a deal with Iran. And Trump says we cannot have Iran break deals anymore. Only ships we get through the strait. Excuse me, Trump says only ships we want to get through the strait. Visa shares up 2.1% pre-market after a report the companies to cut 7% of the workforce. Trump says new tariffs won't hurt the economy. Trump says tariffs have saved General Motors. Trump says don't really want to update the US Canada Mexico trade agreement. Trump says the USMCA is important for Canada and Mexico, but not for the US. And Trump says Toyota building plants in the US to avoid tariffs. Trump on USMCA says I'd rather be independent. And Trump ends interview to Fox News. As a reminder, at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, expecting US case share 20 year-on-year, forecast 1.3%, prior 1.1%, US house price index year-on-year, prior 2%, and US house price index month-on-month, forecast 0.1%, prior minus 0.1%. Also a reminder, 8:55 a.m. Eastern Time of the US Red Book year-on-year, prior 7.8%. Short expecting the US Red Book year on year. Reminder in 5 minutes time expecting US case share 20 year on year. Forecast 1.3%, prior 1.1%. US house price index month on month. Forecast 0.1%, prior minus 0.1%. And US house price index year on year, prior 2%. A senior Iranian source says that Oman has presented new ideas for the management of the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has yet to respond. According to an Iran army spokesperson saying any company or country that receives funds from Iranian assets will not be allowed to pass through the strait. The EU plans to sanction record 1,600 firms for helping Russia. One minute remaining. I'll be dealing with US case share 20 year on year. The US effective federal funds rate unchanged at 3.63%. 10 seconds. $1.63%, $1.63%, higher than the forecast of 1.3%. US house price index year on year 2.2%, 2.2%. US house price index month on month 0.3%, 0.3%, higher than the forecast of 0.1%. So Apple plans to launch Home Hub between October and early 2027. So new Apple TV set top box HomePod Mini set to launch this fall, and Apple prepares to release smart home devices based on Siri AI. ECB settled 1.688 trillion public sector bond purchases, with the ECB bond holding under PEP 1.3 trillion euros as of last week. The ECB settled 218.2 billion in corporate bond purchases, and the ECB says forex reserves fell 200 million euros to 348.4 billion euros. So Newsmax and Meta enter AI content partnership, with Meta to have access to Newsmax's digital news content. So according to Central Command, the US to launch bilateral AI task force with the UAE. So according to the Qatar Foreign Ministry, Arab Gulf states ministers discussed the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday via a video conference. Moonshot seeks more NVIDIA Blackwell chips, according to the information. So Moonshot seeks more NVIDIA chips for their next model. So again, according to the information, Moonshot seeks NVIDIA Blackwell chips for their Kimi 4. So we have posted the article from the information on the feed for those interested. So I posted the US Case-Shiller 20 May report on the feed for those interested. US Redbook year-on-year 8.3%, 8.3%. Russia's Kerch refinery is preparing to restart after attacks.
I just got in here. Good old 1 minute. I'm gonna need a few minutes here. I just got back. They shot me up full of some crap, whatever. I don't know what the fuck that is, but
TSMC say
I
operations
like smell like iodine or whatever.
are gradually resuming.
I'm gonna change my shirt and stuff too. I gotta have some breakfast. I've been awake since very early this morning. Put that one in right there. Hit our first target right here. This is the top target for the halfback trade up here. Yeah, thanks, Flawless Technique. Yeah, it's just been a wild couple weeks here. It's like, and I got like all kinds of other, like there's all kinds of ancillary stuff too that I'm dealing with, like medical coverage, and then talking to insurance, and then talking to doctors, and like supposedly I had a CT test and then I didn't. They had me for X-rays and stuff. Then I had to go back in for a CT and PET scan. They had the wrong orders for me or whatever. So it's just like this should slow down quickly though. I get everything. Like, I think I have like everything done at this point that I need to have done for the doctors to come back and say everything that's going on or whatever. But that's just been like test after test after test after test after test after test after test. They didn't tell me anything. The only thing that I know at this point is I don't know if I want to say it, but because it doesn't mean anything. Like the size of the mass is like it's got like almost a 70% chance of at least having cancerous cells in it minimum. So, and I also know that they can't remove it without it's not invasive, but it's not uninvasive like a colonoscopy, like lassoing and snipping off something where they have to go in. There's a couple different ways they can do it. There's one that's not that invasive through the stomach, and then the more invasive way would be like probably through my asshole or something like that. Sorry. Just see what happens here. I think we're gonna at least draw down and try. I think I'm assuming here that we're gonna do some kind of an equal leg up here in cash market up until like 10:30 here. You should see some kind of a drawdown in here, and then we'll fight to get up into that 12:30 up here. The real concern that I have here, or I should say, the real concern that I have here is that we get sold before we get to the target. Like, I always talk about the look above. I would expect like no look above, and then if we go up here, I would expect no look above, no look up here. So just be cautious if it takes us. What I would assume would be, if I was a dealer, I would, I wouldn't be supportive of the market until just before if we roll like 1:32 in the afternoon or something like that. But oftentimes, if we're gonna like roll and be held into the market here for tomorrow, what you would see is a failure before a target, not a look higher. So I can't see what you guys are texting. I can't see the chat right now. I don't know why it's so small. I don't know what's going on here. Come on here. That chat should be larger too. I don't know why that looks so small. Maybe it's just me. Come on here, guys. This chat should be larger, I think. Make it a little bit larger so you guys can see the chat at home or whatever. So if you're trying to get long, I think I said this earlier this morning, which was I was on the show earlier this morning. I was able to put the show on. I was able to leave late enough, and this stuff I had to do was not all day long. So we'll take a look at it again now that it's later in the morning. So what you're really looking for here is something just like you want to be like trading a range like this kind of, and you want to be like buying these lows down here. I think we talked about that this morning until like 2 in the afternoon or something, like 1:32. My only concern in here is that that we fail in here at some point. You know what I mean? We're not actually going to go up here and hit that high. I don't think. What I would assume is like right around 1:32 in the afternoon or something like that. People start going risk off into tomorrow. Sometimes we can squeeze balls off up here to the bell, and then start dumping tomorrow morning. But I think just from a cautionary perspective, I would not be. I mean, you try to buy the 10 a.m. low and the 12:30 low. But if we start losing it or anything like that, just like wrap it up and wait until tomorrow. And we'll start. I'm just gonna take a quick break for myself to like 10:30 or so. I gotta eat something. I haven't been able to eat. And they shot me up full of like iodine, and I can smell the iodine coming out of my pores and shit. I feel kind of weird, but I'm not sick or anything. Good morning out there. So just try to be like staying in the lows down here, and then be aware that at some point there's a fair chance of getting like sucked into the downside into tomorrow. And we'll talk about if we're going to have any more downside or not. I would like to see some more downside. I would like to see at least like this 32 and 30 get hit. But there's no requirements either. And we might not get a hike either. I think we should get the hike. Everything's pointing towards the hike. And this also gives, I think Citadel said something on it yesterday that they're expecting a hike. And they think that came out yesterday that they're expecting a hike. I'm expecting a hike as well. I've been expecting it since like the 10th of July, somewhere in there. Like even I figured we wouldn't get the June hike, but I think I said that on the July 10th, and then on the 14th, 15th, 16th, somewhere in there, we had the actual June, or excuse me, the July, or we had a Senate hearing, and we've never had a Senate hearing, a hike announced, but we did have Warsh on that Senate hearing. And we'll talk more about it this morning. We can check the 3 and 6 month today too and see what that looks like. We'll take a look at the 10-year, but like we get a hike or two, we can price them in, and then we can also dump the yield curve, and the longer end of the curve, of course, will come down. So we'll chat about like the basics of that kind of stuff today. But ultimately, if you're a bull, you should be welcoming hikes, believe it or not. I know it's some traders will just like or you have the trader that's like they don't care. Then you have a trader though that's like a secret bull, and they just want it up until blows up or whatever. But in truth, if you get 2 hikes, to price them in, you don't have to go into a hiking cycle. And then the third option, of course, would be we just keep doing this for the rest of the year until they actually do. Or the market actually forces the issue with the spend. I did see some news yesterday, day before, that the U.S. is not going to invade Iran because of missiles shortage. That's false, by the way, just so you know. It has to do with this. It has to do with our stock market, believe it or not. The U.S. military is not going to tell you and I that they do or do not have missiles for Iran. And you have to also think about it from the perspective of the size of our military versus the rest of the world combined. We're like 10 times larger than like China and Russia, and I think even Korea, and even Iran. This is most definitely a cover for when can we actually, create more debt, create more. There's another argument here too, which is if we do invade Iran, you could theoretically not have to raise rates too. Maybe it's just the timing of when we end up owning Iran. We'll talk more about that later today, but don't focus too much on the Iran stuff right now. Know that all of this is about inflation. It really is. Our economy is outstanding right now. So you got to remember that too. Like when you're like, hey, I don't want to get a hike or whatever. When the economy is running so well, we're trying to retard the length of that bull run, right? Almost like the frying pan when you, remember when Jerome said, people kept asking, we're coming out of the soft landing, we're coming out of the soft landing. And Jerome said, I will tell you that we're in a soft landing when it's done. And, Jerome did a pretty fairly decent job of keeping us in this like soft landing for a long period of time. But right now we're breaking out from that. Like that frying pan pattern where we're just flat, right? Flat data. It's starting to rise enough where you're talking about like what do? Get another 3 months of uppies, and then you're in a huge hiking cycle that takes a year, and that would be brutal to go through next year. So if you can like get a hike or two out of the way this year, the bull market remains. And I think the biggest thing here is that you get. I think the biggest thing that you get here is that you get. Pull this up. That you get an extension of the bull market. I think that's the reigning thing here. And I was talking about it on Twitter the other night with Red Pill Financing, I think it was, and he's of the same thought too, which is it's like it's kind of like the Band-Aid. Do you want it to just get worse and worse, or do you want to just take care of it now while we can? So even if we don't get the hike tomorrow, we'll talk about all the different outcomes tomorrow and see what's up with it, but. I think we should take the hike. I think we should take the July hike, take a September hike,
The market
Um,
open imbalance.
and it saves the market, believe it or not. And we're coming into the season too. Let's remember here too. We also said that post OpEx of July, it's game on. It's the start of bear season. One way or another. I mean, there's a chance of us running up into October, but seasonally every year, if you have a decent summer, which we have had a decent summer, you're looking for the Bears to start. You're handing the baton over to them, and it's their story. And they don't really have a big story right now. Like they really don't. The only story they really truly have right now is inflation. That's it. Money sloshing around in the markets and in the economy. Outside of that, like there really isn't anything bad right now. I look at all the data. There's nothing. So you're talking about inflation concerns and then maybe some kind of war action. So outside of those two things, I'm not seeing a ton of other reasons for
Nasdaq 100 at sell side.
like the end of the bull market or blowing up the bubble or any of that kind of stuff. I think the key here remains, whether we get the hike or not, that you get the if we're not going to get a hike, that brings up the question to me that we're going to go to war. That would be the only reason I think we don't get a hike today. Like behind the scenes, it would be that we're going to go to war, and that would do the same thing. That would have the same impact on the market. We would definitely be down in the initial invasion. So that would work too. So if we don't get even if we don't get the hike tomorrow, the mantra from war should be at this point, prepare for fucking hiking, even with no guide, just the hawkish tone or whatever. So it's either going to be, we're just putting it off, and the more we put it off, the more a cycle comes into view, or there's something we don't know, which would be an invasion, I would think. That would be the only other answer I could find here. So we're going to look to pick this up at 10:30. Okay, be nice and easy in here. See there, they hit this high right here, no new high, taking it a little bit early. They're blasting it down right now. We're going to see if we can pick this thing back up at 10:30, run it back up into the middle of the afternoon. Just keep watching this right now. Watch for the sweep down below right around here, 737.77. Here, I'll take this off so we can see the actual price action here. Yeah, they didn't say anything. They're not going to. The only thing that I know at this point is that the mass is very large. It's huge, and they want to make sure that it hasn't gotten into any of my other organs. To find out what the treatment's actually going to be. Yeah, it's hot right now. So it's hot and muggy. So I'm doing a lot of like shorts, linens, things like that. I try to wear black on the show. I try not to wear my regular clothes. Just have some like consistency, but I'm gonna go put one of those black shirts on here in a minute. See if we can just sweep this here and see if we can catch a turnaround up here.
9% biggest intraday decline since May.
That's the other thing too. We have a lot of data today. Weird timing of data too. We had data at 8:15. We've got 9 a.m. data, then we've got like 10 a.m. data coming up, and then we've got Dallas Fed Reserve Index is 10:30, can be kind of messy, and then we got like 11:30 a 6-week bill auction, then 1 p.m. 7-year note auction, money supply at 1. So there's a bunch of crap all day long. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. I just got to go to the bathroom. I got to change my shirt. I got to eat something. I haven't been able to drink anything for a few hours and stuff like that. I want to see if I can buy this too, so hold on. I'm going to be here for a minute. I want to see if I can grab some of this and run this up here. I'm kind of glad there's no I didn't leave today with I've been going to the doctor, and when I'm leaving, it's like bringing up a bunch of stuff I got to do. It's bringing up like shit with my family and kids, and Um, I think a little bit more down here. Don't touch this until it's like 10:30. Don't touch this. Let this thing like do its thing down here and grind all this out. Just leave this right here. All right, give me a few minutes here. I think I got till 10:30. So just give me like a minute here to just check on myself and take care of myself really quick. I'm gonna change my thing here. JJ is here. Changing clothes. Clothes and coffee, maybe. Be nice. It's back in here. I don't know. We're just gonna leave it like that. I'm not gonna fix this. Leave it just like that.
The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index falls 4.2% at the open.
And be right here. Yeah, I saw now blasted or went up 2% or something yesterday, or overnight or something like that. You're wearing a woolen button up too. I even have my I've got my summer shoes on too. My summer dress shoes. I had these handmade. I got these bad boys right here. These things are sexy. They're handmade. That's woven leather. And I had a sneaker sole put on it so you can like wear them in New York and stuff. A lot of walking in New York City. They're beautiful. To go with my linen shirt. The only last thing I'd say to you guys would be have a little bit more patience with me the next 48 hours. If I get any bad news, I don't know that I could join the show if I get bad news. I'd probably have to speak to my family. But I won't know that stuff then probably another 48 hours, maybe even 72. The one lady said the CT might not come back until Thursday. And I'll get a bunch of other results on the latest, I think, on Wednesday. So we'll talk more about it later. There's nothing you can do about it right now. Yeah, I was here earlier this morning. I was doing the charts, and I figured I would turn on the stream, and turn on the stream early before I left. Like some mornings, I'm leaving here at 6:30 in the morning. It's like they try to do this stuff like as early like I don't go to the doctor's office. I go to a hospital, and so I got to be there early in the morning. And then there's like 2 registrations. There's like 1 registration, then there's a second registration. Some mornings people are there and I wait, and like other mornings I'm the first person there. And I can get in kind of early enough. It depends on what I have to do. This will slow down too. Just a note to you all out there, like after Wednesday, I think.
IPO price,
Like I could say Wednesday, but
from peak value.
whenever I get whenever the doctors sit me down and just tell me what it is and what kind of courses of action I have, things should calm down fairly quickly, and then I'll be on a schedule. I could just say, like every 2 weeks for 2 days, this will happen. But right now, it's like I got like I'm looking at all kinds of stupid shit, like what kind of debt am I going to incur? Death stuff. I don't want to talk about that stuff, but being buried in like a military. I was in the military, so could go to the vet cemetery, or do I go to the family ranch? This is just a bunch of different sober conversations that have to have with family and stuff like that too. And it's emotionally fucking taxing. It's fucking brutal. And then, of course, making sure everybody else is okay, right? Or if they're not okay, how do we deal with that? Because not everybody's okay. I'll tell you that. Like, my family is not having a good go of it here. Yeah, don't buy that. Don't do any of this buying of this stuff. Just let this stuff cool down in here to like 10:30. Don't do anything right now. Unless you're selling, you can still sell. I would sell until 10 and then get out. And then wait for 10:30 for new flows. I know, Das. Well, that's frustrating me more than I can tell you. You know, I will tell you guys something. Some of the stuff I've done private hospital. Like my fucking doctor like gave me a referral to a specific doctor, and then for being my network, I was going to take like another week or two, and then my doctor's yelling at me, telling me we don't have that kind of time. So like, I had some other. It's like, all right, so here's another fucked up thing. So like, I didn't have anything scheduled for this morning. My doctor called me. I had stuff yesterday morning, and then my doctor called me yesterday at 1 p.m. And so it was like 11:30 or 1 or something. I got back. He calls me and he's like, "You have to do this like today." I'm like, "Okay." And then he told me that he had a referral for me that I had, and I just looked at it right now and I fucking didn't. I had a fucking referral for a completely different thing. So I had to get the right referral to go pick it up yesterday, and then I had to talk to my fucking healthcare. And like I can't believe like I can't believe like that I have like AI is telling me to check the fucking website. I check the website, and I'm calling these places, and they don't offer these things. So then it's like the hospital's offering them, but that's in my insurance. As long as it's not a doctor at that hospital or something like that, I don't know. It's all fucked up. I'm so angry right now about that stuff. I freaked out. I fucking had a meltdown yesterday. I was like screaming and yelling, and because I couldn't get what I needed to get fucking done.
Early trading, Micron down 8.7%.
So now I'm incurring debt.
10.8%. Nvidia falls 1%, AMD down 7.9%, Intel falls 5.8%, and Broadcom falls 3%. The Philadelphia.
Yeah, Oda agreed. And NW weekly, NQ weekly, S&P needs to go down to like 32. We'll hit that no matter what, I think. But I don't think we'll hit it until tomorrow. I mean, if we hit that shit today, I think I'm going to buy it. But you know, we'll see what happens. Just be easy in here. Don't do anything. And there's like the next target is like 734.80, 736.11. Don't do anything here.
Zelensky arrives at the White House for meeting with Trump.
I'll be right back, guys. What's up, Pink Bottles? Fuck yeah, Brad. You know, Brad, like I'll tell you, man, like I haven't had any fear, like zero for me, like none. Like I've got no fear. Like the only thing that I continue to think about is just my youngest daughter. Like that's it. My youngest daughter. She's only 13.
Extend full, the Nasdaq down 1%.
She's the only. I don't feel like I've done enough with her. I feel like I owe her something. So, anyways, you know, and then I got to worry about debt, of course, and my wife, make sure she's not debt ridden and stuff like that. So it's like all family shit. You know, that's my only fear. Like that's the only thing that I have, brother. Isn't that crazy? Like I got no fear of death. Like I thought I might, and I don't. I'll just go fucking swim with great white sharks and shit. I'll go surfing out in fucking San Diego until I die. Take my daughter with me. You know what I mean? No, thanks, OKC. Appreciate you. It's been very rough. I appreciate all of your patience right now. It's really putting a strain in our family here. No, thanks, Ed, man. Appreciate you, brother. Coming into value right now at 76 115. See if we can grab some of this, and I'm here in a minute. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Let me just get changed really quick. Just let me get changed. I love all you guys. Give me like 15 minutes, half an hour. I just gotta get some coffee, some water in me. Yeah, I know I'm crying right now. I'm crying with you. I got tears in my eyes. Trust me. Yeah. You know, we're gonna do it. I guarantee it. One way or another, we're gonna do it. I told my doctor said the same thing to me. He's like, cut that fucking thing out. I'm like, you're gonna cut that motherfucker out, and if you need to, you fucking hit me with as much chemo and fucking whatever you got, you can throw at me. There ain't nothing gonna kill me. So, chemo ain't gonna kill me. Radiation, none of that shit's gonna kill me. I'm a strong motherfucker. Like, you know, like all these tests they're giving me. Like the rest of my health is like perfect. Like I have perfect health. I look good too. I don't know if you guys know. I'm physically like I dance every week. Like every week I go dancing. You know, like so I do cardio every week. I lift weights all week long. I sit in the chair too long, but sometimes I wonder if I got this fucking thing from sitting in this chair. Seriously. Now I want to I have the stand-up desk and I want to put it up so I don't sit down anymore. Yeah, I mean, my blood work's all good. Like everything inside my body. Like I just had a kidney test yesterday. They were running tests on my organs and stuff, and everything's coming back like I'm still good. So I don't take any drugs. Like I'm not on any prescriptions, none of that stuff. I like to drink sometimes, and I like to smoke weed sometimes. I don't smoke weed, but I eat the gummies. But outside of that, I don't do anything else like too damaging to my body. I eat really well. I don't eat fast food. I rarely drink soda. Yeah, I don't do too much bad to my body. So, and if I need to, I'll fucking stop everything. Like if they come back and say this is fucking cancer, you know, you just shut it all off. So we'll see what's up. You know, the other thing too is like my dad. If I am my father's son physically, like my dad's got like Agent Orange. Like they cut his stomach out from worrying when he was young. He's got a bad back. They like packed bone in his back. He's still alive today. They can't kill him. His leg's dead. His eye is dead. He's still alive. And so I still think even if I do have some form of like really have like a stage 4 cancer or something like that, I still think it'd be a while before I die. We'll fight it if it is like that. Yeah. If you mess it in, yeah, so just drink some bleach, it'll be fine. Fen-Ben? Was it called Fen-Phen or something back in the day? Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, right. I'm actually losing a lot of weight right now too. They're afraid that it's from the from the mass, but I think it's just my fear. I have no appetite. I can't eat. I haven't been eating. Haven't been doing anything. Just been starving. Yeah, that bang. I just fasted. I've been fasting for these doctors religiously too. I'd like to go back to fasting again. On a schedule. Hey, what's up, Nathan? What's up, Nathan? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I just got back from an appointment. This one was early. They gave me they did X-rays in my chest and they did a CT PET scan this morning. And the orders were all fucked up. So yeah, but all my blood work is like all the things they're checking in me are coming back good right now. So I'm not feeling it. Like I don't feel like I'm sick. Like I still get a hard on, still shit and piss, like still extremely active. I was just out dancing a couple weeks ago, danced all day long in the hot sun. I was the only person there dancing, believe it or not. Everybody was too hot. I was fine. So like health wise, I feel great. It's all like emotional, it's all conversations, it's all like the talking to the doctors, talking to the fucking insurance. The insurance is probably the biggest thing that pisses me off. And then I actually think I think I need to get a new GP. My GP is getting old, and he's missing things. And I just had it happen again. He gave me the wrong orders. So I need like here's some other stuff I got to do. I got to look into like if I do have cancer, like where do I go to have it treated? Like do I go to LA? Do I go to Chicago? Do I go to New York? That kind of stuff. Or do I stay in Michigan? University of Michigan's got some good stuff at it in Ann Arbor, but that's a drive for me. So we'll see how this all works out. Matter of fact, that's what I'm doing this morning. Like, we're looking at our insurance to see if can we get coverage elsewhere, or a referral will cover us in another state or something like that. And give me Mr. Rogers cardigan on. I don't feel sick. Like every time I go in there, I meet new people, and they're like, "Oh, you're fine." You're like, "You're doing just fine."
In 10 minutes' time, we have the USCB Consumer Confidence.
That's it. We got a nice little working area here now. You can kind of see it, right? The big W up here to hit this number 4 up here. I want to hit this
index forecast 6
if we can up here sometime. It's a nice little place to start working from.
S&P 500 healthcare sector hits record high, last up 2.7%.
Just watch us closely here, see if we can catch a new high. See if we can mark this out right here.
Apple surpasses $5 trillion in market value for the first time.
All right, I'll be right back here.
So according to Israel's N12 News, Trump's meeting with Netanyahu will be held away from the cameras. In 5 minutes' time, expecting the USCB Consumer Confidence forecast 92.4 prior 91.2. Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast 6 prior 4. The S&P 500 Insurance Index climbs 2.3% to touch an all-time high. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with USCB Consumer Confidence. Ten seconds.
Woo!
90.8, low in the forecast, and 92.4. And seeing prior revised for the USCB consumer confidence 92.2 compared to the original prior of 91.2. Richmond Fed Composite Index 5, lower than forecast of 6. We have posted the USCB Consumer Confidence July report on the feed for those interested. So looking at the USCB Consumers Confidence Report, it says that consumers' average and median 12-month inflation expectations were less elevated in July. Most consumers, 61.3%, unchanged from June, and still expected higher interest rates over the next 12 months. And furthermore, from the report, share of consumers who said a US recession over the next 12 months is somewhat likely continue to rise, but overall recession expectations remain low, with those saying recession is very likely declining. We have posted the US Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index July report on the feed for those interested. According to the information, OpenAI and Anthropic pushed for the US to review for models. Dell share set for the biggest one-day drop since April 2025, now down 13.5%.
I'm here. I'm just going to eat some breakfast really quick. Remember that we got to wait for 10:30 in here. This is the one you want to be waiting for right here. Just always look at like 10 a.m. as the start. Same thing with 12:30. We want to see if they're buying this at 10. And then we really want to be chasing this if we can, or selling it at 10:30.
According to Politico, OpenAI's Altman expected to meet with cyber director Karatsios.
Just waiting to see what these flows are right here. See if we're buying or selling. Go look at that. $7,090 is the. That's the floor, right? For the quarter. Dude, we're so close to the floor, it's not even funny. Let me just bring this up to you guys here really quick. And just a note here that let me bring this up, show you this up here. So just look at this here. This is 70.90. This is the floor here for the quarter. We have to probably look at this. No, it's not the floor. Probably the wrong way to say it, but 70.90 is the JPM collar. I was just looking at it just now. Now this does not mean. Go to 1 hour here. It's kind of wonky looking. We need to pay close attention to this number here. You know, the idea being that you know, if this is construed as a hiking cycle and not just a couple 25 hikes, the question becomes, do we get underneath this 70.90? Let's talk about that really quick. Well, what the hell is it? Okay, so this is the collar right here. Let's take a look at this. So theoretically, right? Or thesis-wise, this is the JPM collar for Q3. You kind of need to be underneath this with some real conviction. Like, you need to be underneath this to trade all this stuff down here. If the market thinks, you know, if we get war, like real war, like we own Iran, or the market doesn't believe this is just a hiking cycle or whatever, we need to be underneath this to trade all this. Like, we have to be underneath it. You can't take this trade until, you know, you're smashing underneath it with some new lows, because this will be defended. What's fascinating about it too is that we're so close to this being defended. I mean, this is 70.90 on SPY that's a little bit high. Let's just see where this is here. So, like, theoretically, the banks are long here. This becomes repellent. You might not even hit it. The closer we get to it, the dealers are going to want to support as well. It's not just dealers, but it's like dealers, the market. To get underneath one of these is pretty big deal. Let's look at some prior examples of going underneath. You can even see this one right here. It was like a quick, and then we're right back up above it. It needs to be a hiking cycle, basically. You can kind of see in this one right here, we broke through, but not until an unclench. Like, you need the unclench of the month end, quarter end to get down underneath this stuff. We get kind of roped in here. We can't get underneath this stuff. Same here. Same. Even when we hit this one right here, we saved it. We tend to stay, even in not bear market, like a crash or something. We tend to, if we're like stacking these higher, we tend to stay in here. Like, there's potential, let's say you're like locked in here. there is potential to get underneath on an unclench of a quarterly unclench. We get really wound into this stuff here, but these two top ones are kind of key. You can kind of see it right here too. We're like locked in. We're like locked in here. We're locked in here. So you want to be paying close attention to. You want to be paying very close attention to. You're like, to get underneath here is not going to be easy. Is the point that I'm trying to make. Like, I mean, like you're blasting through here, and then you got all this kind of nonsense. Like this right here is like a 5% chance of that happening. Believe it or not. I mean, it can happen, but it's rare. So just keep an eye in the next week or so at this 70-90. If we can actually get down here. The other thing that I want to take a peek at here is where does this this comes back into April 24th, 23rd of this year. So we want to take a peek at this too on SPY. And this is that April 23rd, somewhere down in here. You see it? So it's like right down in here. So this is that 705 I was talking about. This is your monthly is right here. So like if we can get down here, it's great. But at the same time, this is the floor. We ain't going underneath this. It would take either war, or if Warsh were to say we're in a hiking cycle, or you can't convince the stock market, we could get underneath it. But even if you're just looking at this stuff right here, if we can get it down here, you throw the kitchen sink at it. Is the point that I'm making to you, is that you like sell everything, sell your kids, sell the dog, sell the husband, everything. You down there, and you are buying that no matter what. Just be aware of this down here. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. So if you're a bull out there, don't get all cut up. Don't get all cut up like giving your money back to the market if we can get down to that 790, which is the April 23rd mark, whatever. If you're like watching NQ or whatever it is you're watching. There's something else here too, which is I had a chance to go back and look at prior hikes. I went back all the way to 1994, but there was something comparable here. If we get the idea that there's a hike, let's say if there's no hike, it's going to squeeze. But even if you did get a hike, the last time we were somewhere in something like this, we're at like a major top, and the price action was kind of similar, was 2022. And when I looked back on, we actually sold into all the hikes. Like they pre-told us you're getting hikes. We got a series of, I think, four or five hikes early year in 2022. We actually started squeezing on each of those, I think all of them, at around 1:30 in the afternoon. We squeezed tits off this is man tits. We squeezed man tits off from 1:30 in the afternoon until like Friday. Like we just went vertical. Now they went right back into selling off again, but keep in mind you have the 31st, which is a magnet before an unclench could take place to go deeper. Then also think about the idea that if you should be setting an alert at like 70, or I would set it at slightly higher than 7090, but set an alert somewhere in there on that monthly sweep. That I'll give you two targets on SPY to set alerts. So if you were to look at where I have those alerts there, 712, I would start looking, and then $6.99. So if we start, let's say we start squeezing today, we squeeze all week into the 31st, then they start fucking dumping it still because we get the unwind, like an actual unclench to go down there and sweep all that shit. You want to at least have an alert set up at this 712.94 as a warning track, and then be looking for some kind of a turn down here. And to get down here, you really do need like super hawk wash, and then you need a little bit of unclenching off the month. So we'll pay attention to see if this thing starts squeezing today. What it would do if we're gonna squeeze, I drew it over here. We would grind sideways and make our way up, and then it would just start ramping into the bell. Now I'll watch this closely and see if this happens. I was looking for anything that was could be construed as bullish. That's the only thing I could see. I think every other hike I saw, we traded up into the hikes. This includes the 1994. I think it was in February 4th or 5th or something. I don't remember. But I did look at them all. So if there is a chance of squeezing, you'll probably see it today around 1:30 in the afternoon. And it would be a big, giant move. It would be huge. It would go right to the daily trigger. Let's see where that is. Yeah, so it'd be up at least up into 743-ish. And it would go green all day long tomorrow too. And all day long Friday. To pin like 750 or 760 or something like that. It could be a giant move up. So if we get it, just be aware of it. That of all, like, this is every hike since, or it's every hike since. I looked at every hike since 2022, and then I looked at 1994 as well. So that was the last surprise hike that we ever had. So that's the only other comparable that I have to look at. But there is potential for a squeeze today. So we'll see. We'll see if they cut the nose off or not. If they cut it off early or something like that up here at the 4-hour track, or up here at the 1 hour track up here. But that's my target here at the end of the day. So up, we go up. I really don't know if you can get the unclench until month end. And even if you get the unclench on month end, coupled with the rate hike, and we start blasting down, you're going to see, like, you'll see the market step in and buy it. So the only other thing that could be an issue would be, like, material to the market, would be an invasion of Iran or something like that. So maybe you could potentially see an invasion, let's say on like the first week of the following month in August, potentially. You could line it up to happen right around then. Let's keep watching this, see what happens. This could be the bottom. And potentially this is the bottom right here. Or that you'll see for the next, week or so. Potentially. We'll see what happens. I think this is the bottom. I'm going to give it like a 65% chance this is the actual bottom that you'll see this week. Now, if they start selling or something, I'm wrong, but I think it's like a 65% chance this is bottom, somewhere in there. At least for a week. At least until August 3rd or something, 3rd or 4th. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta change my clothes. I was just eating. I went and got some food, and I ate, but I still haven't changed my clothes. Give me a few minutes here. And I'm long here too, just so you know. I've got calls I just put on for Friday. You want to know what I got? I got 749 Cs for the 31st. 749 C. I bought them at $1.12. You want to know? Yeah, World War III, yeah. So you could and theoretically you could say that World War III started this week, right? Anybody know that? When Iran's ship was attacked, that was likely carrying drones or munitions to Russia. Ukraine is likely demonstrating that they could be a pipeline of munitions to fight China. It's very concerning, of course, that what Ukraine did in particular is very telling. And I was very like when I think back to our allies in World War I, World War II, and then I think we've said this in the show before, but I think I've said it a few times. Like the largest land army in Europe is what army? Ukraine. I'm shocked that it's them. You would think it would be England or something, right? Germany, maybe Poland. Like you got to think about like if Ukraine was ever turned to Russia, they could overrun Europe. So you kind of need Ukraine on your side, and then the ability of Ukraine to manufacture these arms and get them down to the Middle East is a big thing for the West. It's huge for the West. It means we have an ally that has the ability to, if we do take the Strait of Hormuz and Iran, that China's not going to allow it. They'll just point blank say it to you. If you don't already know that, if we attempt to seize control of the Strait of Hormuz, which we need to do, we need to do it. And you're already seeing our allies that are ready to rock and roll doing a proof of concept right now. Which I like, I'll be honest with you. I got no qualms with fighting China. None. Zero. I would rejoin. I would. For the betterment of the free world. So so you could in theory you could say that World War III might have already started this past week. It most certainly, definitely had to have shaken China, seeing that, and then being able to manhandle. I think from when I was in the Army, I just always remembered that we didn't necessarily need Russia to lose. We just need their hands tied behind their back. If you can tie their hands behind their back, and you can fight China one-on-one, we win. In my view, we win. So things are moving along as they should, or as best they can if that confrontation happens, whether it stays a Cold War or it stays a Cold War, it stays proxy-ish kind of a thing, or second thinking about maybe stepping in the Strait of Hormuz. We have to own that strait. We don't have a choice. And the U.S. always shows up. I think I've told you guys that before too, right? Like the one thing about the U.S. is like when they call it like the sleeping tiger or the sleeping giant or whatever. The moment you fuck with the U.S., right, and the U.S. has had enough, or the threat is credible, we don't stop ever. Until we lose. Like, and people say things like, "Hey, we lost." Let's say we lost Vietnam. We didn't. The USSR collapsed. We won that fucking war, and we did a lot of damage there too. But if you think about the Vietnam War, it was a proxy war in the Cold War against the USSR. Did the U.S. collapse? USSR did. I mean, it took many years, but you'll hear that oftentimes, right? You'll hear things like, we lost the war in Afghanistan. We didn't go to Afghanistan to win anything. That became a part of the narrative years later, but it kept our troops trained, It gave us presence. We still have people there today, and this is a greater war for the control of oil, right? For this new World War III thing. So, and we went there to get some too. I remember I was in the army then. We didn't actually go to Afghanistan to win hearts and minds. I don't recall anyone saying that. Everyone I spoke to then was, we're going to get some payback. And I know that you can argue that, like Osama bin Laden worked for the CIA, all that stuff, and that's all true. But it doesn't preclude the fact that we went there to do what we were going to do, and we did some real fucking damage there. And you got to look at all the stuff. It's probably all intertwined. Usually it's all intertwined in some larger, bigger thing. But the key point is to never discount the United States of America. So it's one of the most dangerous things anyone could ever do. Even Saddam Hussein did that. Saddam, to the last minute, Saddam never thought we were going to actually invade. And we've been putting troops and gear and logistics in place now for months there. Squeezing higher now. Trading for 739.45. I think I might just hold these calls and not fuck with them. Just leave them on, see if it can ride up to that 750. We've priced it in, right? We have priced in a 25 BPS cut at this point, I think. We haven't priced in the second one, but there's no real surprises at this point, is there? You think I look better? Should I start taking it off? You guys want the nipple? You guys want to see me naked in the show? Want to see that I ain't got no fat rolls?
So we have found a live video, Trump greeting Netanyahu, that is on the feed for those interested. The S&P 500 turns positive, Nasdaq 100 pairs decline to 1.1%.
We got this one right here. Squeezing higher now. If you're following me on that trade, congratulations. I know you're making money right now. We are coming into the first bus stop over here on the left-hand side. Thank you for riding Captain Jim James Bull fucking Airlines. Now let's see if we can get the handle going, go up here and trade some of this bullshit up here. I gotta change. I still haven't gone potty either. I gotta go pee. I haven't done anything. I literally got some breakfast and I didn't even drink coffee. I just got a Coca-Cola out of the bear fridge. I'll be right back. Stay long. Oh, get the girls? Yeah. How about this? I can get the girls to join the stream. Just wait. I'll have what we should do is let me get all of this stuff from like I got a bandage on me, right? You see the bandage on my arm? It's like I just got out of the hospital like a minute ago. Give me like 48 to 72 hours. I'd really like if it's something really bad, I wouldn't want them to digest it. Right now, my children are not doing well. They're like retreating right now. My youngest is very close to me right now. My oldest is retreating a little bit right now. So I just want to like wait and see what the news is. And no matter what the news is, unless it's something like fucking horrific or something, um, give them like a day or two to digest it. Let me speak to them, and I will have them on the show. And what we'll do is maybe we'll do like a private stream or something, or like a stream late night or. And I'll have, or no, maybe not late. It'll be too late for the kids. But we'll do a stream with the kids, maybe my wife here, and we'll discuss what the treatment's going to be and what am I going to do and all that kind of stuff. And you guys can see him and talk to him and ask him questions and stuff, and maybe help me out with telling them everything's going to be okay. You guys know my kids since they were babies. Not baby, but pretty fucking young, right? Like my oldest, I think, was when you guys first met her, she was 9. My youngest was like way younger. She was like 6 or something like that, right? It's been fucking at least 6 years. So, yeah, I bet you do want to talk to him. I want you to talk to him too. And my wife too. You get to see my wife. You guys have seen all of them before, so.
Quoting a senior White House official says in an interview with Fox News, Trump wanted to send a strong message to Netanyahu before their meeting. So again, Ravid with News 12 citing a White House official talking about the interview with Fox News that Trump wanted to send a strong message to Netanyahu before their meeting today.
So I will have them on. I'll make sure I'll say something too. The only thing is that yeah, I'll make it public. I'll just make sure it's a members only stream. I just don't want trolls to come in and say anything in front of my kids. I don't want my kids to read anything like that. So maybe I'll make sure I have moderators on or something like that when I do it. Or maybe I just turn the comments off on Twitch because I can't control the comments on Twitch, but I think on YouTube I can. Or maybe I can. No, I can. Oh no, yeah, you can do if you're. Yeah, you still have to either pay for membership on Twitch or you have to go to Amazon. So I don't think we would have trolls on. We just control the comments with like if you pay the YouTube thing, you can comment, or the Twitch thing with Amazon or whatever for the free comments. But I don't think a troll would go through the trouble to do that to say anything to my kids. But yeah, I'll have them on. Yeah, I'm going to be fully honest with you guys as we go through this. For a bunch of reasons. I wasn't going to, but then I was counseled not to tell you guys, and I'm gonna go with it's probably better that you know, because I don't want you to abandon me either. You know what I mean? Oh my God, he's gonna die. If that happens, I'll tell everybody, of course. But I think the honesty is best.
Expected to participate in the Trump Netanyahu meeting.
I also know that there's men out there, like younger guys that watch the show, and
who arrived at the White House.
They probably have never. There's probably a guy out there that hasn't had a dad in his life or something, or a man in his life go through something like this. So, we'll if this could save your life, being honest about it, like what happens to men as they get older, maybe it could just serve to help somebody else out. I'm gonna start goddamn crying again. All right, let me just go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. 1 minute trigger coming up now to try to take us up higher into 741.99. See if we can get some ramping going on around 1:30 this afternoon. I'll be right back with you guys.
The US to sell $110 billion in 4-week bills on July 30th to settle on August 4th. And the US to sell $72 billion in 3-month bills on July 29th to settle on August 4th. According to Fast News, a member of the Ansar Allah Movement Political Bureau says Yemen has already begun operations to break the siege, but is ready to escalate the conflict to the highest level. Furthermore, Yemen's Ansar says if the siege of Yemen is not lifted, we will not accept negotiations, and such negotiations would be meaningless. So, according to Citi/YouGov poll, YouGov, 1 year ahead UK inflation expectations 3.4% in July versus 3.8% in June. And furthermore, from Citi and YouGov, the 5 to 10 year ahead UK inflation expectations 3.7% in July versus 3.9% in June. Commander of Iran's Quds Force says the Saudi Arabian government should learn from the US history of reckless and costly behavior and end the siege of Yemen.
Ooh yeah. This thing just wants to explode. All the suckers are in puts right now. We're gonna watch this spike right here. Watch that wick right there. There's the old man. I did change my. Oh no, I can't wear this shirt. Look at how that looks in the camera. I guess I gotta test these shirts, huh? Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't think you're supposed to have a shirt like this, though. Should I unbutton it? Maybe pop a collar? Pop a shirt? Pop a button? Oh, yeah. Like that, right? Just a little open like that. That's not bad, right? All you Sigma bros out there, you like the buttons off, don't you? This was a 4, wasn't it? I think that was a 1 or a 4. This one right here. Just check this really quick.
Seeing some weakness in the US dollar, a little bit of strength in the S&P 500, but a little weakness in WTI crude. Not seeing anything right now. But
Only one. See that one right there? 4 hour. There's the 4 right there. That's a 1 hour, right? Let's go back to a 1. A little bit lower right there. Here, this one right here. This is where I'm long from down here. Watch that 1030 be the low until the 31st. I think that's possible. Yeah, my shirt doesn't look good though like this. You can see it's like rayon. It looks fine close up, but with the smaller camera, you see it looks like the fan is going or something. It's not. This is an expensive shirt too. I never got buttons put on it. I think this shirt cost me like $250. I was supposed to get buttons put on it, never did. I was supposed to have it tailored too, and I didn't. They didn't never had it tailored. I picked up like 2 or 3 shirts, 2 or 3. You know, it's crazy too. I'll go grab one of them. These are like I don't know who makes them, but at any rate, they I bought like 2 or 3 of these, and I was gonna have them tailored and have buttons put on them, like sexy buttons.
Brent falls more than 3%.
So I ripped one off my chest for my wife one night to rip buttons off. I was like, it was like Daddy's home, and I still haven't gotten the buttons put on them yet. And I wasn't thinking at the time too, like when I go to bring them to my my clothier to get it done, he's probably gonna think I got mad or something, like rip my shirt off, or gonna fight or something. It wasn't that. This is me trying to be a dork to my wife. Trying to be fucking Fabio or something. My wife likes those trashy those I call them she listens to smut audiobooks. We don't have to worry about that one now. This one's gone. She listens to these trash novels. Any women out there ever listen to those smut novels? They're terrible. I have to listen to them. She puts them on at nighttime too when she's going to sleep. And if you've never heard one, if you've never listened to a smut novel or read a smut novel, if you're a guy or maybe a woman that doesn't listen to that stuff, oh, there you go, pop it up. If you've never listened to one before, they're kind of hilarious. they revolve around like men doing bad things to women, and it gets progressively worse. It'll like start out. The book will start out. I've listened to a lot of these things at nighttime, late night. They start out like a woman will meet a guy, and he'll come off as promising to be something, and then he progressively does worse and worse things to her. And the litany of things, like her laundry list of stuff, is kind of hilarious. It's like then he didn't pay the phone bill, and I got charged a bunch of fees. And then by investigating or paying with this certain credit card, I found out that he had taken the credit card and he spent it one night out in town at a strip club. And he maxed it out, and I wasn't paying attention to it because I just keep it in the drawer for emergencies. And then I found out that he spent one of those credit cards on an auto repair shop. So I called the auto repair shop, and I found out that he was in an accident, and he told them something completely different than they told me. So he lied to me about that. And then and the book just goes on, and like it just builds into this thing where you're just like, this woman hasn't left this guy yet. Like you would think that like at any step along the way, she would have just dumped his sorry ass. But it's almost like masochistic, like the reader wants to hear more bad shit that their men are. It's like the Reddit.
Stocks extend gains. The Dow Jones.
The am I an asshole? Or there's another one for like divorce and stuff. XY2 chromosome or something. You know, my husband doesn't put his coffee cup inside the dishwasher. Oh, girl, that's a divorce. That's a fucking divorce. And you're like, what do you mean that's a divorce? Like, and then you read like a guy say that, on like the XY chromosome, XYY or whatever the fuck it is for the men. They're like, oh, dude, my wife doesn't put the teacup in the dishwasher, and the guys are like, you should. Well, why are you even thinking about it, bro? Get your ass over there and put that fucking teacup in the dishwasher for her right now.
JMIC says data indicates zero tank.
They like bad boys.
Of Hormuz Strait, and then the pause in airstrikes saw uptick in Hormuz traffic volume. US
You guys got to read one of these books. Go on like YouTube and just type in. Here, I'll go right now and look for one. Just type in like smut audiobook. Hold on, I'll type one in. Let me tell you what comes up. Smut audiobook. Dude, if you're a guy, you should listen to some of this shit. It's like, okay, so the first return is called Beautiful Mess. Then there's Against the Boards. Then there's Lick, Sweet Temptation, The Blessing. Oh, no. Okay, so look at the one that's called Menace. Look up Menace by J.M. Darhauer. And then try to listen to it. It's terrible. Are you long fucking calls with me until Friday out there or not?
The S&P 500, looking to see if any catalyst.
Are you long calls with me into Friday? We are now trading 741. Price target to the upside. 741.96. You might get a little bit of a pullback here. Are you long, motherfuckers? I apologize for not being able to be here enough. Oh, dude, Pandorum, dude. Some of the stuff that's in these smut books, it gets progressively worse. Like, it gets really bad. Like, it's probably the worst thing you could ever, like, I don't know what it is. And they love it. They love listening to it. I don't know why. It's like they get to air all the grievances they have for you and I. Got a new high on the day. Breaking above the pre-market high just now. Trading 741 and change right now. I'm going to read a story to you right now. Am I what? Yeah, if I get that sick, maybe I should do like a test. Maybe I could do like a test stream if I get that sick, where we just change this channel to a smut channel. Smut written by Captain Jim James. It'd be so terrible.
So the next post, Musk says Grok 4.6 releasing.
Yeah, we're pumping, baby, right now. All those 748s coming back to life now. Trading $1 or 2.13 right now. They were at $1.12 earlier. I don't know if they went any lower. I wasn't paying attention. Smut Shack. It's like the fuck shack, or it's like the what is it called? The other guys.
Eurozone bond yield fall. German 2-year yield suddenly drops around 2 basis points, but last down 4 basis points on the day at 2.74%.
Also note that the halfback trade is at 741.96. So we do the halfback, get a pullback, and maybe we can start running into 130 into the close. You can just start fucking running into Friday right now. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I still think like 760 is possible at the bell on Friday. I kid you not. Like we could just drive and just like drive straight up into the closing bell at 4 p.m. on Friday. It just so happens that the end of this month ends on a Friday, which is really nice. No funny business over a long weekend into the first. Where they're like selling the first at 9:30 in the morning. We should run it right up the flagpole. We're only trading 741 right now, so you start talking about going vertical here. And just take all that put money and just put it in your pocket. Now trading 741.01. We're trying to get up into 741.96 for the halfback trade here. If we are able to get up there right now, you could take your next signpost, your next bus stop, for those that want to get off the bus. If we roll this thing back down, we'll try to take the next leg up at around 1:30 this afternoon. I have them marked on the chart here for when we get to that time period. I'm going to read I'm going to read some stuff to you this morning.
US bond
and I think
extend rise, the yields fall to 4.
Oh, shut the fuck up, will you? Shut up, you fucking bear. Shut your mouth, your dirty fucking mouth with yields rising right now. We do have an auction coming up, or we might have already had it. And I want to read something, a top line thing to you here. It's now 11:25. We get a 6-week bill auction here in the next 5 minutes. So if you want to step off, you can in this half an hour. We can revisit this. We can revisit it around 1 o'clock in the afternoon if you like. We'll see if we can tag this 741 halfback trade 741.96. Take your money, and we'll come back in and get at it again around 1:30. Now I want to read this to you because I think this is succinctly says what we've been discussing here as a group for at least 4 to 6 weeks, right? Which is we need hikes. Now, in the June meeting, Warsh needs to create a coalition of the willing. So you can't expect him to start rocking the boat day one. Then he comes back in early June, I believe, on the 13th or 14th or something like that. And you recall I posted on Twitter saying you're getting a rate hike on July 10th. Now, when we were inside the meeting in June and in the Senate hearing, we didn't get either of those things. It's Rampo-Rama time, right? But even saying that or knowing that that's going to happen with no hike, or no hike at the Senate hearing, that kind of stuff, underneath the surface, underneath the surface, the market demands hikes right now, and you know that Trump doesn't want to do those hikes. So it becomes a big question of, is it all a matter of running it hot into the midterms, or can we get 1 or 2 hikes and not fuck with the midterms, and not call it a hiking cycle? And you could see that Warsh didn't even want to touch it. He did some lying as well at his last or his first FOMC meeting, point blank. You could tell. I think Wolf Richter said something along the lines of, I think I'm paraphrasing here, but I think he said something like, you could see at the FOMC, the June FOMC, that nobody, not even the reporters, nobody wanted to even address what was going on in the background of the market. Now, at the Senate hearings, it was more of the same, but he did lay out some more of what I did like hearing in his first FOMC meeting, which was basically the coalition of the willing. It need to, it's going to take time. And he was using a bunch of excuses like, oh, we got to get new data. We got to present the data differently. We got to make it more efficient, which is happening right now in real time. We now have 4 or 5 task forces. But even as all that is happening in the background, trying to buy time, the data is still bad in the background. It really is. And it's not something that's going to be easily rectified. And you have natural inflation in the background too, which doesn't help. You have greed from the oil and gas companies. I know the zeitgeist out there right now is that oil and gas is fucked. That is not true. I know you've heard that before too. I know it's everywhere. War in Iran, oil and gas shortages, reserves are running out. That is not the reserves are running out, but you got to understand that we are a net exporter, and we are of both of those products. We make money by selling those things that can even offset. And you got to remember, we are the fucking baddest country in the entire fucking world. If there's any country that can handle that, it's us. And we also, in this country, can, just like China has done and Russia has done, you can also, oil and gas is supposed to run through OPEC, but the U.S. can at any time say, we're not going to do that. We're going to keep it for ourselves. And no one could say a fucking word. Oftentimes you'll hear doomers say things like, this will happen, or like it's all going to implode. It's the big tulip thing. And it really isn't. And we can break it ourselves, but it really isn't like that. It really isn't. And not in modern history either. And we have so many rules in place right now that it shouldn't become like that. We're not in the same place as we were in the 1970s with oil and gas. So you want to be focused on that stuff. You want to be focused on, hey, if we have a ground invasion, yeah, we're going to get knocked down. Just because it's an invasion, there's unknowns, right? Something could go bad. So there's volatility assigned with that. Also, though, what you should be focused on is the data. Like the actual econ data matters right now. It matters for the bubble. It matters for how long does the bubble stay alive. It matters, are we going to have a full cycle, or is it just going to be a hike or two? And I think this title of this article speaks volumes. This is from BBG. And the title is, A Fed Hike Would Bring Volatility, Then Credibility. And I think that credibility is, when you hear a bull say something like, there's an idiom. Well, there's an idiom where a lot of bulls seem to think that cuts are good. And that's technically not true. Normally, when you see cuts, we see down market. Then we get cuts. So you don't want that down market to get cuts. Does that make sense? That means we're blasting down in a vicious way. So sometimes you'll hear people say things like, oh, we need cuts right now to keep the market up. That's not true. You need hikes to keep the market up. And you'll get knee-jerk reactions to the downside. We're front running a hike right now, right? I said that on Twitter, right? We're going to price in a hike. So if you get a hike or two in this season, it brings volatility, but it also brings credibility. It brings credibility to the Fed. It brings credibility that we can stretch out this bull run, right? And you'd be surprised, like you'll hear like doomers say, like you're getting a hike or two and it's bad. Bull market's over, rattle the cage of the bull or something like that. But in fact, this bull market will be more intact unless there's some unknown, like an invasion of Iran. This bull market will stay intact with a hike or two. And the data does speak to that. So this is authored by Michael Ball from a Bloomberg macro strategist. Oh, the macro guys. But a Federal Reserve hike this week is more likely than markets appreciate. Okay? And would lift near-term cross-asset volatility while giving Chairman Kevin Warsh a chance to build longer-term credibility. A quarter-point rate increase by the FOMC on Wednesday is more plausible than market pricing suggests, with traders anticipating around 10 basis points of policy tightening, or roughly a 40% probability of a hike. The initial reaction would be risk off. Now, we're going to talk about that. The initial reaction would be risk off as markets debate the duration and size of any further tightening cycle. I disagree with that. I think that historically, and I'll show you this here in a minute. After I'm done with this, I'm going to show you this. At least in recent history, in the past 4 or 5 years, when we did start this hiking cycle, on the 3 or 4 hikes that took place in the spring and summer, we actually went up. We went up like the whole week. And in this particular instance, and in the one in 2022, I think it was the July 26th meeting, we ripped faces off into the end of the month. And then we got the volatility to the downside. And remember, volatility can be up and down. So I'm going to read this part to you here where he says, the initial reaction would be risk off, as likely because they got puts, but I think it would be risk off. But when is the question, right? Would it be right when he announces the 25 basis point hike? We just start turning red candles like all the way to the downside. I'm saying that might not happen. We might be too wound up into month-end contracts that still have yet to roll. And the other thing too here is that even if we were to blast down on FOMC day or after the 31st, you're still going to be coming into a place where the banks, every fucking bank, like the biggest portion of our market would step in to buy it. You would need something even worse, like the invasion of Iran, to get underneath that 7090 strike. And it would be like a repellent. Dealers are not going to want to print that. Just getting close to it, they're not going to want that shit in the money. Even if we come back and revisit it later in the quarter. So the initial reaction would be risk off as markets debate the duration and size of any further tightening cycle. If we get a hike tomorrow, we're gonna need Warsh to parlay or present the idea that this is not a hiking cycle. That you might get one today. Let's say he says you get one today, or you get one at the next meeting, and then you're going to get another one. Expect 2 this year. One, or even just saying one hike, and you might get one more for 0.25. But that's it. We don't see anything else. Like nothing like that. If there's something like that going on, it shouldn't be a down market. It should just be knee-jerk down. Then we're often running to the upside. And that begs the question. What would be the bear case for the fall? I mean, think about that. You run it down to like 7090 or near there, 712 or something on SPY. There is no other bear case. There's nothing. There's nothing in earnings. There's nothing in guides. There's nothing in the econ data. It's just a matter of the Fed monitoring in the bond market, believing that the Fed has a handle on inflation. The longer end of the yields would come down. Your inverted yield curve would start to draw back. The market would start ripping faces off once that took place. So the initial reaction would be risk off. The case for higher rates sooner looks stronger after Warsh, at his first policy decision in June, vowed to curb inflation and diverged from his predecessors by refusing to signal his preferred rate path. I disagree with that statement, 100%. He did say it, but he also said that they ain't doing shit. They were supposed to do things in June, and you could see that they didn't do it in June. They didn't do an emergency weekend hike. They didn't do it at the Senate hearing. There was none of that. So, and you can't think that I or Wolf or some other guy out there or whomever, if they've got that information, then you know that they have it too, right? Like those guys have the same information. So at his congressional hearings this month, Warsh stressed that policy should be decided through genuine debate at each meeting rather than officials guiding or validating a path embedded in futures markets before. Importantly, he reiterated that he considers inflation elevated, persistent, and ultimately responsibility of monetary policy. Now, that voting and that debating, he also, this guy's not telling you this, but what he did say was that he wants the market to tell the Fed that we need a hike. And what he's not speaking to the equities market, but he could be. Like the equities market is pricing this in now, right? But the bond market flashed on the 3 and 6 month last week. I think it was on Monday or something. This past Monday, both of those yields spiked higher. And when those short-term yields are spiking higher, what it's in the 2-year too spiked. And the reason that's telling you that it's bad, that we need a hike, is because the long end is no longer absorbing the spending, the debt, right? The deficit, debt to income, all that kind of stuff. GDP comes into question, and then just the natural inflation numbers, and also the PCE and CPI on higher frames is still extremely bullish, like fucking vertical right now. So he's making this statement to the market saying, you tell us. And the markets are telling, the bond market is telling them, hey, do you want it to get this bad that it's going to be some like, do you want it to get so bad that we're going to, go into something worse than 2022? And we're not quite at that 2022 hiking need to hike like we did in 2022. But at the same time, we're still in this place where we can do just 1 or 2 hikes and extend this out as far as we need to, keep this bull market alive. And that is what we're doing, right? That's the Fed's doing. It's the Treasury's mandates. Both of their mandates, price stability, right? Inflation, unemployment. And that's what they're supposed to be doing, right? So the bond market's flashing, hey, you got to do something on the shorter end, right? With rates, you got to do something. And so at his congressional hearing this month, Warsh stressed that policy should be decided through genuine debate at each meeting rather than official guiding or validating a path embedded in future markets before. And this is the gambling that goes on, right? You guys all know that there's like 3 trades before we actually get, or I would say pre-Warsh, there was always like 3 trades. There are 3 gambling trades before you got the actual decision. And Warsh is trying to remove that gambling from the markets, and also trying to remove some of the bullshit that is fucking rampant with econ data. I mean, it is mind blowing when you like start figuring that shit out on your own, or you figure it out with someone teaching you or anything like that. Your eyes just like you just like have this awakening, and you just see how much of the econ data and how it plays into the market is just utter bullshit, like just like pure unadulterated lies and bullshit, and it's just selling fucking bloody steak to everybody. So if we can streamline the data, if we can get the data that's actually accurate, it's timely. Like some of the data that they get right now is stale by 3 months, and is readily available to anyone that wants to go dig it out. So the data is not really, it needs to be worked on one way or another, right? It needs to be more clear. It needs to be something that can be easily accessed by general public. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I hope that that they can do that. They can make it simpler so that you're not lied to as much, and that the bond market can digest this stuff more easily, that the stock market can digest this stuff more easily. So you have a more confidence in what you think is really going on. So that is Chairman Warsh's views in his own words. Economy, inflation, and Fed policy views at the congressional hearing. Quote, the members of our committee have no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation. Quote, economic activity is expanding at a solid pace, showing resilience in the face of recent developments. Think about that. We're supposedly in doom right now with oil and gas, and we're kind of at war with Iran right now. We're in an inflationary environment. Markets have remained resilient through all of this. That means people can't afford higher prices for gas. It means that these companies are charging you more money, and they don't need to be. They literally do not need to be. There's like greed mixed into this. And the idea that you still have enough money to keep the economy roaring. If you look at retail sales, look at durable goods, you look at all these, like, people still have this money. I mean, they might bitch and whine and complain that they got to pay it. I don't want to pay for extra gas. I want to pay for extra oil, the price of that. And I don't have the money for it. But in reality, you do. Because all the other economic data says that you do, saying that you have no problem paying this stuff. If we get so he goes on to say, quote, if we get policy right, and we will, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past. Now, I tend to disagree with this. In this cycle of natural inflation, I think that the best that they can hope for is to stretch out when that inflation gets out of control. And I think that's where the key point comes in, that we should hike now, early, hike a couple 25 basis points this year, so that we can extend until that natural inflation does take over, get wild, and we have to actually go into an actual tightening cycle. He goes on to be quoted at this congressional hearing. Quote, there may be some who look at today's data and say mission accomplished. That is not my view, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, my view is that a modern central banker should have a mosaic of information and should not be allergic to any data. Warsh's testimony was accompanied by the official monetary report, which makes an economic case for tighter policy sooner. It showed activity is expanding at a solid pace while the labor market appeared broadly stable. It's not broadly stable. It's good. That's it. It's not great. It's not bad. And you remember when they were saying it was bad? You guys remember when they were saying the labor market's horrible? And it wasn't. It was just good. It's a weird market, but it's what it is. And there's been a lot of changes going on too, right, with a Trump policy that is impacting our labor market as well. I'm not going to go into on this tangent on that stuff, but we've already talked about it here many times. So Warsh's testimony accompanied by official monetary report, which makes an economic case for tighter policies sooner. It showed activity is expanding at a solid pace while the labor market appeared broadly stable despite muted wage growth. And, this guy's saying despite muted wage growth, wages never catch up. They're always lagging. So wage growth is always, listen to me closely, when inflation starts to go up, wage growth is always lagging. Now, can there be wage growth spiral? Yes, but it's still late. It's later. It's not early. So that means nothing either. What this guy is saying from Bloomberg, he's just chewing the air right now, indicating the Fed has room to focus primarily on inflation because there's no wage growth. June's dot plot showed half the FOMC expects at least one hike this year, suggesting the debate is increasingly about timing and scale rather than direction. Based on recent policymaker comments, the Dallas Fed President Lori Logan and Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack look to be the closest to supporting immediate action. Meanwhile, Minnesota Fed President Neil Kashkari and Governors Christopher Waller and Lisa Cook and Vice Chair Philip Jefferson have acknowledged higher rates may be required without committing to July if inflation stays where it is. A hawkish quorum is building among FOMC members. Jefferson, quote, in a scenario where actual inflation does not start to cool down soon, it could be appropriate to reconsider our current policy stance. That was on July 16th. Waller, quote, when inflation is well above its target and the labor market is near full employment and stable, any serious policy rule calls for raising the policy rate to bring down inflation. Sternly staring at inflation until it melts before our withering gaze is not an option. That was on July 13th. Governor Cook, if we do not see signs of disinflation soon, I am prepared to act. That was on July 15th. Logan, quote, better modest restriction now than severe restriction later. I am with fucking Logan on this. And he said that on July 16th. Cleveland Fed President Hammack quoted as saying, there is no conflict in our mandate. Inflation is too high. The labor market is right around my level for maximum employment. That was on July 17th. Minnesota Fed President Kashkari saying, quote, inflation is still too high. Core inflation is moving sideways or ticking up. Now that's concerning. It's actually not moving sideways. It's fucking vertical. And the fact that these guys aren't acknowledging that is a problem. Even that statement by Kashkari is way too fucking dovish. The reason they're using, or Kashkari is using that word, is because these guys have to thread a fucking needle in saying, this is not a hiking cycle. Like tomorrow, Warsh has to say, this is not a hiking cycle. You're literally going to get one hike, and you might get one more this year. That's all I see. That's it, and probably just flat. And even if you look back in the 1990s, we were in a very similar place. We did get two. I think it was two hikes that were thrown up in the mid 90s, and then we went flat again. We didn't do shit. And as a matter of fact, when we might have even cut rates at 1.2 in like 98 or something, and then we ended up doing a true hiking cycle. And if you look back, if you open up a TradingView and you do a new chart on the bottom, you open a chart for the effective funds rate, and you go back and look at the 1990s, the path of our rates right now should mirror something like that, similar to that. That's what it looks like to me right now. And so, you can see from that time period when we did throw an extra 25 on, another 25 on, it was not a cycle, a hiking cycle. We actually did cut afterwards to try to ease, and the market actually blasted higher and higher. And then the market actually rolled once the market knew that we were in an actual hiking cycle. So there is some fear here, right? Like fear from the White House, fear from the Fed. And, the White House has a lot of impact right now. There's a lot of fear at the Treasury. And you have very smart people like Bessent. He's a smart guy, These guys have to somehow either talk the market down without putting the hikes on to not spook the market into thinking it's a hiking cycle, or they got to come right out and say it, like point blank to you, this is not a hiking cycle. And they got to do some damage control afterwards, too. If we get an unwind on the day of FOMC or an unwind after the 31st, and we start blasting down, you need damage control from the Fed saying, calm down, everybody. So the recent combined messages from the FOMC voters has been that patience is becoming harder to justify as repeated temporary shocks from higher energy costs, which is fucking greed. Let's keep saying that, keep harping, slamming the fucking foot on the desk or the shoe on the desk about that. But it's a repeated temporary shocks from higher energy costs, which is greed. Tariffs. Now, tariffs is not a problem, but it is starting to seep into our inflation a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit. Those costs cannot be passed on any longer. Hot potatoed, and profits have been taken from these companies. And I talked with you the other day where I said that financials are the only sector in the U.S. that have not been impacted by all these profits taken back from COVID, from the tightening cycle in 2022. So when you look now at tariffs, the last of that was eaten, and those companies went back down to their 2020 lows again. That whole trade was killed except for financials. So there is a little bit of seepage into tariffs now. It's not a ton, but there is some seepage where those costs can no longer be passed along. So you got, as repeated temporary shocks from higher energy costs due to greed, tariffs are starting to become a problem, and AI investment risk combining into a broader de-anchoring of inflation expectations. That's false too. The AI investment risk is not AI investment risk. They're telling you more bullshit. Okay, so it's AI money sloshing around in the economy. So we have like a QE light going on right now from the Treasury Department, and you also have money seeping into our markets from private money. So you have like money seeping into the build out for AI that then gets spent on other things. Like so I'm spending money on the build out of AI. That means that money goes into let's keep it simple. The money goes into, let's say, some guy out there is building a data center, right? So I'm a VC guy, right? So I go to my private equity, and I'm like, hey, give me some money, right? So they give me some money. I build out a data center. I might be making that company public. I might not be. It doesn't matter. What matters is that money is seeping into the AI data center build out. That money then goes into an electrician's hands. If you speak to an electrician today, they'll all tell you it's just like the wildcatters that do gas. Like all these electricians are going and building out these data centers. All these nuclear engineers or engineers that maybe aren't in nuclear, they're running into the nuclear space, right? So, and these guys are being paid huge money, like triple what they normally make. That guy puts that check in his pocket and he goes down to buy some gas and he don't give a flying fuck. That money is now circulating in our system. So this guy's lying to you again. What the truth is that the inflation from the AI build out is what's happening in our economy. We're running it hot right now. We've got money coming in to the economy like crazy. So it raises the risk that inflation will prove more entrenched than transitory. A 25 basis point hike at the July meeting would give Warsh the credibility to pursue his broader Fed overhaul without having to embark on a more aggressive tightening cycle. Raising rates this month could also allow committees. That was a nice look above, by the way. I want to see if we can actually get above, maybe one more tick above. One more tick would be nice above this 742.50. Did we hit it or no? No, it's really close. I'd like to see one more high if we possibly could, but then I'd like to see a roll down to this 1230, and we'll see if we can pick this thing back up yet again. So just you should be out at this point. If you didn't get out over here, I told you to get out over here, just start getting out here, and we'll try to pick this thing back up at 1230 and not try to sell this market down. Maybe we can try to squeeze some balls off into the bell. Big, giant ass green 4-hour candle in the end of the day. So we've got a 25 basis point hike at the July meeting would give Warsh the credibility to pursue his broader Fed overhaul without having to embark on a more aggressive tightening cycle. But he has to communicate that. Raising rates this month would also allow the committee to tighten gradually over several meetings, reverse the so-called insurance cuts from Jerome Powell's tenure. This reduces the risk of the Fed being forced into a larger 50 or 75 basis point hike closer to the midterm elections. I agree. I agree with I agree with this part fully. Like, it's insane that you would set up a hiking cycle, like a full hiking cycle would be insane. And he's saying 50 to 75 basis points. I think it would be closer to like 100. Yeah, like 100, maybe even 150. So I think this guy's being kind of generous here, saying 50 to 75 basis point hike closer to the midterm elections. When such a move could appear politically motivated and undermine perceptions of Fed independence. A hike this week would increase front-end rate volatility while likely pressuring long-end inflation premiums, with the potential to eventually pull down longer-dated treasury yields and mortgage rates. It would also give, believe it or not, it would also give the White House the ability to spend more, create more debt. So it would give them more breathing room for sure to do what they need to do into those midterm elections. And we've been parked here all summer, haven't we? We haven't moved anywhere, right? We may never move up into the summertime. We've just been poking around up here. So ultimately, the market is paid at this point. Does the market really want to pay any more? And like, do any of you out there want to like no rate cut? And then we're going to do this push higher, and then we're going to get dragged right back down into September. You know, we'll get dragged right back down here for the potential rate hike. We could go nowhere the rest of the year if we don't. The longer they don't give us a hike. Ultimately, the raising rates this week would allow the Fed to respond to the stronger nominal growth and sticky inflation and cement credibility for the new Warsh regime. While markets tread in familiar territory with the Fed chairman potentially willing to act without first telegraphing his intentions, such a move is likely to be ultimately accepted by investors as appropriate policy. That would support risk assets. Listen closely. That would support risk assets despite the short-term impact due to greater policy path uncertainty and a higher discount rate. Zero Hedge here ends up making a note on what this guy says from Bloomberg, and they say, this will be one of the first Fed meetings in years that the market does not have at least 80% confidence in what the committee will do. If current pricing holds, this could be the largest non-cut surprise in decades. So let's talk about that part, and then we're going to go look back on the early 2022. So let's weigh all of this out. If there's no hike, we're going vertical. Okay, so that's option number one, when we've already priced in this hike. So you've got option number one, we moon, right? We just moon. We priced it in. Again, that's your bottom. And it's moon time. If you get the hawkish Fed threatening hikes in the future, what do? Whipsaw down to the downside, hit 7090 near it, and then we ain't got shit to worry about. We're done. You're going to get that one hike. It's already priced in. We're done. We're at the bottom of the market on JPM or in the JPM collar. It's done. We're done. All the pain is over. Rip the Band-Aid off. You literally throwing the kitchen sink at this. If you get the hike, and now let's say you get the hike, and let me reach back to the just hawkish Fed. You may not even get the roll until post the 31st. You could see an unwind of that volatility because we already know we're getting the hike. So the market feels safe and comfortable. They rip this fucking thing still. So you get the rip on no hike. You get a fucking rip even if we hike, even if we get a hawkish Fed. You get the unwind. Okay, we've been given a hike. And then we actually get the impact. I don't know what that is. No, it's kind of my screen. Something trying to access. It's Apple trying to access, but I don't have any Apple on this thing. Let's just see what happens in here. Looking for a nice dip to buy here into this 1230. It's the two yellow lines. So then you have the idea that unless Warsh comes out and says to you, this is the start of a hiking cycle. Maybe you get one hike or the threat of one hike, and you probably should expect the second hike. I know this guy's not, but I'm telling you, you're likely going to get 225s this year. You might not even see the unwind until post end of month. So what do? They rip your fucking faces off in here. Everybody's hedged, fucking max hedged trade 709. And instead they rip your fucking face off. They print all the shit at 760 or even higher into the 31st. We go fucking moon. And then you got to re-buy puts again for that hike or for that threat of a hike. If you get the hike, you might have to rebuy your puts again. Your hedge again, like post FOMC, post 31st. Then we swing back down there for the month of August and September, and it's mechanical. So what do? You Now you're going down to 709 from like 760. That's 600 point drawdown, right? Maybe they're not that deep, but 500 point drawdown. And they could spend the whole fucking fall doing that. It could be like August, September, October, instead of your straight vertical down where you're making $1 million fucking dollars and you're like, oh yeah, I got my puts on at the fucking 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. Instead, they take all your money, they rip it up to the upside, then you slam it on the 760 for some puts, but you got to do it for the whole fucking month. You got to stay fucking short for fucking. You have risk. You have to have risk to the downside on for 2 months, which is dangerous, right? No easy dinner for you. And I want you to consider that today. I want you to think like everyone's going to be on puts tomorrow, or they already are, right? They're already hedged to the tits. We've been talking about that for 2 weeks. And they're going to come in. They're going to hedge at the end of the day. They come in and do this. They're going to risk off this. Going to risk off that. They're going to pile in with puts and all that kind of shit. They pile enough fucking puts in here. We ain't going down. We're not going to go down. That's supportive. We're hedged. So you got to murder all those puts. Then you can get back down there and actually print all that shit at 709. So be very careful of that happening over the next few days into Friday. And we literally just go vertical from here. And I think right now we're at 742. So you got at least until 50, if not 60. On SPY for us to keep mooning to the upside. And it brings up even the bigger question, which is, even if you get that, like if you get the blast down tomorrow, let's say, and we start ripping faces to the downside, if we don't wait past the 31st, and you're like bottoming out at 7090 like this week, that's the bottom. We ain't going down anymore. Unless we had war. That'd be the only other way we'd be going down underneath that collar. So you could indubitably say that the rest of the year is going to be a bull market. Like guaranteed. That's the bottom. We're just going to go up now. Even if we get another hike, we're just going to go up. We're never going to come. Even if we come down in that next hike, it's still going to be higher than that low. So I would, unless he comes out and he's like uber bear. And let me read this next one to you. And I'm going to read this next one to you. This is a good headline as well. Quote, July has been a long year. Goldman's top trader warns markets, quote, no longer ignoring what's going on under the surface, which is good to see. Markets are no longer ignoring what we all, at least our group knows. I read all that shit to you. All that data to, and underneath the surface, it's ugly as fuck. So U.S. equity indices are finally starting to take note of the significant volatility that has lived under the surface for weeks. Goldman Sachs top derivatives trader Brian Garrett notes in his latest weekend prep note that while some metrics of average stock vol continue to register near the highs, other indicators on our dashboard are no longer ignoring what's going on at the idiosyncratic level. Look no further than SPX skew versus at the money. This week brings two highlights. Earnings. 34% of SPX market cap reports this week. 34%. With Misfit, Meta, Qualcomm, ARM, Apple, and Amazon all this week. If you recall, I posted for you in the Discord that most of those stocks that I just listed off to you have to be bought back. They have to. There's no choice. So those could be drivers to a squeeze. The major focus on the earnings this week will be on tech spenders who are now asset-heavy companies as they open the kimono across both. 1, the return on invested capital, and 2, future capital expenditure plans. AI capex has been rocket fuel for markets up until now, but investors are starting to push back. Credit moved first. Hyperscaler basket chart. Credit moved first from hyperscalers to CD spreads moved second. Hyperscaler individual implied vols have moved third. NDX implied vols moved fourth. Perhaps SPX implied vol will move fifth. The Fed. This will be one of the first Fed meetings in years where the market does not have at least. This is the key part. So you have this recipe here where all these tech companies need bought back from shorts. right? And then you've got a Fed meeting that the first time in years where if there was no hike, we could go vertical. So you got all the like fuel, and you got the gasoline, you got the match for a huge spike in price and spot on SPX. This will be one of the first Fed meetings in years where the market does not have at least 80% confidence in what the committee will do. Going home Friday, it was a 40% odds of a hike. If current pricing holds, this could be the largest non-cut surprise in decades. And I want to show you this here. If you are don't have this, this is from GS white paper. And what you can do if you want at home is you just snip this really quick. And here are some dates for you. You can go back and look. You can see up here it says realized meeting day surprise hold, realized meeting day surprised hike, surprise if July holds, assuming current pricing, and surprise if July 25 BPS hike, assuming current pricing. To look for some reactions. While the previous chair made it clear to signal his intentions to the market, the new Fed leader is on record as being largely against the practice. The FOMC excess variance chart was moving tick for tick with hike odds this week. Hawkish hold is on my bingo card, and I don't think that I'm alone. So you've got Citadel saying we're getting a hike. And then you get Brian Garrett saying, I'm sticking with no hike at this meeting, but you're going to get a hawkish tone. So you can kind of compare that to that chart I just showed you. Garrett summarizes the key flow positioning risk themes he is seeing. On the prime book, gross exposure low. The U.S. equity book was marginally net bought, 0.1 standard deviation as investors keep the book tight heading into earnings. Over 30% of SPX prints this week. U.S. fundamental IS gross exposure stands in the 6th percentile, the 204, and net exposure stands at the 22nd percentile. That means that we're at near a bottom to get long. Those are not statistics of a market taking a swing into EPS season. So what he's saying to you is twofold. We're near a bottom, and no one's buying it, which allows the market to go higher. Prime book, buying energy. The hedge fund community is showing diminishing confidence that the U.S.-Iran conflict will see a quick resolution, though some weekend headlines are hopeful. GSPB has been buyers of energy equities for the last 6 consecutive weeks, leaving the HF community net overweight versus the Russell 3000. So you're selling oil and you're buying Russell 3000. One of the first times this has happened in 5 years. 1 Delta, July has been a long year, right? Listen to this headline. July has been a long year. We've ground sideways and sideways and sideways and sideways. Bears want to see us trade the halfback trade down to our last rip. We weren't quite in the season for that to happen. We're now entering the season for that to happen. Question becomes, when does it happen? Does it happen on FOMC day, or does it happen after we squeeze balls off for a few days to the upside? It's hard to ignore the correlation between equity funding rates and levered ETF OM. Maybe I can show you this here. This is the point that I'm trying to make here. Is that we're in the lows right here. You can kind of see it, right? You want to be buying that stuff down here. And look how close we are to it right now. So you should be looking to be getting long here very soon. You know, whether that is on an FOMC blast to the downside, or even if you get the hawkish tone, we rip up today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and then we make the trip down downtown into the beginning of August. Futures. The CTA community has been quiet for months, but we are now below the short-term threshold in both SPX, NDX, and SPX. Over the next 1 week, flat tape sellers. We've got let me show you this really quick so before I read it to you. CTAs are flat tape sellers 7.48 billion. Up tape sellers 275 million, not that much. Down tape sellers 31.46 billion. CTAs are along 120 billion of global equities right now. 49th percentile. Medium-term thresholds are more consequential and sit 2.9%, 2.0, and 5.4% before Friday's close. SPX, NDX, RTY, respectively. Derivatives, buying protection. There have been an underlying premium fatigue at the index level for months. That started to change this week with the clients buying VIX call spreads, SMH put spreads, IWM downside. NASDAQ vol, a market phenomenon I'm not sure we're ever going to see again. Small caps are acting like large caps, and large caps are acting like small caps. Over the last month, the NASDAQ has been 2.2 times as volatile as Russell 2000. The correlation crisis in derivatives. Outside of the GS hyperscaler basket questions, the second most discussed topic on the desk is correlation and dispersion. Implied correlation came slightly off an all-time low with 3-month ATMF at 13% and 12-month ATMF at 17.5. It's at near record lows. Baskets, Momo meltdowns in later innings. The team continues to believe that the momentum meltdown is in the later innings, not the early innings, but the later innings. They believe it's okay to add exposure, given the high correlation between AI and momentum trade. The realized volatility of our momentum pair is still eye-wateringly high. Finally, Garrett points out some vanilla and exotic trade ideas as this catalyst-heavy week gets going. I'll read one or two of these to you. I'll just read the vanilla ones to you. August is almost here, and half of Wall Street will spend the next 3 to 4 weeks at their respective beaches. Brewster, Mass. Is where the quants will go to recharge. Midterms will be on top of mind when participants go green post Labor Day. While relatively small realized correlation between themes and polymarket odds, I think you need to focus on 1, cryptocurrency regulation, 2, M&A regulation, 3, healthcare sector, Democrat affordability hot button with managed care, Medicaid, hospitals most affected, and number 4, green energy policy. Fantastic podcast this week suggesting residential solar is going bid in almost every scenario. So green energy baskets, green energy ETFs, something for you to be looking at. I'm reading some of these other articles here, and you can see they want the print right now. You can see the street wants like the 7090 print like tomorrow. They don't want to drag this out into August, September. They always want the print. They always want the print early. Coming into 12:30, same rules as 10:30 this morning. Just be you can, if you get calls for Friday, you can leave them on, but for the rest of you out there, if you're getting out, jumping in and out of this trade, we're just going to wait and watch this come down here. I'm going to see if this stuff holds, and we'll see if we can pick this thing back up. If we end up losing and start being dragged down at the end of the day over here, and I do have us coming down over here, post this, being dragged down. But if not, we do have an ability to squeeze balls off at 1:30 p.m. And I want to talk to you about that right now if I can. So let's take a look at this really quick. We have potential today. We already know that the rate hike is potentially here. The street wants to see this thing blast down tomorrow, okay, or today or tomorrow, whatever. I'm positing to you that there is a chance here that we don't roll until post month end. So if we begin to squeeze up and not down, let's go to an hour outlook here. I've got us going up and stopping at the halfway, which is right here, and then rolling down and being trapped in for a dump tomorrow. Right? This is 1600 tomorrow to at least this 732. There's another trade. And I don't know if anyone sees it, but we're going to talk about it. Because I did go back and look. At all the modern, I don't want to say it's modern, but the last 5 years of any rate hikes. I want to draw your attention to 2022, because we did go into a hiking cycle in 2022. Let me see if I can bring this up like this, maybe. This should work right here. Yeah, can I do a 4-hour candle? Let's do a 4-hour candle. Hang tight here. Right in here. And what I want to show you is a couple things here. So this is the JPM collar. And in 2022, we had a bunch of hikes. We had one on March 16th. Here, I'm just going to make these, we'll make these pink. Maybe not pink. Make it something that you can see. That's not too bad. We can see the blue, right? So you have one here on March 16th. And just note that we're coming into the end of a month, right? We ripped faces off. We actually bottomed like the day before. We ended up ripping, rip, then sold. So you remember, we're in a hiking cycle. So we're in a hiking cycle. We have moments where we rip and then moments where we sell. It's like the inverse, right? Like selling down into the actual hike, and then we rip faces off, right? They're pricing in the hike, rip faces off. We've been selling, haven't we? Yeah? Everybody can agree we've been selling, pricing in this hike? So we ended up squeezing in this one, right? The next one was on May 5th, 2022. And you can see we priced this one in right here, and we still ripped up. But of course, this wasn't end of month either, was it? And we were already positioned for down, but we still ripped up, right? So that does help our case for this potential. Then we have June 15th over here. And even on this June 15th, you can see we bottomed the day before. We ripped 3 days. Ripped the day of, day before, the day of, and the day after. So that week was a closing big high up here. Do you see that? And we actually gapped up here too. 15th right here. That was 3.68% to the upside. 3.68 to the upside. Okay? And then if you were to look at another one here, this was July 27th. And look what happened here. The July 27th meeting, and this was in the midst of an actual hiking cycle. We bottomed the day before, and we went fucking bananas up here into July 29th. In the first, this move right here was the day before the hike. That was 6.5% up. That was over the course of a few days, almost 7%. So you could take the 3 and the 6%, and let's take a look down here. And maybe just we'll do a blank chart. Let's leave this as it were. And when this ramping began, it was at 1:30 in the afternoon, between 1 and 1:30. So like right in here, here's 1:30. We're already at 12:30. Sweet. So we're coming in 12:30 right now. This right here is when we started fucking ramping. Like in a big fucking way. Like, so this should spark whatever this like 12:30 is in here. This should spark like ramping. Last time we're in a hiking cycle, that's what we did. So also take note that in the hiking cycle in 2022, we didn't see the high until August 16th. We actually kept ramping middle of summer. And if you look up here, boy, this distribution looks pretty similar, doesn't it? Kinda, right? Maybe a little bit mini, right? Not the full kind of distribution, but like a mini version of it. So what we want to be looking for here, if we start rampo-ramming, if we're not going to get sucked in and sideways into the close, is we want to see if this gets bought, right? We know what to look for here. We know what this look. We know what this is, either distribution or consolidation. If this thing starts getting, pointing upwards here, we could have, this potential that we could see a lot of ramping over the next couple days. So let's see if it happens. I don't know if it's going to happen. You don't know if it's going to happen, but I just laid out for you. I just showed you the most recent example of a hiking cycle. Even if it's a hawkish tone with no hike, even if it's just the talk from the Fed telling you you're going to do a hiking cycle, we did that shit back then too. And once we started getting the hikes, we were selling down into each hike, and then we would literally fucking unwind in a big way. And I want to show you one more thing here. So delete everything in this chart. Let's go to an hourly basis right here. And I just gave you two examples, right? About 3.5%, 7%. It was 6.9 or something. Tip the tail. That's an all-time high. If it was the 7%, and this is to the first, that's a rocket ship up there. We did that in 2022. So there's a real chance here, just based on prior hiking cycles, that we could fucking moon moon, like, and the 10:30 a.m. low is the low. The one that I marked off for you down there, this one right there, potentially that's the low. We're going to see for a minute. Now, the street's arguing against this. The street's telling us they want to see the 7090 tomorrow. They might not get their wish. They might want it, but they might not get it. They might actually get blown out. I mean, these are humans. These are humans. As a matter of fact, the guy that just wrote this one article, he said a bunch of shit that's just not even true. Like I can rip that motherfucker to pieces and show him the data that proves it. But so these guys are wrong sometimes, or they get misinterpreted information, or they get someone. These guys, they piss, they shit, just like you and I. They might not have complete information. They might not even know what the facts are. And these guys weren't addressing this even just 2 weeks ago. So all of a sudden they're addressing it today, right? Yesterday, past few days. So let's see if we get this rip in here. If we do, coming into those new flows right now, just waiting for 12:30 to hit. If you're a bear, this could be your last chance to get out and not have the fucking doors ripped off your puts and your shorts. There's already a bear. He's like, I'm just going to come back and tell him I already closed them if we go up. So let's see what happens in here. We'll know. I think we'll know by 1:30. So I left these. We'll make this one red. We should know by now if we're going to keep ramping. Well, not now, but next hour, 12:30 to 1:30, we'll find out. Then we'll form that new 4-hour candle. We'll see if we can sweep some of the prior 4-hour from this morning, and that 4-hour fucking end of the day candle, if it can be one big giant green dildo. Just something like this. Big, giant green bar into the bell. And I mean it, like big. Like big, giant green dildos. I didn't listen to Trump today. You guys want to give me the synopsis? I wasn't listening. Fully erect. Oh shit. My daughter's at urgent care. Her throat is very swollen. No, my daughter's in the hospital. I said, send me a picture and tell her I love her. I'm just watching this whole thing in here. I gotta say something to my daughter really quick. Hold on, guys. Just wait here. I'm going to try to buy it with you, okay? Just be calm here. Just be chill. Don't do anything in here. I want to see it like this. I'd like to see the next leg personally, but we don't have to do it. This is a 1, 2, 3, but I think it's a bigger one. If this thing starts turning around right now, we're gonna buy the fuck out of it. I've already laid out the case for this trade, so I've shown you the history of it going vertical. You just got to see it happen. I would bet that 2/3 of FinTwit are not ready for a face ripper today, or tomorrow, or Thursday, or Friday. I would guarantee it. Everyone's been told get short. Brad, I think that's probably true. I think that story is probably true. What's St. Patrick's Day? I've been to some pretty rough St. Patrick's Day parades. That's amateur hour for alcoholics. They usually don't stay. Usually don't show up to those things. It's like amateur hour, right? Have to scrub the paint off. Yeah, I was seeking suspicion that they're going to blow their doors off. And this could be bottom here, too. We might not even be able to get down here. Usually it doesn't start ramping, though, till 1:30, so we'll give it a minute to breathe here. See if we can just be patient. See if we can drag it down just a little bit more. And we have a cross of the half an hour trigger and the hourly trigger right now, too. So we can sneak down there and like just touch that cross. You can see it right here happening. Just want to see like this half hour trigger come up a little bit more up here, a little bit more up there, cross that hourly trigger, maybe get the price down here to just check that. And we start ripping faces off up here. Long calls for Friday, 748C. Let's see what that print would be. Hold on here. We could probably use this. Hold on, we're going to use top right. What do we got here? Oh, this is the trade the trigger option profit calculator. You see the workspace. Oh, you can't see the workspace here, but directional, long call, bullish, symbols, SPY. Expiration date, we want Friday, 31st. Yeah, baby, load that fucking chain for me. Fucking Bork, you have such a dirty mind. Underlying spot price 741, minimum price percentage of valuation expiration, well, intrinsic, leg one long call. Can I change this? Strike 748. Is that working or no? Wait a minute. Did I mess that up? Did that load the chain? For some reason, I can't see the 748 strike in there. I haven't used this option profit calculator yet. It's not 4, 8, 8. Oh, for some reason it 731. Option long call. 748. Oh, I see. So this is what it prints. This is what it pays. There's something wrong here. I don't know what it is. Let's see what I'm doing wrong here. I'm looking at this math and I'm like, so we gotta hit. Yeah, I gotta check this. I need to see the price for 760 and I'm not seeing it. What the payoff would be. Hold on here. SPY. $1.12. And we'll just do one. I'm gonna put 100 back in there, but 12 SPY. 748. Calculate. This thing pays. It pays big today. It starts dying though when we get into the 29th and the 30th, but it doesn't show any interest on it. They start losing money tomorrow. But this doesn't include OI either, so maybe the arbitrage isn't in this calculation. Now, if we were to hit 760, that's what I really want to see. If we were to hit 760 on Friday, what would it print? 971%. And that's with no OI in it. So I'd probably print like 2,000% or something like that. So we really got to start cranking here. If this thing doesn't take off, I'm probably going to close them. But if this thing starts taking off, I'm just going to leave them. Buyer stepping in at 1230. I don't see this coming down. Seatbelts on. Put your earmuffs on, bears. We got a far way to go, right? We got a long way to go. To get up to 760, we got to start moving. We'll still probably have a nice drawdown during the rate hike. So we got to get as high as we possibly can. They'll spike it down, and then we just keep ripping up to the upside on a Thursday and Friday. Nobody's long. Everybody's short. Everybody's got their hedging on. Ain't nobody long. Everybody's short. Jim James is telling everybody to get long. Oh boy. I bought 748C for Friday. $1.12. But I think we can trade 760 at 4 p.m. on Friday. I mean, I would rein it in for like 750 or something. I did look at the option profit calculator without any OI. I got to get out of them today. But if this thing starts ramping, I probably don't need to get out of them. There'll be enough interest that they'll be very green by tomorrow and Friday. Everybody's short. Yeah, this is the place to buy again. And just so you know, if you got out and you want to get back in, this is the place to go long again. If they do roll this thing down, we'll know by 1:30. We'll know if it's going to roll to the downside. We trade sideways and stuff. So if we start seeing it like green barring between now and 1:30, it should go fucking moon into the close, and it's tomorrow. It's just to keep going up. And what that would mean would be we print that 760 on Friday close. The market could then unwind, and you could then make a very valid argument for going down to 7090 with a hawkish Fed. And I would be I'd also predicate all of this by saying to you that if this does get picked up and we ramp up into Friday, I would not be bullish on Monday. I would not come into Monday being bullish. We'd have to take a look at it. There was one example where we went up into middle of August OPEX, but we would want to revisit that because there are other examples where we did start selling in the first, or in this case, be the third or fourth. But just revisit it afterwards if this starts ramping. We're gonna find out in the next hour or so. Right now, it's looking pretty good. It's looking like what it's supposed to be looking like. We did get the new high on this one right here. That's good to see. That prior high just got beat. Still going to beat this other prior high here. Anytime, SFI, brother. Gotcha. Yeah, I think they'll fucking rage if that happens. I'm trying to think of it right now. I'm like, probably clean out a bunch of motherfuckers. And it'll become something mechanical. Remember, 1:30. If we're going to move, it should move then. You're going to be forming that 4-hour candle. think Weeble was trying to access my computer. My computer said no. Let's check this 4-hour candles here. I mean, we can erase 745.01, no problem. Like, take out 745.01 into the bell. That's way the fuck up over here. I should go higher. Right there. Right there. PT2. Don't worry about stretching walls. Tell any of those guys, tell any of those trolls, say, you should get a camera and go online and show your trading. Like, say, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. But they'll never do it. They'll never, they could take their cell phone and start their own little YouTube channel and say, oh, look, I'm in, I'm out. They don't ever do that. They just sit on the internet, they just troll. That's all they are, just trolls. You'll find there's some kind of like basement dweller living in their mom's basement. I'm not gonna say the guy's name because I like the guy actually, but there was one guy that was like he was actually there's one of those furus is like actually does live at his parents' house, and he lives in Florida at his parents' house, and a guy that I know knows him in real life. He's like, dude, he lives in a fucking basement at his mom's house. I'm like, what? It's like, yes. It's like it's like one of the biggest furus on FinTwit. Doesn't do a show or anything, doesn't show trades or anything, just like talks about, or bullish, bearish, whatever. Keeps it very, very light. Not I'm going long, I'm going short, none of that shit. Doesn't do any of that stuff. Lives off the subs. Sub life. This is looking really bullish, isn't it? Look, this looks pretty bullish to me. It's kind of. I see you there stretching the walls. I can't read what you're writing, but you get the gist, bro. Ooh. You think the bear is out right now? I bet you the fucking financial juice guy is like, I hear reports of explosions going off in a back alleyway in Timbuktu. There's a trash fire over in the Congo right now. Every green bar.
At the top of the hour, you get the US 70 note auction with a prior high yield of 4.26%, prior bid cover of 2.5, with the US looking to sell $44 billion of 7-year notes. according to JP Morgan Strategist, then is as a preview in late Monday note said that despite the higher level outright yields, we expect tomorrow's auction to require more of a concession in order to be digested smoothly. Given a less supportive macro environment, fair valuations and mixed positive technicals. Primary dealers' positions in 6 to 7 year sector was net long $33.8 billion in the weekend of July 15th versus $31.1 billion average over the past year. Also, latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 888,000 10-year note futures, a potential source of covering demand for the auction.
God damn it. Fucking first day really back in a bit, and I want to play fucking music right now. I want to play bull music right now. Having the time of our lives.
1 million barrels of oil.
Ooh.
Nasdaq 110 in positive now. Last up.
What's that?
0.2%.
Turning positive now? Say it. You dirty fucking bears. Say it. Turning positive now. I'm about to button another button on my shirt today. Oh, whew. There's another button. See what happens. I got that Guido going today. No offense to Guidos out there. I like Guidos. Trading 742.60 right now, implying that we're going to have a move higher to 745 next. Trading 742.64. Remember that we're probably going to get a little resistance up here. Go up here, pump this thing up there, bang this one out right there, bang that one over there. There's going to be a bull out there that panic sold this position. Go trade 760. Fucking rage, fucking bears on the wrong side of the fucking ball. Bulls not holding the market. Be fucking hilarious. Then the bulls get all excited, thinking that it's over. So they're all long. They get fucked up on the third. Bears fucking annihilated, so they're not getting short because the bulls are talking shit to them. New intraday high. I know. I want to play it. I want to play it. I do. I want to play some music. Maybe I could get my daughter to play me some. Hold on. Let me ask her. Maybe I could get one daughter on the show today. We're going to have a meeting here with the daughters and the wife. When you guys, we're going to do a meeting. In the next 48 to 72 hours, I find out my fate. And as soon as I find out and discuss with my children and my wife, we're going to do a show outside of market hours. We'll do a show. You can meet my family. Some of you have known them since, 6 years ago or so. Half my child's life, you've known my kids one way or another. Let me see if I can get the youngest one to play us a song today.
About 4 minutes ago now to get the US 70-year note auction. Prior high yield of 4.26%, prior bid cover of 2.5.
You remember my youngest went to the. I posted a picture of her the other night. If you looked closely at the picture, it shows is it Blue Ridge or something? It showed the music camp that she went to. It's the same one from American Pie where the girl says, I went to band camp. That's the camp she went to. But she did a really intensive program there. She played all day long every day. They have a big, huge hat shell, and they did a big performance. Unironically, I couldn't go. I was at the hospital that day. I couldn't go pick my daughter up at camp. But she came back, and I was able to take her to her first music lesson. Not first, but like first one back from camp to her teacher. And it was crazy to watch her teacher. Her teacher's really good. He knew that she wanted to brag. So he was like, just play me whatever you want. And so she played a bunch of music that she had learned at camp, and he couldn't keep up with her. That's how good. Actually, he told me that she has to find a new teacher, that she's learned everything that she possibly can from this guy. But she's been belting out this music, and now she's learning how to play piano. So listen to this craziness. So the other night, I was hanging out with her a couple nights ago, playing video games with her, and we hooked up the Xbox to the TVs back there, and we started doing that. Then we moved into. She was like, "I want to show you something." So I like gave her money for her bank at camp, and she like spent it all like the first day she was there. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'll load another $100," and she spent all that, and she fucking load another $100.
Now to get the one issued.
And what they did was her and her friends went to the store, the camp store, and they bought a bunch of different cool instrument things. They like formed a band in their cabin. So they bought like harmonicas and keyboards and drums or Congo drums and all kinds of crazy shit. And they had their own little band going on. And one of the cool things that she bought was she bought a keyboard. So my wife played piano very well for many, many years. And my daughter bought a keyboard that you blow into like a clarinet. It has like a cord or a hose, and has a mouthpiece.
That's the one issued.
And so the other night she was reading music. So she's reading the music coming down, and she's playing the clarinet.
471%, 4
And then it's got keys on the screen. So she's like playing clarinet while learning the piano. It was so insane to watch. And she's like, I want to learn how to play the piano now. And this is like, this device will help me do it. And I'm watching her do it, and I'm just like, I can't believe this kid's playing a piano right now whilst playing a clarinet. And she's reading fucking sheet music. So she was playing songs that I've never heard her play before very well. So we're going to see if she said she is. Are you dressed? Are you dressed? Wants to play the clarinet? Clarinet on the show. We need something high tempo, positive, and high tempo, maybe. With lots of beats per minute. I don't know if she knows what that means yet, but let's see if she answers. She might say yes. So if we get this big bull move up into the close, we'll have her come over and play the clarinet, maybe. I heard her playing the Beatles the other night. She'd never played the Beatles before. She started playing the Beatles for me. Oh man, that broke my heart. Boy, look at that! Look at that candle. That 4-hour candle. This 4-hour candle is insane right now.
4 spot 473%.
Look at the 4-hour candle in the day.
3% bid cover, 2 spot 2 spot 49.
It's a beautiful candle right there.
$44 billion 70 notes and awarding 95.17% visit high. Primary dealers take 12.97%. Direct 16.88%. Indirect.
If we can back test and hold 741.73. Where's 740? Let's see if we can hold this one right here. Be a really nice place to hold it. Be right about here.
That's a tail of 0.2 basis points.
No, a little bit lower than that. Hold on. 741.73, somewhere down in here, but not as low as this one. We go a little bit. We could go one more down. Go like right here. Be fine. See if we can get like one more move right down here, but stop like right there. Start going higher. I don't know what the halfback is on this yet, but I think it's there's 740.70. And there's 739.48. There's a few places down here for us to check. The lowest one down there. 739.37. Yeah, that's right. This is the lowest run right here.
Iran's as the US Navy.
I'm just checking the 4-hour test back for it. Or I'm checking the check back on the next 4-hour candle here. Well, so do you want to review it again with you if you weren't here, maybe? I have us rolling at 12:30 down, and like just like being range bounded tomorrow, and then dumping on the hike if we get a hike. But I went back and looked at hiking cycles, and when we are able to sell down into a hike. I looked back. The one that was most recent and glaring was 2022. In these hikes, we actually melted up for the whole week. In one instance, we melted up into middle of August to the OPEX date. Now, when this happened, I marked the low at 10:30 because I thought that was going to be the bottom for this to take place. Now, 1 to 1:30. In the afternoon, we should start green barring, like major moves up. And we shouldn't stop until Friday close. And we can easily put on 750, 760 based on prior history, 3.5% to 7% by Friday close. I didn't measure if we went into August 16th. I think that sends us to 780. By August 16th or August 18th, whenever the fuck OPEX day is for August. So you want to be like paying close attention right now to this. This time period is going to be a big inflection point. So what they would do, right? And the street wants us to dump tomorrow. The street wants to see us dump, put in the 7090, but I don't think we can. I don't think the market is unwound enough. Like, I think we need the 31st to get down there. Maybe we can hit 32 tomorrow, potentially for a quick moment, but I don't think we're gonna even hit that. I think we need to go up to sell down to 7090, and I think the month needs to end for that unclench to be that potential for that unclench to take place. Historically, this would be the place where we find out. We should literally start green barring, like vertical up. And it shouldn't stop until at least the closing bell on Friday. And I think doing 60s is easy. on that close. 50s is target. That's why you do like 48 or something. Do underneath 50, and then you can even do 45 if you wanted. You'd want to diamond hand this all the way to the fucking close. Diamond hand. I can't. I couldn't go back enough. I couldn't go back and I don't have the data plan for some reason to show like the by the hour in that time period. But I was looking at the 4 hours, so I don't know what happened within those 4 hours. Or I saw the low in the 4 hours, but that was it. Low and the high.
Launched an attack on Saudi vessel with ballistic missiles.
And we got to be careful here that this is not just a liquidity grab to sell this fucker down. There is a crossing of the half an hour and hourly trigger here. We didn't hit it on this one here. I drew this in lower to hit it, but
they're continuing implementing the maritime blockade.
We'll just keep an eye on this cross, and when it does cross the actual hour,
comprehensive escalation by
you
comprehensive.
could see a pullback there. Sometimes price gets attracted to these crosses just to make sure we're going up. Remember, though, that this half an hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger, if we test it, let's say we test this here, whenever it crosses, if it holds, that half an hour trigger will create a massive upside move. So it should get violent to the upside. So we'll just keep watching this. And I do have this up here for 4 p.m. up here. And this could mean reports do this too. That's the other thing too. Like just a word of warning here. Like this target here, like they grind you in here, and then all of a sudden it's straight up on reports. Just the path here in a larger frame. You could trade this whole range here. This looks good though so far. This is all looking great. None of this looks bad to me.
So Israel Prime Minister spokesperson says Israel supports whatever path Trump chooses.
Hold on a second. I got my wife and daughter back. Hold on, guys.
And Netanyahu spokesperson says US and Israel are fully aligned on Iran.
She's got strep. Did you tell her though that I was already on amoxicillin? That's why I didn't get sick, or as sick as she is.
Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Gabadi says Tehran proposed to Muscat that Iran manage one-way shipping transit through.
Did you tell the doctor that?
Strait of Hormuz, and Oman manage the opposite.
That's what I was wondering, is if I wasn't as sick, because I was fucking sick as fuck. So that means I have strep throat too. Did they give her amoxicillin or something else?
And again, just saying again, Houthi says they targeted Saudi oil tanker for violating the blockade.
Yeah, and amoxicillin does work on strep. And I'm in the middle of a site. I'm on amoxicillin right now because I'm getting crowns put on my feet, my feet and my teeth.
According to the Israel spokesperson, Turkey.
My molar, my whatever wisdoms, the ones that are right behind the wisdom teeth. So a new 4-hour candle begins here at 1:30. And we're going to find out Are we going to fill a 4-hour candle to the downside or a 4-hour candle to the upside? Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Show you guys what I'm looking at. So this is just candles. I don't really need to look too much at anything but candles. I don't think. So just right in here. This is your 4-hour candle right here. Should probably bring one of these down. So just want to be checking this 4-hour candle is what matters here. And we're going to start a new 4-hour candle. The question becomes, does the candle go here? Right? Does the candle go in here? Candle go in there, right?
Iran says they won't recognize the Strait of Hormuz.
We don't want to be losing this right here. Another mark right here. This is where the sellers were to the downside. It'd be really good if we could defend this right here. If there was anywhere to defend, it's probably this one right here. And that is 740.69. And then there's 739, 38, 30, 739.
They won't recognize this
Change.
route if the man rejects our terms.
This is a 1-minute chart, and that 4-hour candle is representative of this right here. Something like this, right? It's a bigger candle, of course, but there's a line right in here. There's a line somewhere in here, but there's another one somewhere down in here. So we just want to like scoop up the next 4-hour candle to buy here. $15 minutes left. I'm gonna take a quick 15-minute break. Just gonna go potty really quick. Check on my youngest daughter. I don't think we're going anywhere. I don't think we're gonna go anywhere for the next 15 minutes. We're just gonna try to mark that low to start that new candle up, and we'll just watch it from there. Give me 15 minutes. Be right back with you guys.
NVIDIA CEO Huang urges support for open weight AI models, with Huang calling open weight models crucial for AI safety and security. So currently commenting to reporters during a visit to the US Senate offices.
There should be some volatility as we come into this half an hour. Not necessarily negative, but just be aware of it. And this might give you some context here. If you look closely, you see this 4-hour right here? Let's see how they're trying to send it underneath this 4-hour here. We need to be above it. Start that new 4-hour candle. There's 130. Just going to remove this for a minute just so we can see it. One more minute. What is it? 740.37. Right there. This no longer matters. Here's the 1-hour right here. Coming into that 4-hour. This one already got bought here, so we don't need that anymore. It already got bought. That one right there too. All right, we got our first candle starting. Let me see this really quick. Just want to show any of you guys that are young traders. I just want to show as quickly as possible if I can. So just see how we put this last candle in. You see this right here? You put that last candle in, you want to hold this, right? So you have your old 4-hour candle here. And once you start that new candle, you drag this thing down, boom, you put it right on the top right here. And you want to be defending this, right? Like you want to see the market defend this to put you know, there's a chance, you know, we're either going to be getting some kind of a green candle up here, or we're going to get some kind of a red candle, right? So if they start selling this, we start losing this. This could turn into something where, you know, it's either like this, or the whole move is removed, right? So you're just going to be looking prior in time, the 4 hours, see if you can defend this, right? Can you defend this and then bring this thing up for your next 4-hour candle? Or do you not? Does that make any sense? You're looking to put that 4-hour candle, attack this prior. You can't see it over here, but here's the other, because you already did the halfback trade, right? You had to look above as well. So if you looked above the halfback trade, which we did right here, that's implying that we're going to trade this one next. As long as we're holding this next 4-hour candle up, you're going to have a target up here of 744.97 and potentially 745.56, right? Into the bell. That would be your target, right? So 744.97 is where? Right up here, right? Right up there. Right to there. Right there. Make sense? Whoop. Now we know that this has to be defended, right? Just by looking at that 4-hour candle, you're like, this is the base for us to go up and trade that 745. So, we should start going up. If we start losing it, we'll know that we're going to defend. Well, we'll know that if we lose it, we'll know we lose it. We'll know that it's going to plunge down to the bottom of that. At a minimum, it'll plunge down to like 739 and change. That's right in here. This is where the bottom of the full body candle from the 4-hour is.
Continue our path on this trade.
And we know that 36 is kind of like way down here, right? It's not even right here, is it? It's way down here. As we wrote this in earlier today, potential squeeze zone right here, 130. We got long down here. This is 736. This is racing the entire move down here, but I don't think we're going down there right now. Keep an eye on it. It's looking just fine right now. Thank you, V Princess. Appreciate you saying that. I do appreciate likes, reposts, posting it on your socials, saying nice things about me on Reddit, maybe telling trolls to fuck off or whatever you could do. Any of that, I appreciate any of that. I don't do enough of that, so that's changing though. That's changing quickly soon here, but I appreciate that. That big old green box right there. Now have the 4-hour candle forming parked above it. You could put your stops up, raise your stops from down here. These are the original stops we had, right? We're going to move these all the way up here. Move these all the way up here. And we're going to put them right here. And if we start blasting down, we'll pick it back up again down below. This is the base case. This is the island of poop for the bulls. As long as they own this, up is the way. This in so you can see it. So you can see the whole dot. Yeah, it's a nice 4-hour candle so far. I hope we can hold it. If we can hold it, it's a fucking beauty. You see it? It looks good right now. We need to actually break the prior high on the day. Like the first key would be to take out 742.80. So we just got to get like, if you can get up just up here, it's all over. We're not there yet though. Kind of have to smash that prior high from the prior 4-hour candle. It's also the intraday high too. Also note that the half-hour trigger is still crossing the hourly. I don't like that. This bugs me because we normally get attracted to this cross. Like we will go down there, even if it's just a liquidation break. Keep your eyes on this cross that's taking place right now. It happens in between now and 2 p.m. Supposedly, someone gave me a bull song that's copyright free. It's pretty trashy too. If we played it in the show, if we go green into the close here and we play this song, I'll give you a fair warning if you're a bear. Just put the earmuffs on. Just mute the show when I play. You don't want to hear it. It's pretty trashy. It's like the intro to our show. It's fairly trashy. I gotta get a bear song for the intro too when we have like bear days, so I can switch it up. I gotta write that down. I need bear intro music. I've already bought my shirts. I can roll up my sleeves. Depending on how bearish we are that day. Roll them all the way up to my fucking shoulders. Just like cut them off with a pair of scissors at some point. We'll put some Velcro on them. And I'll just rip them off. That's it. It's one of those days. Full sleeve roll. I'm gonna write that down too. I'm gonna ask my clothier if we can put like tearaway sleeves on my shirts. Tearaway sleeves. We're gonna go full white trash. I'll need to get like a mullet or something. Maybe a mullet wig. Not a cheap one, expensive one. Spoo's bleeding right now. Coming down to sniff out the cross of the half an hour trigger and hourly trigger. Make sure that the way is higher. Or not. If successful, this should turn into a pretty decent squeeze here. Now trading 740.77 from the chart that I showed you earlier with candlesticks. Should see buyers here.
So according to your sources,
I haven't checked the 3 month yet.
The Houthis for Red Sea passage.
I want to see what the 3 month and 6 month yield are saying about tomorrow. It's rolling. It's nice to see that. You guys notice the 3 month rolling here? It's saying we're not getting a cut today. Let me just check the 6 month. Six month cooling off as well. Let me show you this. Let me show you a 6 month really quick. So here's the 6 month yield. You can see that it bounced just perfectly. People are like, I can't believe that bounced on the yellow line. Yes, it did. My question here is like, do you get the like everyone wants the dump on everyone wants the dump on, hey, it's hike day. But you could see this like come down, get the hike, and then the hike doesn't actually show up until right about here, right on that daily trigger. That's the third Monday. So it starts cranking again, and you get the actual roll in the market's not until next week. This thing starts bouncing. Right, and that daily trigger will be right on that 4, right in there. And you'll price in that cut or even no cut. It's going to be difficult to get through this one. We might hold just right here. We can get through, but it's going to be difficult. I think even the 739.39, what is that over here? Yeah, like even getting this one's going to be a challenge. This one's not going to be easy. I don't even think getting down here is easy. I think that's bottom right here. I think it is. Fairly certain of it. Maybe you can catch this. Remember, if your stops are triggered, you don't take the stops off until they make the retrace back up. You don't trigger your stops here. It's blasting through. You're losing money. You wait until we do the exhaustion candles. This doesn't look like an exhaustion for the second new low. Normally, you'd see a couple red candles in here, and then we'd start putting in the new low. You'd close your, you finally utilize your stops, then take this to the downside. But it doesn't look like it. This looks very, very bullish. Not seeing any weakness here. So this is fine. Your stops, if it was me, I would not get out here. Stay long.
As a reminder, in 10 minutes' time, Trump is due to attend Lindsey Graham's funeral. We do have a video on the feed for those interested.
See if I can turn this on here. Oh, hold on here. Looks like we've got some dignitaries.
Leader Thune also said no one took his job more seriously than Lindsey. But he also said that no one was more capable.
I think Trump is going to speak here, so I'll leave it on, but I'll leave it low.
I wrote down one line. He was entertaining always and pretentious never. So
Dude, it wasn't like Lindsey Graham into some like entertaining always. I thought he was in some.
Remembering both the professional achievements and also the personal relationship that they had with him.
And I find that an incredibly significant part of his tenure within Congress. The fact that he is able to kind of just have this emphasis with Justice presence and his demeanor and how he presented himself really goes to show the kind of senator he was when it comes to legislative business, when it comes to the interactions, because I feel like that's incredibly pivotal. Because there's a number of lawmakers that I've spoken to over the years where they say if lawmakers don't like someone, they are not going to work with them. But that is clearly not the case when it came to Senator Lindsey Graham, because you had both Republicans and Democrats who are more than willing to work with him, to do events with him, have these press conferences. And more times than not, he was very willing to speak his mind very clearly on whatever it was.
Well, for sure. And we heard about that this morning from Vice President J.D. Vance at the memorial service at the Capitol, when he told the story of a time when he and Senator Graham, remember, Vice President Vance was an Ohio senator before he was the vice president. They were arguing during one of the Senate Republicans' luncheons over Ukraine. And he said, not too long after that, he heard about Senator Graham advocating for then Senator Vance's railway safety bill.
Yeah.
Which, of course, he was advocating for after the derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. And he was surprised to hear this. And he said, when he asked Senator Graham about why he was championing for that bill, he says that Senator Graham told him basically, I don't care about it, but I know you do. And he said that he was somebody who could disagree with you without being disagreeable. and that he would always find a way to fight. Even though he could fight with you on one issue, he would fight for you on another. And we saw that work, as you said earlier, across the aisle. Senator Graham was often working with Democrats, and I know we've heard from several Democrats about this. I know Dick Durbin, the senator from Illinois, has spoken frequently about the legislation he had been working on for Dreamers, immigration legislation, and that Senator Graham was the only Republican who'd be willing to co-sponsor his bill. So you're seeing these kinds of tributes as we see the casket here now coming out of the hearse. You see those kinds of tributes from folks on both sides of the aisle who counted him as a friend, as Leader Thune pointed out earlier today.
And let's just take a moment to see this casket go into the cathedral now. As I had noted actually in our previous special.
Oh, they got Mitch McConnell there too.
Lindsey Graham's body. Senator
They got him in a wheelchair with a blanket over him and a pair of sunglasses. He ain't moving.
He is heading into the National Cathedral before eventually he will be laid to rest.
There's a couple of young guys hanging out with him too. There's like two young, they look like they're just out of college guys wheeling him around. Looks like he's got sunscreen on his face too, on his nose. Andrew McCarthy's holding him up. I saw that picture where they said it was AI. They used an AI image for his picture. You could see it in the newspaper. They were holding up for proof of life. It's so bizarre. Like, that shit wouldn't pass shit in college. Like, you try to fucking take a picture of yourself with a new AI newspaper, you wouldn't get away with nothing. Your work, your job, nothing. First people to abuse that shit, fucking Congress. Congress right out the gate. Look you dead in the eyes and be like, no, that's a real picture, bro. We're just parked in between those two levels right there, that 740, 72 and the 741, 32. Just floating around right now. Remember, we're on a 1-minute chart here. We haven't gone shit nowhere. If you look at like a 4-hour candle, we're just parked inside of those two boxes, the two blue boxes there. Here comes Trump. He's walking into the cathedral. I can almost smell the incense burning right now. I was an altar boy. Lindsey Graham, he's got to be like a Methodist or something, right? Like a Protestant or something. Let me look it up. What's his religion? I mean, I'm making an assumption here because he's from the South, but what is he? I was gonna say Methodist or Baptist. I'm shocked that he's a Baptist. He's a Southern Baptist Christian. No shit, Southern Baptist. I've been to a Southern Baptist church. Been to a few Southern Baptist churches. Oh no, actually, I went to one Southern Baptist church when I was in the Army. for like a whole weekend. The Army brought us to it for a weekend retreat. It was wild. They were like really nice to us, and then the day that I left it was like a Sunday or something. Or I don't know, maybe it was like Thursday, Friday. No, I think it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
President and Vice President are currently in attendance.
And like the whole weekend was awesome. We had a blast. Like there was a candy, and they were. It's funny too because they said to us, the drill sergeants were like, "You have like religious freedom. You don't have to go to this." And we were like shut down for a few days. It was during a holiday or whatever. We were shut down, and base was on lockdown or some stupid shit like that. And they gave us an option. They were like, "You can either go to this Baptist church retreat, or I'll put you on duty all weekend and smoke you." And so, of course, you know, like the entire battalion's like, "Fuck yeah, you know, we'll go." And so we showed up to this Baptist church on like a Friday, and they had like food and sweets, and they had basketball and all kinds of cool shit. And then you could kind of talk to other females and stuff. And so we did that the whole entire weekend. And then they gave us this big service
Secretary Bessent is there.
the last day we were there. And we're all watching the service, and they're like, "We're going to put on a play for you." And I'm not trying to make fun of these guys either. Like, I got nothing negative to say about Baptist Church. They were actually really nice to us. But they brought out the Fire and Brimstone, and I had never seen it before. I'd heard of it, but I had never seen it. So they did the play for the Fire and Brimstone. Holy shit! They had people witnessing. Like one woman was like, "I used to drink and drive, and my friend Susie's dead now, and she wasn't able to be saved." And it was like a real story, I think, from what I was told. But they did a whole play on Fire and Brimstone. And like I was a Catholic, so I'd never seen that shit. I was like, "What?" Like the Catholics will tell you, like they tell you the Fire and Brimstone. They tell you you're bad and you're gonna go to hell and all that shit. But they don't do plays for it. And so I was just like taken aback. I was like, "Oh wow, I'm fucked. I'm going to hell." And
during his confirmation,
it was interesting, to say the least.
When he defended Justice Kavanaugh, you know, against different.
Yeah, they do have some dirt on him. They have some dirt on him. They have some dirt on him with some women too, right? And men too.
And you know, at the time, he was basically arguing.
I don't know if that stuff has been verified or not, but I read about some of it.
And basically,
They all do. Like all these fucking guys. Let's be honest. Like
Justice Kavanaugh and President.
I watched.
Republicans credit Senator Graham with his.
I watched. What's her name? Rashida Tlaib didn't bring up nothing at the Senate hearing, and she's like the Gang of Eight or whatever. She was bought and paid for at the Senate hearing too. So, you know, like even when you like, let's say you don't like AOC or you don't like Trump, like the glaring polar opposites or whatever. Like all of these politicians, they all have a price. They have to work together.
And other members of the
I watched Rashida Tlaib and I was like, someone paid her or she did a favor for somebody. She must have done something for a favor for somebody.
In the Senate, among Senate Republicans, and there's been a lot of talk since his passing of who fills that void now. Because although certainly the president has a lot,
I don't trust any of them. And you got to remember too, my father was a lobbyist. It's like I got this. How this started for me was like the distrust for politicians was that my father was a lobbyist. That was his job and his profession. He worked for Mel King, and he worked for James Craven. Well, not for. This is kind of weird. So he actually worked for those guys, but he didn't. Like publicly, he didn't work for them. But he worked for interest groups, and then he worked with the mayor of Boston and the state rep for Boston. And what was always wild to me was that I was aware of this when I was younger. At that time I was like becoming interested in politics. Of course, my dad was working in politics, and on Sundays we would go to church, and I was went to Catholic school, went to everything Catholic, Catholic baseball, Catholic basketball, you name it, everything Catholic. and you do the Cub Scouts for your Poverty Day. You get your Eagle Scouts. You do all the things. You're an altar boy. We even had a theater group, and I was involved in that. Like basically, your whole life revolves around the church. And on Sundays, the priests from all the congregations in Boston would get together. And well, I just should say Boston, but like Boston proper, they would all get together and have a big brunch, like once a month. And my father owned a restaurant and a catering company, and so the catering company would send the chefs down and stuff and cook the meal for the priests. And it was always weird to me because the people that showed up to these things, this is the only time of these priests together. So you'd see politicians come to these brunches, and all these priests would get shit-faced, eat and drink and pig out, just like very like. And it was weird because you knew that these politicians didn't like each other in public, but they all hung out and broke bread together on a Sunday in a private room. And they were. What else was shocking was that there were reporters there too, and they would never say a word either. And then they would come to my father's house, and they would do these smaller brunches at my father's house, almost like a breakout or something. So like then another week, I'd come home from church and I would see all these like very powerful men in my home, and I would they would take pictures. The reporters would take pictures of me and my sister, my brother, and
Steve Witkoff is also there in the front row.
it was really bizarre because I knew my father would talk to me about this stuff, like age appropriate stuff, but be like, you know, those guys are right, you know, those guys are over there, and they were all friends. I don't know if it's like that today in politics, but when I was a kid, it was my first real taste of realizing that what goes on behind closed doors is way different than what we're told. You know, you go to the lowest common denominator to enrage people, and then in reality, these guys are all working together behind the scenes. They're all negotiating with each other. They're all friendly with each other. You know, if you ever saw like a picture, let's say, of Lindsey Graham and like AOC drinking a fucking Bloody Mary on a Sunday behind a closed door, your face would melt off, right? They'd like fire Lindsey Graham, they'd fire AOC or whatever. Like, immediately when you see that shit in public.
I'm actually going to switch the camera so you can actually see the other angle of it as we're bringing in more here.
The Graham family is now walking into the cathedral.
So still no speeches or anything like that. They're just jaw-jacking. And family members being walked through a procession right now. I think that was when I first like. It was when the wool was first pulled over my eyes.
As she was there with her husband and her children, but you could see the true grief in her face, and it's one of those things where honestly as somebody who has siblings,
the ladybug story. I used to just play up my cars. We had this like huge like 20 by 30 foot Persian rug, this monster Persian rug, and I would just play with my army men in my cars, and I pretended I was Indiana Jones.
That's right. And
I stayed out of their way. It was really weird. How I recall it was you knew something was up when it was going on. It was like an important thing, you know. The important people in Boston are getting together.
Senator Graham had a close personal friendship with.
And Mel King went to jail too. They ended up catching him at some point. I think he went to jail. Let me check. I almost swear Jim Craven didn't. He died in office. I remember that. Hold on, Mel King. This guy was a gangster.
Central doors will open, and the pallbearers will move the casket forward into the nave, and then the service will be officially underway.
What was he? Let's see. So Mel King. Let me see. Go to the Wikipedia page. American politician, community organizer, educator. In 1973, was elected member of Massachusetts House of Reps. Runner-up mayoral election in '83. Ray Flynn. He used to come too. As a matter of fact, when he was the runner-up for the 1983 mayoral election, he was at my house when he was running for that election.
would find the right opportunity.
I thought he went to jail, but I'm not sure.
It's rare that we get these kinds of emotions and
Let me see. Yeah, he was part of the Rainbow Coalition. I remember those people.
because someone
It doesn't say he went to jail. Maybe I'm trying to think who went to jail. One of these guys went to jail back then. This is, you got to remember. I'm remembering like my childhood here. Did James Craven go to jail?
will no longer be able to put their touch and emphasis on a piece of legislation like that. I mean, I've covered only a handful. I feel like you've also only covered like a handful as well.
Yeah, so he went to jail. That's who it was. James Craven went to jail.
Is one where it's very unfamiliar territory.
No, this isn't him.
It is, and
Hold
to
on.
see this bipartisan gathering,
Craven, Massachusetts.
and Democrats coming together to pay tribute to Senator Graham, and both sides of the aisle have noted his absence in the Senate.
Yeah, legal troubles.
Sides of the aisle have called him a friend, and we've heard of those kinds of funny stories and memories
Says he had legal troubles.
in both parties, and that's something rare that you don't always see these days. But Senator Graham, as you mentioned, worked with both Republicans and Democrats.
And it says he was with this guy named Cornelius Joseph Doyle. I know Joe Doyle, and his son's name is Eddie Doyle. They own Doyle's Cafe in Boston, second oldest bar in Boston. And I remember Flynn too. Flynn was I don't think Flynn ever went to jail. I think he was in the FBI when he was younger or something. James Flynn. I think he was the mayor of Boston.
Where with the Father and the Holy Spirit you live and reign, one God forever and ever. Amen.
Or maybe it wasn't his name's James. Ray. It was Ray Flynn. That's what it was. Ray Flynn.
Also pray for all who mourn,
I knew that guy too.
that they may cast their care on God and know the consolation of his love. Almighty God, look with pity upon the sorrows of your servants for whom we pray. Remember them, Lord, in mercy. Nourish them in patience. Comfort them with a sense of your goodness. Lift up your countenance upon them and give them peace through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
In the service for the late Senator.
Yeah, and John Kerry, I used to know him too. Tim O'Neill. Met all those guys. I'm looking to see if trying to find a documentary. I'm actually in the documentary. Can't find it right now. You can see if you guys want to see a video of me when I was a kid.
I am resurrection and I am life, says the Lord.
Here we go.
Whoever has faith in me shall have life, even though he die. And everyone who has life and has committed himself to me in faith shall not die forever. As for me, I know that my Redeemer lives, and that at the last he will stand upon the earth. After my awaking, he will raise me up, and in my body I shall see God. I myself shall see, and my eyes behold him, who is my friend and not a stranger. For none of us has life in himself, and none becomes his own master when he dies. For if we have life, we are alive in the Lord.
All right, I'll play this in the background. We're getting close to the end of the day.
So then, whether we live or die, we are the Lord's possession.
I'm going to start looking at earnings for after the bell today. We've got
In the Lord, so it is, says the Spirit.
Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood, O'Reilly, ARM, Qualcomm, Lam Research, Chipotle. We also of note, we've got Apple, which has been just ripping faces off before we ever get to them. We've got them Thursday after the close. Roblox, Reddit, Rivian. And before the bell tomorrow, we get some healthcare companies. It looks like a lot of oil and gas companies on Friday open. So take a look at Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood, ARM, Qualcomm. Remember that I posted in the Discord earlier this week that Microsoft and Meta have to be bought back. We'll take a look specifically at Meta. Today will be the first one we're going to look at. Just grinding sideways right now. Trump's not doing anything yet. I don't see him going up or anything like that.
Good morning and welcome to Washington National Cathedral. My name is Randy Hollerith. I'm the Dean of the Cathedral, and on behalf of all of us who serve God in this place, please know that we are a house of prayer for all people, and you are always welcome here. Today we bid farewell to a man much beloved by many, and I know it means a great deal to Senator Darlene Graham and to the entire Graham family to have all of you here today. Lindsey Graham was a man of faith, a longtime public servant who devoted his life to this country and to his cherished South Carolina.
My pick for the end of the day today is Meta.
In both places. And we gather this afternoon to honor his life and commend his soul to God in firm and abiding faith that he now rests in the life hereafter. Let us pray today that God's love and peace may abide with him this day.
I'm just grinding sideways in this 4-hour candle.
Now would you join with
Half-hour
me
trigger's still coming up.
to God and sing How Great Thou Art.
Let me just check these other tickers that are reporting after the bell. I think Hood can come down some more. We're going to talk about, first we're going to talk about Meta. Then we're going to talk about O'Reilly, who I like. Microsoft, yeah. Looks like they already made part of their move. Just check ARM really quick. arm could see a little bit more down before it unclench. Oh, I like Qualcomm too. So my top 3 right now is Meta, O'Reilly, then Qualcomm. I want to look at Chipotle. They're in the same shit that Netflix was in. Man, I like Lamb Research too. Not that much, but I like it. CMG. I like CMG here too. Here. Kind of like it. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is supposed to be done here too. I like CMG too. Man, I got a lot to do today. I like AEM too. That could be the juiciest one of the bunch. Okay, we're going to look at that one first. AEM. Fortinet, I don't know. Like that one's okay. What's that one looking like? Ooh, that one's the ugly. Sell the fuck out of that one. Sell the fuck in my viewpoint. Sell the fucking fuck out of FTNT. They're just looking to get woodshedded. Oh yeah. If you're looking to short something, I fucking hate FTNT. It's a Foxtrot Tango November Tango. All right, all right. So that's my bear call. FTNT sell. We have got Trump coming on.
Members of the cabinet.
Please don't say the fucking. Don't talk about the Democrats, bro. Don't do it.
Darlene and the entire Graham family.
Please, dude. Do not stump speech.
Today we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow.
Please.
To honor a beloved friend,
FTNT. Fuck that. No thanks.
a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original who left us much too soon.
What's up? I think today's Tuesday. I know today's Tuesday. I read that. I go back in and try to read it when I can. If I said Wednesday, it's just a speaking thing. So let's talk about that really quick. So, do you ever watch a video? Do you ever notice how there's like quick little cuts? It's because you're talking live, and then you go back in and edit it so it sounds like everything is perfect, right? So sometimes they'll say things that are nonsense, but I don't mean it. Like, I know today's Tuesday. I know that tomorrow's Wednesday. I know that tomorrow's FOMC. So if you hear me say something like, "Oh, it's Wednesday," oh no, because Meta's tomorrow. That's why. Fuck. God damn it! I did it. I did pick the wrong day, didn't I? And I know it's Tuesday. So it's not today. It's tomorrow. Microsoft, Meta. We'll chart these anyways. Let's talk about them. We're still going to talk about them. So hold on one second. Let's take a peek at them.
Measure of his good and mighty heart, until that heart itself just.
Hang tight 1 second.
But even though Lindsay's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor,
I want to see if you can hear this.
no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest.
You hear that?
He died doing the work he was.
Yeah, you can hear that.
He was truly a great politician.
All right. So this is FTNT. We're going to start with the bear symbol first. So what I want to show you here is if Trump says anything about the market, I'll stop speaking. So I want you to look here in this daily here.
None of us will ever forget.
And I don't like this right here.
Nobody like Lindsay.
I don't like that this is peaked and starting to roll. I don't like how high this monthly is. This is the one that scares me the most right here. How high this is.
His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back.
I want to check that earnings right here, just so we can see what was taking place. We're at a peak and a peak.
As Lindsay said,
The only issue that I have here is this one doesn't quite match up.
successful bar owner is that you have to be funny enough that people will keep coming back,
Try this one.
and that you have to be tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last.
That was a pretty severe dump in here in their earnings.
To fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him.
It was a 26% dump.
He learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for.
This one got bought right here.
She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsay, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsay nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell
On
you
30 minutes,
he's not here.
the hour is bullish. The daily is slightly bullish,
Just 20 years
but I
old.
don't like the weekly close on this one.
15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsay became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsay's proudest legacy, now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the Great Big Beautiful Bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there too, I can tell you. And of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court. His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh.
Remember that the weekly is rolling over here.
On this very good man, and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good.
Oh, don't say that.
He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful. But he was also ready.
He's saying that people didn't like him.
Gleam in his eye after being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight. Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast.
That's a big wick right there, right?
Told him, Tim, if Jesus himself comes back before 10 a.m., I ain't going. Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, and no one ever doubted the gravity of
These guys are right here.
Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong
You
America.
can see him right here.
He had
There's the second one right there.
in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago. That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, so, can you really levitate? The Dalai Lama was not happy with that. But no matter how high he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsay and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts.
This is what I've got for FT
Back in 2016, Lindsay
NT.
rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot.
If you want to snip that,
Exploded. He said I had that number for 20.
this is a second leg here.
I don't know what he did with it, but it
4,
exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way.
1,
It was Lindsay
2.
who had the last laugh because while I blew up his phone all for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsay did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy.
That's FT FTNT.
And only because of his really, and I will say this memorial service, it's so hard to say, a memorial service for Lindsay, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe
We're going to start with AEM first instead of Meta.
But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother.
You can kind of see that this needs cleaned up down here.
Bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that pool hall where his parents raised him to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved. This son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted.
There's still a fucking gap back here.
And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit. You waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America, and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person.
And that didn't matter in here. They still sold that fucking thing down.
I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial. For when he has stood the test, he will receive.
I said I was bullish on this one, but I'm not. Look at that weekly there. That's brutal. That's brutal right there. This is bad. I'm actually bearish on AEM too.
And a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents.
And I don't like this over here.
With his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He did a good job in that speech overall. What's this one right here? Why did they buy that? I get the idea that this is lifted up, that should be bottom, but it's not. This gap is left behind right here. That's where the pain is. There's more pain over here too. There's a fuck ton of gaps left behind on this thing. 1, 2, 3, 5. Do it like this. 1, 2. Well, that's not 3. Okay, that makes sense. So this is a corrective leg right here. So you got what? 1, 2, 3. Three. Then back down again. That's fine there. That held just fine. That's a cell. So you kind of have to be down in there. Something like that. Hold on, though. See that? See that candle's erased right there? And it was bought right here. And that wasn't 80% of that candle either. That's why this is holding up here, because of the 3-month right here. I think I'm going to turn this off. I don't think we need to hear this anymore. I don't see any other politicians coming up. I see Bessent, but I don't know if that's him walking up there or not. I don't think that it is. That guy's bigger.
I want to thank all of you for being here on behalf of Lindsay, Darlene, and his family that loved him so much. You know, many of you know that I speak for a living, and President Trump often reminds me that I kind of never stop talking, whether on air or off air. And while it is an honor to be standing in this place today, I simply wish that our dear friend Lindsay were here with us, as all of you do. He would have been so proud, he would have been so honored, Mr. President, that you were here. Mr. Vice President, that you were here. I see the Secretary of State is here. I see the entire cabinet is here. Thank you, all of you, each and every one of you. Chief of Staff is here. Steve Witkoff is here. I see everybody. We are here to
You can see they're defending this right here.
to a true original. There was nobody like Lindsey Graham, nobody.
The weekly is pulling up right now, which is interesting to see.
He loved representing the great state of South Carolina. He worked harder. He traveled more than any senator I ever knew. I couldn't believe his travel schedule. And he was just a force of nature in a good way, for good reasons. Nobody visited more war zones. Nobody met with more active duty troops. Nobody loved with the exception perhaps of our president, our military more, and that included the decades of service that he served himself, both on active duty and in the reserves. To our nation's warriors, I have a message to you today. He was so grateful to all of you for putting your lives on the line for your country. Nobody admired you more. Now, I want to say for the record, Lindsey and I did not always agree, not on everything. But we could disagree and we could remain friends, and we remained friends for decades. We had similar backgrounds. This may shock some of you. We both, in different ways, we both grew up in a bar. You know, I started working at 12, washing dishes till 2, 3 in the morning. Then I was a cook at 13. At 17, I was tending bar. Lindsey, as the president mentioned, and a bartender at 17. And his father, Darlene, you know, as you know, he ran a bar. He ran a liquor store. He ran a pool room. And it's amazing what life lessons you can learn in that environment. By the way, not all of them are really good lessons. I can tell you that. We did laugh about it constantly. We shared stories always. And yes, I shouldn't admit this in the National Cathedral, we could still curse like we were behind a bar. Lindsey does hold a couple of records that I don't think will ever be broken on the Fox News channel. And number one was how freely he would use certain words on my show in particular. Now, in this beautiful cathedral, I will not repeat them, but his first record was on how many different occasions those words would come flying out of his mouth. That was record one. Record number two was how many times could he say it in a single appearance. I did show a montage on my show about this. And, you know, I will selfishly admit that when a U.S. Senator utters certain words on national TV, it is really, Mr. President, you'll appreciate this, it is great for ratings. And Senator Graham was great for ratings because people listened to him. He drew you in. He had that passion to draw you in. So for that, I was very grateful. Lindsey also is well known on my TV show. He was a shameless self-promoter. I don't think any one person ever said LindseyGraham.com more than Lindsey Graham.
The next day,
And then he'd
then
call me
dump.
hours later and tell me how much money he raised on my show that night. And over, if he were here today, I'm sure he would not miss a chance to say DarleneGraham.com. I'll say it for him. For the record, it was always a bit risky to have Lindsey on your TV show. My Fox colleagues, they would understand this. And I could have easily been fired for any of these occasions. And I'm extremely grateful to my boss, Lachlan Murdoch. He is with us today.
Maybe this is more bullish than I expect here.
News Channel. And
If you're taking these two out right here,
Darlene, for what your brother said. And I'm about to finish my 30th year at Fox, in part because I got to interview wonderful leaders like your brother. Lindsey, I want everybody to know, was so proud to be a senator. He was so proud to serve the people of South Carolina. For the people of that great state, I want you to know with no ambiguity that you gave Lindsey Graham the honor of a lifetime. Thank you. At his core, Lindsey was a man driven by principle: God, family, country. He was a friend's friend. He was a great patriot. He fought with every ounce of strength he had in his body for the things that he deeply believed in. He's also, as my friend, one of the funniest people that you could ever
we
know.
took this high out right here. You see it?
Nonstop.
That prior high got taken out. You could argue that this one wasn't taken out, but you don't need.
With me, he
See
never,
this right here?
and that was the basis of our deep friendship. I will miss him so much.
Missed that one, but that's not the second one down.
He
That
would
one
be
is.
so
This one you
honored,
could argue that one is, but it was taken.
so honored that you are here today. He loved you as he loved his country. He loved the times you played golf. I heard about every single solitary hole. He loved the meals that you shared. He loved the late night conversations you had. And Mr. President, you gave him the greatest gift of his life, and that was a front row seat at the highest levels of history in the making. It meant the world to him. Thank you, sir, for that. I see Prime Minister Netanyahu is here. Mr. Prime Minister, you too have been a dear friend of mine for 30 years.
That's what I have for AEM.
And Lindsay would have been blown away that you took this long
Failure of that high right there.
beautiful bride to be here.
Right in here.
He loved you. He loved the state of Israel. He loved the
Keep an eye on this one right here.
Under your leadership, Israel has been one of America's most consistent and loyal allies. He was never shy to say it to the day he passed. And just as President Trump has been Israel's strongest friend in the history of the White House, you know, the two partners aligned together.
It's
Lindsay
a halfback trade right here, but
to Israel in the United States
he
Senate.
left a bunch of shit back
As long
here.
as I've known this man. Lindsay, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot.
You want to snip this one? You can. Then I'm going to move to Meta.
The truth was the opposite. Lindsay desperately wanted and talked to the president about a lasting peace in the Middle East. He wanted every region, every country in the region on that path to peace.
This is a tough one right here. This one right here. This is another chance to sell.
His greatest gift
If
in
you
life
can't get above this one,
was Lindsay's
and then I think this one
moral
fails in here.
He understood right from wrong, good from evil. And he knew, as president,
That's 20% right there.
as Israel knows, as I know, there can be no path to peace until
And this can fail here. You can do,
evil, in this case, embodied in a
this is some kind of a corrective move here.
the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
It's to sell though.
The partnership of the president.
So you may or may not get that extra leg.
I pray their days are numbered.
Note how it's dotted up and then down. This is definitely turning down still, I think. From what I can see on the weekly or on the daily,
President Zelensky is here. President Zelensky,
my concern is on this one right here.
moved and honored that you made this long journey.
The daily is showing higher lows here,
God, our
but the weekly is brutal.
long after he returned from yet another perilous trip to Kyiv to meet with you. In our private conversations, he often marveled at your
You
strength.
can kind of see these big lows in here.
The world's most brutal regime.
We typically are not done
And he said it to me once.
going down in here, so
Poet or warrior comedian. He used those terms. And on paper, I think everybody would agree, on paper, Ukraine would have been defeated in months. And here we are.
AEM if you want to snap it. Just note that it is still turning down, and they'll take these. You have to see the look above for continuation,
Of your countrymen. The president
but you need to see the look above here.
here with us today.
If you fail to 2013, they're going to start sending it back down again.
In Lindsay, for the entire country to see.
We'll look at these again once they're done.
What was happening
Now we're going to look at Meta.
was a grave injustice, and the world got to witness my friend, the person that I knew, in action, and they got to see him at his absolute best. He unloaded on those that were being unfair and brutal to your family and to you. And I believe it was his finest moment, as the president mentioned, as a U.S. Senator.
They left that fucking thing right there.
And before you and before Robert Bork before you, he had had enough. He'd had enough. He let the world know it. Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh, for being here. To the members of the Senate, led by Majority Leader Thune, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, all the members of Congress present, you all know he loved his job.
This all looks good here. I like this monthly where it's at.
And he left every single bit of energy he had on the field, fighting for what he believed in.
We're not in 2022 yet.
You know it, I'll say it for him. You were his second family.
This is in accumulation mode. This looks like shit right here,
Dear South Carolina friend,
but it is on a negative going up. It does have higher lows.
really extra special.
On daily velocity, it is positive heading higher here.
Senator Scott, Lindsay loved you. Your unwavering loyalty meant the world to him. Even before his last primary, when you came on my
See how they're trying to sell this thing in here?
and you advocated for him better than he could ever advocate for himself, it touched him deeply. He always knew and understood that you had much higher polling numbers than he did.
This looks great right here this week. This hourly looks great for
Proud of you. And you
short-term bullish.
meant to be a man of character and a true friend. I see my friend Trey Gowdy, my fellow Fox host, is here. Another dear and loyal friend. He loved playing golf with you. He loved when you made fun of him, which, by the way, was usually very justified. You were a confidant. You were a mentor in ways that people will never know. I see Governor McMaster is here. You were Lindsay's friends in life and an even greater friend after his passing. You understood the deep love that he had for South Carolina, and you recognized what it would mean to appoint his younger sister, Darlene, to finish the work of her big brother. That decision reflected the best of South Carolina values. Governor, thank you. Last and most important, my dear friend,
This Poop Island is holding up just fine here. You see it?
you know,
This is a 3-month here.
beautiful husband, your family, all the people that love you, love Lindsay. And as you have said yourself, Lindsay was your brother, your father, and your mother. And you were only, as the president pointed out, you were only 13 years old when your parents passed away. And he was only 21 years old, and he left school and he took over the family business. And he made it his business to raise his little sister. Politics was politics. Lindsay and I talked a lot of politics. But you, Darlene, you were his life. Your family was his life. You were his God-given purpose. He loved you with all of his heart, and he told me often.
So 80% of this 3-month candle was taken.
We all know that he was a true believer.
So this is all open down here.
Today, and we know that he is so proud of you. We all know in this room today,
From this candle.
Cathedral, that
That's
these
open.
past 2 weeks have been the hardest 2 weeks of your life. And most people could not imagine losing the brother that raised them. And then almost immediately, you got a call from the president of our country. You got a call from the governor of your state. They asked you if you would be willing to step up and finish the work of the brother that we honor here today, your brother, Lindsay. You barely had time to mourn, if any. You told me that you asked yourself the one question that mattered. What would Lindsay want me to do? That was the one question. You put your personal tragedy aside for the state that you love and for the country that you love. Within 2 days, you were sworn in as the first female senator from the great state of South Carolina. And by the weekend, you were in shorts and a t-shirt on your hands and knees with your daughter painting her parking space at her school. That was the week that your brother passed away. Now, to me, that tells us everything we need to know about you. Your brother.
There's a new high right here, too.
I would be negligent if I did not acknowledge Lindsay's staff. There's too many to mention. The hard work that went into this service today and the service that will be in Columbia tomorrow. His extraordinary Senate staff. I know how hard you all worked. Richard Perry, Van Cato, Tara, I know how hard you worked. Kevin, Taylor, there are so many others, too many to name. The fact that the vast majority of you are staying on to work for Darlene would have made him grateful beyond words. And on his behalf, I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you. My Christian faith is the most important thing to me in my life. I like Lindsay, God, family, country.
This is all open down here.
And I with all my heart we will see him again.
There goes your quarterly to save the day here in September, October.
Fearless warrior. I will miss our late night calls. I will miss our strategizing together. I will miss our dinners. I will miss our conversations about the president and the country we both loved. I'll miss the gossip, I'll be honest. I'll miss talking about how to defeat evil in our time and how to find a path to peace so that peace may one day reign around the world. Many people ask me if I know at the end of my television show that I'm quoting scripture when I say the words, "Let not your heart be troubled." Well, I am. The answer is yes. John 14. Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. Lindsey, Mr. President, I would argue in my mind, probably has a heavenly version of Mar-a-Lago. It may even be a little bigger.
I don't think you're getting up there.
More gold in the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven. And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ballroom and an arch somewhere on the property, because he would want to obviously duplicate his dearest friend in life, you, Mr. President.
I don't even know if you can get there.
Lindsey, my friend, goodbye for now.
It's something more like this.
Again, we will finish the work that you started.
You sweep that one right there.
Good and faithful servant, enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Godspeed, Lindsey Graham.
There's your quarterly down there, and you can sweep all that right there. Just have to hold the 476. That's what it looks like to me. It could be an argument that I could go a little bit more bloody down here. That's where that quarterly is right here. Price target 504, but not for a squeeze. And this squeeze could go all the way up here. Just has to be reined in from up here. There's probably something over there like stopping that.
On behalf of our family, thank you all for being here. The outpouring of love has been unbelievable, faith restoring, and deeply healing. In a sense, it feels like we have gotten additional time with Lindsey through all the stories that have been shared with us. I know Lindsey would be so thankful for the
That's what that second one is over there, but it went way the fuck up there anyways.
Lindsey was without a doubt a family man. His world revolved around my mother, his family, and those he considered such, like his lifelong friends, colleagues, staff, and the citizens of South Carolina. Lindsey was a very busy man. There is no question about that. However, when my mom called, he answered. It didn't matter if he was about to walk into a meeting with the president or another world leader. He would ask, "Is everything okay?" She would say yes, and he would ask, "Is everybody okay?" That was Lindsey, always worried about others. That is why he dedicated his life to being a civil servant. While writing this eulogy, I sat and I relived a lifetime of memories with Lindsey. I laughed, I cried, but mostly I immediately felt overwhelmed. There were so many moments filled with laughter, love, and immense joy that I found it so hard to pick the ones to share with you all. How to let the world see a glimpse of the Lindsey that his family knew and loved. From family vacations to holidays, proms, graduations, my sister's volleyball games. He was there for all of it. He even DJ'd a few songs at my husband and I's wedding. Not very well, but for those of you who were ever unfortunate enough to go on vacation with Lindsay, I'm sorry. Lindsay never slowed down, and that applied to vacations as well. On Disney trips, we had to be the first ones, and we took the last bus out. I remember waiting for the resort bus thinking, finally. And Lindsay's behind me practicing his golf swing. Lindsay had to squeeze every second of joy out of those trips, see it all and do it all. I joke, but those trips really are some of my best, most authentic moments of him. And then there were the holidays, from Christmas shopping for the aunts to Easter egg hunts, which Lindsay made a sport of. He would jokingly, mostly, yell cheater when we would give my little sister hints on where to find the eggs. Lindsay may not have lived a life as long as we would have liked, but it was a fulfilled one. He made sure of that. As many of you know, my mother and Lindsay lost their parents when my mother was 12 and 13 years old and Lindsay was in college. Lindsay became brother, father, and mother to my mother overnight. It is a story that has been shared over and over. I grew up hearing that story, but it wasn't until a few years ago that I really processed what it meant. My mother said Lindsay would come home to visit every weekend from the University of South Carolina in Columbia while she was living with their aunt and uncle in Seneca. That is over a 2-hour trip, one way, every weekend as a young man in college. And that was only the beginning. Without a second thought, Lindsay made sure that he was there for his little sister, and he never stopped. Lindsay was always there.
There ain't no fucking way it's getting above that shit.
He held more than one role for each of us. He wasn't just an uncle, a brother, a nephew.
I don't even think you can get up there.
In our
Like,
family,
you don't, like, they're going to sell this right here.
or a helping hand,
These 2 white lines are not going to let it go above.
but hopefully the help didn't involve cleaning or manual labor, because if so, you were out of luck. Lindsay was there the day I was born. He held my son in the hospital the day he was born, and I have no doubt that he would have been there and will still be there in spirit the day my second child is born. My husband and I shared with my mother that we were pregnant the evening of Lindsay's passing.
There's your 1, 2, 3 right there, but that should give you
I knew she would.
closure of that one
She
right
never
there.
did tell him, but I have no doubt that he knows and is thrilled. Lindsay was always so
I think that's the target.
That is just how he was. Fiercely supportive, fiercely protective. Unfortunately, over the years,
I can't guarantee you'll get this extra leg right here.
Lindsay was there every step of the way. He was by my bedside with my mother for every major surgery. In 2011, after my first
I can see this gap being closed, but I can't tell about this one. I think this one should be dotted.
my head hurts before losing consciousness. Most people probably would have been like, well, yeah, of course your head hurts. You just had brain surgery. Makes sense. But with my mom having stepped down
There's the
hall,
31st right there.
into action and immediately got the nurse, no doubt preventing a catastrophe and likely saving my
And
life.
this is September.
However, as much as he did to save
September.
my life that day, he also put it in danger many a times with his driving. Those of you who did not have the privilege of riding with Lindsey Graham,
And like all that down there.
BMW may
That is a
must make
fucking mess down there. You see that? Like there's the 1, there's the 2,
But in all seriousness, nothing was happening to me on his
and there's all the gaps down here.
to my core.
Man, you got to watch Meta.
No matter the
I
situation,
can't guarantee this happens down here, but
at the end of the day, it will be
um,
okay.
you kind of need this to stop here. You need to like check 500.
It is the circle of life that we must all return home to our Creator one day.
I can't guarantee all this stuff over here.
He was so
I think if they try to buy the 500, it's fine. Plus, there's a gap to close here, so
full of life.
this thing bounces without a doubt.
All of us to have known Lindsay.
I don't think you can get through the 5. But it's 5. No, it's 520. So we didn't go down to 500 yet. Okay, so you bounced off 525.
He put everyone above himself.
Come up on the first week here, and you're trying to sell it again to get it down to 500. You know, what's crazy about this is
He was strong-willed, hardworking, and his loyalty was unwavering. You could always count on Lindsay.
you know, there's like a
Lindsay was a godly man. So while we grieve our loss here on earth,
I gotta put it like that because
knowing that he has gone home to reunite with his mother and father.
this fucking thing stalls. There's a gap down here. This thing stalls. It could be a big up move.
And loved him. And I rejoice in his memory. Today we celebrate.
There's a gap right there, but I want to see that thing get wicked, but still, like, comes right back up into here. And then you finally take that one out right there. How it's been trading the entire time, right? Wham, 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 wham. Big uppies, big down, big up. Until you break through this thing, you can't really talk about it. I'm going to make this one dotted too. Because there's, like, this stuff down here could easily get taken out.
Please stand as you are.
Okay, so for Meta,
The Lord be with you.
this is what I've got for Meta on their ER. There could be, just look at this in a 1 hour.
O God, who by the glorious
So the hourly is bullish right now.
destroyed death,
You got a nice wick down below here.
reality to light,
Potentially, you could mess around down here until tomorrow.
with him, may know
But
the
I like that corrective move here.
and rejoice in his eternal
6:30, you know they're going to try to sell this up here.
Spirit lives and reigns, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
And this really needs to stop underneath
Most merciful God,
34.
whose wisdom is beyond our understanding, deal graciously with Lindsay's family and friends in their grief.
There is one thing to say about this trade here,
They may not be overwhelmed by their loss, but have confidence
or two things to say. This gap down here could be closed before we get there.
through Jesus Christ our Lord.
You could see like a slingshot after the bell tomorrow. This could look like there and down. And this thing just goes full ham. It's like blast it down after the bell. You could come up here just briefly. You can fuck around up here, but then it'd slam it down into the bell. Ricochet up. This would be the Head and Shoulders. Right on that one there.
Isaiah foretelling the coming of the Anointed One.
And there's your actual. So there is some pain potentially for Meta still between today and tomorrow. But then you have the, your shoulder, and then it rips up here.
And to release the prisoners.
We got this for Monday, basically Monday close. It's like whip saw. There's some other concern here too. If they bleed this thing after the bell tomorrow and they just hit this thing, if you see that on the open on Thursday, you sell it. Don't be looking for that second leg up. I wouldn't on Friday. They're going to try to defend this whole entire thing up here. If we go above 650, it's a whole different game. Now, this could be the trigger for the August up move. So if we start going green, we start melting up today, tomorrow. We melt up Thursday, Friday. You get the good report, and then you couldn't talk about this or like continuation through the rest of, let's say, continuation through August. You can't discuss that unless you are able to break above here and then have a successful back test with this hourly trigger. You can see that's August 5th. You could renegotiate this. But if this fails in here between now and August 1st or whatever, 3rd, I think it's 3rd's the Monday, 3rd or the 4th. If it's not up here, they're going to come in August and sell this thing down first week. So if you think like this is the bottom, let's say you're thinking that this is the bottom for Meta, I would say to you that you need to be above 645.15, which is a pretty tall order.
And the earth shall melt away. The Lord of hosts.
Yeah, that's not too big of a tall order. That's 12%.
Come now.
So you need to be like above this. You need to be above that white line right there, basically. If you could do that and then do this, yeah, you want to do something into the 16th, you'd finally hit this one right here. So there's the 16th for OpEx. But you'd need to hit this to buy that back test to do this whole thing up here. If you did, then yes, I would agree that you can take this whole thing. I'll give you an alternate count here.
The God of Jacob is our stronghold.
This would be down here, and then you'd be fighting this thing right here. And this is OpEx for the 16th right here. 14th, excuse me. This is an alternate count here, but I wouldn't trust it. What's that guy doing? He's just staring out at the crowd. He ain't saying nothing.
Many people.
Okay, so a couple things on Meta. What I think is going to happen is this white line right here. Something like this. Bleed, bleed, bleed. Smash it up. Smash it up at a failure of 635. It shouldn't even hit the 636. And then if you get the failure here, it's starting to sell in the beginning of the month here. That's Tuesday the 4th. Maybe Monday close. Tuesday the 4th, start selling it. If you see at any point a full-on squeeze up here, if it fails, start selling. If it breaks above, I'd be open to this trade here. I don't think it's going to break above. I think your best chance here is smash this thing right here, catch this thing right here, pump this bad boy up. They've already killed all your options over here, and you're going to fail this. Now, if you come back on like the next week and you see price above the 650, that could trigger the move where we're just melting into. There's your hourly trigger in there, and you can start trading this. And the bears are still alive here. So you come into the August OpEx, and we start selling it. And this would fail the second.
I'm making all things new.
The buyer would need to be here. So this would be considered a failure. And you'd be on trend for a major sell into August, and then they would sell this thing down.
I am the Alpha and the Omega.
I am the Alpha and the Omega. And this thing would go right down there. If that's not the way higher, then this is the way we're going.
Of the water of life.
So I'll leave that as an alternate count, but I do think it gets stopped in here somewhere and then down. This would be your second leg. So you get 1, 2, 3 down here, equal legs. And you'll trade that 540-ish, 520, somewhere in there. Start closing those gaps out down there. You can see it right there. But this thing is definitely going to happen. It's just a matter of where does it get cut off. And you know what's crazier about this too is you can see right here, as long as they're not crossing this, that shit's valid down there. So you got to see this to trade that. And even there, you're going to get a failure. So that cup will fail and go down. If you saw this thing moon up here, yeah, we can start talking business, but I wouldn't count on any of that over there. Like the only thing I can see in here is this right here for cleanliness. One there, and they're not giving up any of that. We're back down to another leg down over here. This is Meta. Expectations on Meta do not need to go down, but they could bleed you. Price target on ER, 620, 616, and then 634. If you don't want to trade Meta, you could just sit on it. And if you see this at the end of the bell tomorrow, like if you see like 572, 580 somewhere in here, you could long this with zero dates for the or I wouldn't do zero, I'd do week Friday. You don't have zero dates. You've got Friday calls that you could pick up on this bell here. Okay, if you want to map this out, take a picture of it. Dude, what's going? I bought a bunch of fucking zero dates. They had some money on them, and now they don't. I had zero date calls. They're at like zero right now. We're grinding higher. I bought them right at the bottom. Not 4-hour candles holding right now, too. Okay, so that's your Meta expectations. Next one is going to be O'Reilly. O'Reilly parked on its monthly trigger. It's flattening out. If we look at velocity on it, I got to turn this off. I don't think we got anything going on with this. I don't think there's anything else going on. We'll leave this news squawker on for this and get this stuff knocked out. You have to remember that I've got some news coming out for my health in the next 48 to 72 hours. If the news is bad, I will not be here. So you want to come back and look at this stuff. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. 1, 2, 3. Wants another one. There is something to be said about O'Reilly, though. Retail sales are outstanding, and especially these guys, they should beat the shit out of their report. Estimate is 0.862, revs 4.86. And they come fairly in line, too. Like, this looks like it's priced it in. See how that big earnings squeeze right there? This was a negative earnings. This was a positive earnings. They were still selling this. So earnings aren't going to help with this. This thing looks like it trades on its own. Let's look at velocity again in this thing. Higher lows on weekly for a good close. Daily just being bullish. That's nice to see. Daily getting bullish, but hourly is weak. That's everything that needs to be done here. We're in accumulation. This is plenty. We don't need to go down here. Although they're trying. There's your big 3-month right there. That's a beautiful candle right there. I don't think you're going back down there again. You already hit it. And this is fascinating because there's no weekly buyback here. This is all one trade. And they took out this candle right here already. Way is expected to be higher. Weekly target 96.67. Here's the wing right here. Here's one, here's two. So back down again to solve that. I've got O'Reilly going down, but then back up again. I've got that plunging. That hourly velocity, was it the hourly looked like shit? Well, let me just check this again. Yeah, the hourly looks like shit. There's a trap in here for bulls. This is what I've got for O'Reilly. If you want to snip this, I've got it going down and then up here, but not trading past the 96, 97. I thought I liked them on their ER, but I don't. I think it's going to be like some kind of a slingshot action. Check this one on Friday morning. Down here and then up. Let's look at Qualcomm really quick. We have time here. Let's take a look at the market here really quick. And just grinding. I have a target of 745 at the bell. We'll watch this one in the background. One, two, three. That's kind of four. This is Qualcomm. That's your actual four. It's going like this. And it's going to make one more leg down. This is part of that October trade, or at least they're trying to. We would need to have this one pop up here to discuss a turn higher. That's not happened yet, so if they fail, it's down just by looking at it. There's your cup and your handle for their ER. Now, the one thing about Qualcomm is I want you to see what happened here. This thing was fucking violent here. This one was violent too. What happened before? They squeezed it before. This was an earnings that was at a bottom, so it just traded up already. So you got to be really careful of Qualcomm. We're going to take a look at it right now. Qualcomm could be like the monster. On a 30-minute basis on Qualcomm, you know that this is primed for squeeze city. And there is a higher low in this. Actually, I'm gonna restate what I thought was my most bullish. I think Qualcomm is. Look at that. There's a higher low in that daily right there. There are higher lows, and we're on a low on hourly velocity. This is all very bullish on a 30-minute basis. If you look at this on a daily basis, we're still shedding on the quarter. We're still shedding on the month. So you come into like the new month, we can't be so high. This is not too good right here on a weekly basis, so I would expect on Monday it would look like shit. This daily, though, looks great for like the rest of this week. This thing is primed to fucking squeeze. It's primed to go vertical. Let's just look at it like this. So all this was taken out. That argues that the low is not in, that we could go down here, revisit all this shit, or at least right here in that quarterly. Very easy to do that with with what we've taken out here. Looking on a 3-month basis. I mean, this did get bought down here, but this has been woodshedded. Doesn't mean we have to, but it does mean that it's open. And this is all open down here at $100 on Qualcomm. But that's not really the problem here. Not problem, but this is a nice stick save. And this thing is begging to put in another high up here, another shoulder up here.
Saudi Defense Ministry says air defense has intercepted and destroyed several drones launched from Iraqi territories towards oil facilities in eastern region.
Look at this. And there's your saving grace right there. I mean, this actually is pretty good here. Where it doesn't go down there and create a bunch of like a death spiral. You know, I'm just looking at the ERs for this one here, and like, you'd be out of your fucking mind to be short this thing. Just looking at the prior ERs, like, that was one ER right there. Like, fuck you, take all your stops, put you in the poorhouse. I wouldn't want to be fucked in that. I don't know what the fuck these guys are trying over here. They don't have a lot of time left to do this. This would enrage sellers up here. But that makes sense right there. And you got this thing down here. Can't see this. Hold on, let me bring it over. Get this thing down over here too. But you're only going to tag that fucking thing, so. And you already hit that. So I'm going with hold. That's a big squeeze right there. They're trying to pound this thing down as best they possibly can before they get to their ER. This thing could be explosive here. Like, I think that's easy. There's an equal leg. Smash that fucking thing, then roll. This thing could squeeze big balls up here. I know I said I didn't like Qualcomm was my first pick, but I'm really liking it right now. I can see where that thing doesn't want to give it up. There's that too right there. So grind, 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 grind. Unless you have a bad report, that's going to hold. That's going to squeeze. And the only thing the Bears have to do is defend this up here. Like trying to sell 200. Bears with like I'll tell you this, like the Bears should be defending 200 or maybe slightly under it, like trade like this kind of stuff here. Can make an argument to be defending this. I wouldn't be caught short I wouldn't be caught short this on Friday. This is their last DR right here. This fucking thing just started moving. Wednesday, Thursday, Monday. They already started pricing this in that this big move is coming. We don't have that right now, but I would be deathly afraid of that squeeze. And all they have to do is defend this right here, or this right. They have to defend this. Okay, so on a 4-hour basis, it's going to be like this. This is going to moon rocket up here. I think I'm being kind of generous here, or not generous, but I think I'm being conservative here. It'll back test this right here. And that thing is so fucking bearish. Look at that. That green line is so bearish. I disagree with that too. I think it's going all the way up there. I think that's the right call. I think it's just going to go straight vertical. Okay, now I think that's going to happen no matter what. Like we really need to be like above. This is value down here. and now you're cleaning all this mess up. I don't think you necessarily need to go down here, but I would like to see that. This isn't required. I'm going to make this dotted as well. I think the takeaway with Qualcomm is the takeaway here for Qualcomm is if they had a big enough beat and they break over this stuff, you can start deciding, here's your daily trigger, but you can't do that unless we get the beat. So you need that price action first. Start talking about all this stuff being over. If we start running up into, if we like run up, and this is it. I mean, there's a couple other things we need to talk about here. Like, if you get the rate hike, I mean, you should be looking at this from this perspective. Like, if you get a rate hike and they bludgeon fucking Qualcomm, I would expect that the rest of the year is green, like the whole year. If you're like down here already this early, I would say we're done. Like, it's like literally green all year. The whole second half of the year is green. So I like the mechanical down move better for the seasonality of weakness. I like the idea of the squeeze up tomorrow. Like we get the rate hike or even the threat or the hawk, I don't care, but it still squeezes. You carry that squeeze with their ER. Now we won't know if it moonshots up here and trades this 220. We won't know. But this could be the idea that we're done. Or maybe it's something where it blasts down tomorrow on the ER, then this accounts for, I'm going to give you an alternate count here. It would be like something where we get the bullshit with the date thing down here. We come into Friday, and it's just a shit show down here. It doesn't matter what the report is. But it's fascinating even thinking about this, because if you had this down here, I would say that we're done. I would say that this whole trade is done. I would say that this holds, and then you're just talking about getting long. What else is fascinating about this too is, let's say they had a great report that would do away with this nonsense right here. Then you could say, oh yeah, they had a kick-ass report, bro. And there's your monster fucking squeeze in there. Like a delayed print maybe on them. I don't like this trade. Like, I'm finding it hard to believe that we're gonna like literally stop all this. I'm not a fan of the bubble popping bullshit trade. I'm not a fan of all that nonsense. I'm just not a fan of it. I would need to see us down. I would need to see us like blasting through here. I've got us going down here, but I would need to see us blasting through here. Then I would need to sell this, like here. Yeah, I'd need to be a seller there. And this all lends itself to the JPM collar too, which is how supportive it is at 709. Like, you got to understand, like 7090 isn't here. 7090 is like right here, somewhere in there. So even if you did that tomorrow, you'd still get the fucking squeeze on their ER. So I'm gonna get rid of this here. And I like the idea better of up and then drag this bullshit out, and then we get out of we sneak out of it, and we're saving fucking Christmas for the window dressing trade up here. Now you're doing this, and now you're doing up here. It's all honky dory. There's your $300. But I like the idea of this better. If you do see this down move in the next week or two from a rate hike, we just start blasting down here. If the faster, the sooner it is that they're going to buy all this shit up. Like, the moment this thing gets down here, they're going to buy it. The banks will be forced to buy it. It's the literal floor is like right here. So I don't even know if you can get this. Maybe a wick you can get in there for a minute or two, but the whole quarter right now, the whole entire fucking quarter is like this is the floor right here. It's like right in here. Like they will be forced to buy it. Like you need to have something really fucking bad happen. And I see this move here, but I think it's going to take time to get there. So we'll leave this off for now, just so you're aware of it. I got this one going up, and the bears are safe here. Like they squeeze this thing up. The bears don't have to worry about anything unless you get unless you're getting above here. And I bet you someone's going to sell here too. So, so I've got this one going up, then down. I would be very afraid if I was a bear. Like, I don't know how they sell this. The only way they could sell this would be rate hike in a like extremely hawkish talk, where they just disregard a good print on this fucking company. So Qualcomm, I've got them squeezing higher, trading. I've got a target price of $188, $190. I just want to keep them underneath that $200. Keep defending that. These sellers are still safe. You're not taking their stops or anything like that. If they do blast through this stuff, you want to be checking Qualcomm as a potential indicator that we're going to be bullish longer than just the first week of August, potentially into August OpEx, but we're not there yet. If that was the case, it would smash above here, then you'd be doing this trade right here, 1, 2, and 3 corrective move, and then we'd start talking about selling August from a high up here. Just be aware of this side up here too. So far, this is what I've got though. Just something like this, nice, easy. Blood it down into the morning, squeeze that shit up, right, and then you just take out this one right here. You're just trying to buy tomorrow 157.60, 152.04. That's Qualcomm. Last two we're going to look at here. I'm going to stick around past 4 p.m. Is it 4 yet? No, I got enough time here. Oh, do you have your clarinet? All right. Are you ready to play? What do you got? Oh, let's play it. Come on over. All right, so what I'm going to do here is this. I'm going to chart the next two, LRCX and CMG. Retail sales on real stores, right, is amazing right now. Like O'Reilly looks like they're selling. CMG looks like they're selling, and I don't like CMG myself right now, but you got to be careful of the durable goods, retail sales, the food, all that kind of stuff. It's been going bang, 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 bang. Okay. Are you ready? All right, so I'm going to bring you the thing. We need some positive music. Oh, look at the screen right there. We need a squeeze into the bell here. So what I'll do is I'm going to chart these two last tickers and then present them to you afterwards. We're going to watch the close here and see if we can get this fucking thing moving into the close. So we need some bull music. Do you have something like happy and high tempo? All right, here. This is all yours now. And make sure that you're playing right into it. Say hello first. Introduce yourself. You're on the stage.
Hi, I'm Maggie. I'm his daughter. I'm gonna be playing Montezuma.
Did you learn this at camp?
Mhm.
Where'd you go to camp? Tell me where you went to camp.
I went to camp at Blue Lake Fine Arts.
1 minute to go now to create the market and closing balance data.
Make sure you're close to it. It's got this. Or I can bring it lower. You want to bring it lower? so hold on. Don't go anywhere yet. Take a bow. Take a bow. Do you have a famous bow or anything? There you go. Come back over here. Come closer. And what is this, right? Let's look at this. So this is the sheet music that she's reading. You want to see that sheet music? I'm very proud that she reads sheet music, I gotta say. You reading the comments? Yeah. And you're about to step up to a wood instrument, right? So is that an intermediate or beginner intermediate?
I think it's like a intermediate.
And you're gonna
Or
keep
no,
that.
this is beginner.
And they told you to keep that for when you play outside when it might rain if you're in a band or something.
Yeah.
And so you're going to go into a wooden instrument now. Do you have anything really cool that you can play, like with your finger notes or something, or like a progression? What was the one that you played for your teacher when it took you to music school when you got back from camp? Oh, this was the one that you played?
Yeah.
Oh heck, I didn't know this was it. This is the one where he couldn't keep up with you, right? With the transitions. You got any Beatles or anything over there, kid? You can do Hey Jude? Oh yeah, play Hey Jude. All right, we'll wait. They're gonna love Hey Jude. Maybe Hey Jude, send the music or send the price of spy up. We want to squeeze and make bulls better. The MOC imbalance, it's 50-50 on NASDAQ, sell S&P 500, long Dow, they're selling MAG 7. Buy MU, UNP, PG, TXN, KD. Top 5 sells, Berk B, Tesla, ABBV. I can't read that one, and CVX. The biggest buy right now in Tesla looks like Meta and Amazon. Both of those are short covering trades. So just heads up that Amazon and Meta are both big buys today. She's gonna get the music for Hey Jude. I'm looking at LRCX right now. I'm going to have this chart up for you here in just a minute. And she's in she's just barely in junior high. She picked up, when did you start playing that thing? 5th grade. And they're saying you play at a high school level now. Is it high school or college? I thought they said high school level. I can't remember. And you're getting ranked right now, right? You keep going, having those proctors look at you for college. All right, you ready? Let's do it. Right now, come on over. Oh, you're gonna do it over there? Britt, what's the bring it over here. You can do it right here. Do you need to listen to it, or you're just watching the notes? All right, hold on. We can do this together. What do I type in? Okay, YouTube. Okay.
And then search Hey Jude Clarinet.
Hey Jude Clarinet. Okay. That one right there? Okay, does it have any volume on it or no? Okay, we'll just turn that off. Hold on, pup. We'll just take your mark. We relax for a minute. I'm going to put this thing back down again. Right there, you want to put this in? Hey, Bulls, don't be sad. Oh, that was the squeeze, but it didn't happen. Start playing that song so we get the squeeze.
You press play.
All right, hold on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say right into the thing. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Oh, you look up there when you're speaking. You speak in there, and then you look over there.
Oh, yeah,
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of like. So, did you just learn this song or no? When did you learn how to play that song? I mean, I know you play it around the
Like
house, but
my first year playing.
was it your first year playing? So that was Hey Jude. Sorry about the audio. I don't have a mixer for her high notes. Like I have to adjust the mixer to capture the high notes. So I apologize for the blasting on the high notes. I didn't set the levels for her different notes. So I apologize. But I am proud of her. Totally proud of her. You should see her. Oh, dude, what are they doing right now? Yeah, I love you too. All right, I'll talk to you in a minute. I love you. What's the selling going on under the bell here? What the fuck is that? Okay, so we gotta look at this LRCX, and then we're gonna look at CMG, and then we're done for the day. Now I'm gonna leave you with one quick thing here. We got to talk about this, and this is a serious conversation. I don't know. In my brain, I think everything is gonna be fine. Okay. But I do want you to know that I'm going to be receiving news in the next 48 and 72 hours. And I don't know what that news is. So if it's really bad, there's potential that I won't be here on the show. The show will be on, but I don't know what the reaction is going to be from my wife and my children. So I'm gonna spend some time charting Spy with you for the next couple days. And then we're going to finish up LRCX, and did we already do? No, we have to do CMG, and then I'm going to start looking at SPY with you, just in case something bad happens. I don't think that anything bad is going to happen, but it would be difficult for me to be on stream if I get some kind of really bad news. So we're going to do a quick SPY outlook for the next 2 days in case something bad were to happen, so that you're prepared for it. If you watch the show, you can be like, hey, if this, then that, and if not, then that. And we'll just take a look at this here in a few moments. So if you just bear with me really quick, we're going to fire this off as fast as possible, get these last 2 tickers done, and then we're going to go right and do SPY. It should probably take 15 minutes at most. I'll do this really fast instead of talking you through these next 2 tickers. On the top right here, we're going to look at, hold on a second here. This is LRCX. We're going to take a look at, you can obviously see that there's a chance of another downstroke in here, potentially even down here, or even in here into the bear months. What we want to do, though, is be looking, this one's being bought right now. This is what I've got happening on it. I want to show you the velocity on this pretty quickly. This one is looking kind of rough here. They're still selling on a weekly basis. The daily doesn't look too bad at all for an up move, but I think I think this one's going to be a sell the news, basically, on their ER. On a 30-minute basis, the hourly looks great. The hourly, a little bit suspect, but this thing hasn't been that bearish in some time period. So there's a little bit of bullishness here on a short-term basis. We have the monthly over here. It's already being purchased. We're going to turn this weekly green here at some point. This should turn green here tomorrow. And then we're going to be looking for a trade higher to trade. I would think that you're only going to trade this one here for the halfback trade. Here, we'll actually draw it differently here now that we're here. I've got this one from this tail over here going up. This is the close of Wednesday. You remember this was higher earlier, so we're going to put that one in next. Actually, I got this one going up here. I don't know. I can't tell yet. It's just going to be straight up, I think. Now, what I can't tell is if this thing gets picked up on the beginning of the week, but I think this goes straight up. The reason being is that hourly trigger is going to come down. They're going to come down to back test this, and then we'll find out if we get. This would be Wednesday. And this over here would be the 17th. Oh, excuse me, the 21st. Friday right there. We're just going to leave this like here for right now, but this is LRCX. I think they go straight up. They have to defend, of course, 341 up here, 311. Fairly big move up here. I don't think this gets trapped in or anything. I don't think you're going to trap this in. If you're a seller on this stuff, you can see where they are here, here, and here. So they're going to want to be right in here somewhere. So we're going to make this thing nice and low right underneath. Fail in the daily. And then start to come back down over here to the right. We're going to get rid of this. And we're going to make this one dotted because right now it's in the sell mode. We do have one. There is something else to look at here that's important. They have completed a potential 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. They're done there. Like this correction is over. So at minimum, you're going to get 1, 2, and 3 at minimum. If you were to get the 3, 4, 5 up here, we can start talking about this thing turning up and the correction being over. But we're not there right now. There's no need to do that. As of right now, this is a corrective move. It's complete. But if they hold this in, if they're able to hold this thing in right up in here, you know, we can start another correction. There's 1, 2, and then 3, even lower to be trading all of this gappage down here, down there. So this is the key critical point right here. Key points in here. You know, if they're if they're up here and they're selling this down, they're holding this in. We can try to get back up here to take the second one out. Maybe we can do this, and then we're back running out of here. There's your low. There's your another low. There's your real low, somewhere in there. Okay. If you want to snip this, you can. This is LRCX. You want to snip this one. Be aware that this is going to matter. The 311 is going to matter. If that 311 sells, we could be opening up a whole nother corrective leg down here. If that's the case, we would be trading all of this shit down here. You'd be clearing out the 160s, 180s, 200s. I don't see that just yet. Theoretically, we come in here. We're just parked up here. Right? Hammer this thing down, back up again, put in the next low right here, and we're good to go. You could even argue that this will make the second low. You'll have your head and shoulders in here. Right? Maybe you clean this up down here. You can even put this one right here. So not too bad. And then we're up and out of here. Come back up in the beginning of September. Start trying to fight this one up here. Take that thing out right there. And then we're finally out of here. Just bumping around to go higher. We're nowhere near trading this or being ready for this. I want you to remember that this whole zone in here, like this whole zone right here, market's buying operation. Like these guys are going to try to come in and buy this thing. This was like 7090 on SPX. And they will try to buy this down here. So just be aware of that. So we'll leave that one right there. That's LRCX. And we're going to do CMG next. Let's take a look at CMG on a 30-minute basis. Kind of bullish here, but not really convincing. Hourly is a little too bulled up for me. On a 30-minute basis here, this looks great. This is something to note here. We haven't seen lows like this on a monthly basis on CMG in a long time. This quarterly looks like it wants to be rebought again. So we are looking at some kind of a bottom on CMG in my point. The weekly looks like shit. The the daily trigger looks daily velocity looks like shit. It's positive. slightly positive here, but it looks like it needs more down. Let's go to a 30-minute basis. The hourly is a little shitty here, a little shitty. So kind of a mixed bag in here. And you can kind of see we're putting in new lows on CMG. This looks like controlled demolition. Let's go back here and just look at it in an hour. You can see that it's trying to turn its way up. Get on a daily basis. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's look at this really quick. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Or excuse me, 1, 2, 3 over here. You have a little bit of an upside corrective move, and then they started it again. 1, 2, and 3. This is starting to consolidate. I think this is being bought, but I can't tell you that the low is not in yet. You're dicking around in here, and then you're dicking around over here, and then like you're waiting for that fall low to finally get out of here to the upside, okay? So you're like watching that thing right there. This is probably October, September, or something like that for CMG. And I think the guy from I don't know if he was from GS or something, he was from Bloomberg. The macro guy from Bloomberg, he said we're closer to bottom than top. CMG looks like this, like there, and there. That's horseshoes, right? Hand grenades. And this thing is winding up now. Do you see that? It's just winding up for an explosive move to close that out, close this up. And I want you to know that like the sales going on right now are good. Like sales in restaurants are good. And I hate CMG. I don't like that they're like I don't like their product. This is really dirt cheap right here. Maybe like the height of bear season. Height of bear season, you get some kind of like a pop up here. You're selling this bad boy down, put the new low in over here. Finally, you're underneath. The half an hour trigger finally comes down. The daily trigger comes down. You have like a quick bloodbath down in here. And then you're finally out of here. Okay? Now, there might be a chance to put something in up here, maybe something up here, and they just auto shoot it down. And it's just a really large, like, it wouldn't be like that, but you kind of get the gist. There's like, that's a tough one for me. I think it's going to be a failure here. And then you start that next leg to the downside. Now let's look at this a little bit closer. This one's pretty messy. Let's do this on a month. This might be a better way to look at it too, like this. How do we get this? How do we get this like capitulation? This candle, I don't like that candle at all on a monthly basis. Don't like it. There is some squeeze potential in here. You can see that the monthly is all up here, but this is pretty bearish. I wouldn't be bullish on this stock until we're either above this monthly or we capitulate even more. I want to see more down over here. More down over here, or I want to see this thing above. It's almost the same exact thing as to be back risk on in this fucking thing. It's got to be above the $42. It has to be. You just don't even trade this thing. But if you want to trade it, we can look at it right now. On a weekly basis. It is in a bear market right now. You can see we're underneath the monthly trigger. That does lend itself, though, to squeezing. Let's see what happened the last time we went into some bear town in this. This is kind of where we are right now. So like you get the squeeze up, awesome sauce, right? But they're still like they're selling you on these big triggers, the daily, on the weekly, and they're trying to get some kind of leg like that. Something like that they're looking for. And you can kind of see it over here. We're not quite there. So, like see this like weekly here, right? You're like trying to get this thing out for this trade and then it's sucked right back down again. the weekly stead comes over here. This thing comes down. Before you know it, you're down here, and then before you know it, you just drag an ass down here. And this thing might not be done yet. This thing might not be done in Beartown. It could be CMG. There is potential for this fucking thing to go down into next year, like a 2-year bear market of some kind for this stock. So let's take a quick closer look at it. We've got the monthly above here, and you can see this bearishness easily right here. It's fairly clean, the bearishness here. I can look to see what the expectation is. This does look good for a bat wing. You get the wing here, you get the high, the new high. That one is a new high, it looks like. So yeah, you come up here, hit the wing, but they take you out like right here. Take you out right here no matter what. So it could just be like it's just stalls. The best way to say it. Let's look at it like this. On a more bullish note, this stuff is flattening out. But I'm serious here, like this thing right here. This thing right here. Bang down here, bang up here. There's your wing. Maybe you get one more and then it starts to roll again. This one's kind of looking shitty to me. Let's look at this one right here. This one might just sell. This one has a trap in it for bulls. If they can't, like if you like this one right here on Wednesday, you can't be like coming into this fucking ER down here. It's like a big trap, So like you come down here, you get a good report, so it slingshots up here, and then it's auto selling. You like wake up on Friday and it's down below. So this thing right here comes up on Wednesday, and they're going to try to sell you immediately. You know what I mean? Like slam, 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 ching, get me out of here. And then it's just gone straight back down. There's your next correction. So you got 1, 2, and then 3 straight back down. Potentially buy this back up in August if you wanted. We'll take a closer look at it here in a minute. There's a lot of sellers up there. Now this is kind of like there's another one right there. You're not getting out of this without a report, so they're going to send you back down. This is a nice 4-hour right here. This could hold. Hold on, but we're going to redraw this here in a minute. We already took that daily out, so this is a yellow. There is a 4-hour right here. Another one right here. And here. Down, then up. One, two, three. And I even think that this here You can see these sellers here. That's not a good look right there. There's a chance that CMG sells just because. I'm getting more bearish looking at this chart. I don't know if you can take this out on their ER. Like, I see the flush. See the equal leg here. That's fine. I would love to see this get sweep tomorrow, then hit this one, then down. But my biggest fear here is this red candle. This red candle is saying that this is going to stall. They ain't never getting that high. It's going to be something like this. There's your sweep lower right there. There's like a bull trap in here. Let's look at it in a 1 hour. Yeah, you just plunge this thing down, plunge it down, and I don't think you're getting above this. I don't think you're going to take that thing out. I'm betting this fails like right here. Up, down, up. You get your unclench and then down. And then this over here, this is where the sellers are for the unclench. End of month unclench is like right here. These guys are not fucking around right here. And I would suspect that they come in even earlier, like right here. I would suspect that that gang of sellers is, this group right here is likely like right here. And you can already see they're trying to sell it here. You get like one more shot up here. This could be like Wednesday open. Could be Monday open, somewhere in there. You already know what this looks like, right? 2 dump. Yeah, that all works out just fine there. This all works fine right here. That one right there works fine. Close that out, put a wick in, and then we're finally out of there. And I would argue that this is the worthy trade up there. So it's something like this. There. There's your 2 legs. 1, 2, you're underneath. There's your 4th right there. Closing the, you're revisiting this down here. You're high, yeah. As long as you stay high up here. There could be an argument, we don't go that deep, that it's only down here. A failed double correction could do it. Now just be aware of this down here. Like up there. This is CMG Chipotle. I have them going down. Now I do want to say one more thing to you. There's another way for this to happen. Like they trade CMG up into their ER, and then they just dump this fucking thing. Then they buy it again. Potentially, you could see that CMG is not really a retail trader kind of a thing. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Like, here's the equal leg. They hit this equal leg up here, and they dump it on their ER, but then you come swoop back in, buy this thing back up again. Make sure you're trading the edges on this fucking thing over here. And you most definitely don't want to see something like that to the downside on CMG. I was a little bit more bullish on CMG, but I got a feeling here from what I'm looking at that this fucking thing could be like sideways and down for another year or so. People are stinky about this company. Did they ever give back 2020? Like, let's look at this too. Like, you want to know where I think it's going? You see that 2020 trade right there? That shit has not come back. See, you look at this right here. You look at that low right there, and it's like, you're like down here, boom, new low. Even if you get your winter trade, like your end of the year trade in here, this fucking thing comes through and, it's on like Kong. I'm being serious. I'm going to warn you of longing this stock. I think that there's a real case to be made that every ER or any kind of event they have, you're just selling. And I do think we're going to trade $16 in this one, close to it. I do think we trade that. So, if you don't have many events for CMG, ERs, shoulder season for the Bears, the usual suspects, rate hike, anything you can do to get this thing down. It's kind of like UNH, they're just looking for an excuse to sell this fucking thing. So, and that's the 2020 trade right there. Most companies have given up their 2020 trade. Their numbers are going to be good, but this is. I can see this holding here. You can make an argument too that this is the bottom. You could be arguing, hey, look, we did this. Maybe we get one more down over here, a couple days, Cap. Sorry, buddy, we're out of here. Correction done. But I got a feeling about this. When I'm looking at the velocity on these higher frames, it ain't pretty. This is the kind of stock that you need to pound these fucking bulls, like they need a capitulation trade. They do. They need to wrap up that fucking trade. I remember this. I remember Chipotle was like the king of COVID. And they rightfully so, they got paid for it, but they're not the king of shit today, are they? So that whole trade comes back until they become the king of something. It's pretty bad, right? Yeah, the sentiment's pretty bad on it right now. So, you're looking for a reason to take profit. That's it. I would expect that we give all this back. And there ain't shit here either. You remember, look at where we are right now. We're like fucking, we're $5 away from the oh shit capitulate. Now how long does that take? I don't know how long that takes. Okay, we're gonna go do SPY really quick before I get off here. We're gonna go look at SPOOs really quick. You can see they stifled it here, It's trying to stifle it here. Don't want to go up. Take a quick peek at this. Still good though. We didn't lose this at all. This is all still good. I'm still long if you want to know. This is all still good for bulls. All very bullish. You have the cross. We checked the cross on the 1 or on the half an hour and hourly trigger. That held. That implies that we're gonna go moon. We're gonna go moon here. That's a successful bounce. And one of the key things here is, you see how they're throwing these down? You see how they're like throwing we have supply in here. We know that we have supply. You would even expect in here, if we squeeze up in here, they're going to try to sell us down. They're going to be waiting up here to sell us down. It's the middle of tomorrow. And the bears are saying we're going down here, but just be aware of this one right here. We're going to take a look at it really quick on a weekly basis. That's not the uppies I was looking for today, I'll tell you that, or the close that I was looking for. Definitely not what I'm looking. So let's just get this in a day really quick. It's not really the uppies I'm looking for. But when I looked on the daily candles in 2022, this was the first candle. It was an indecision candle. So we're going to go back over here in the week. Let's just check the month really quick. No, I don't think I need to. Yeah, I can look at the month. Hold on here. I probably need to do this because of tomorrow. Okay. So here's the month. This is for Fed Day. in case I'm not here. You know what the Bears want. They want this 700 like tomorrow. You know they want this tomorrow. They literally want this tomorrow. Straight down. That's what they want. They'll wrap that shit up. Maybe Friday at the latest. On a weekly basis right here, we do have a couple staircases to throw ourselves down before we get there. Make this one right here. Weekly. Weekly, we want to pay attention to this white one right here. That's an important one right there. We tagged it. That means the door is open to the upside on the week right now. On a day, as long as we're above 741, right, there's squeezing potential. Leave that right there. This is now on a daily basis. This is trying to keep us in. This is where the squeeze is. We're so close to all-time highs, it's not even funny. This is all that's in the way here. That's not a ton. Hold on a second here. We got to look at this stuff over here. I wonder if we gap up tonight. $755. I think we're going to gap up overnight. That's that 4 hour I've been talking about there. There's your flagpole right there. It's kind of wonky. You got 1, 2, 3. This goes up. There's 1. Now you're breaking that one right there. Mm. Something like this. I don't know how you get down in here. I think it's just going to ramp. This is my outlook for my outlook here for tomorrow into Monday, Tuesday, like pop up here. Now, I know this sounds kind of crazy to you guys, like, you know, you get rate hike, and then it's, you know, bloodbath down here into Friday, which makes kind of sense down here. You can most definitely see like the, you know, the idea that we're going to close the week on a low. if you're more bearish inclined for tomorrow, I still think this happens. It's just a failure, and then you're like down here into you're down here for Wednesday at 1600. Basically plowing that one over there. They'll take this thing back up on Thursday till like 1 o'clock, and then they'll start burying this thing down here. Now, this is an alternate count for me. I'm not on this count. I like the idea of this count up here, but I also like the idea of coming back on the 3rd or 4th, the beginning of the month flows, and we're buying calls. It could make an argument that we're up here till the 12th or so, 16th, or worst case scenario, burr, and we're now making an all-time high, which means that they're going to want to send this thing back down over here. Woodshed this thing, bam, over there. All of a sudden you're down here into 712s, all that kind of stuff. So I think my greater point here is, if they squeeze this thing up, I would be a seller, big time, big time seller. And then just to bring it back to the, I kind of like this trade right here, just as it is. Squeeze that up into month end, start selling the month of August. We can start taking this down. You can bring this down here. I don't know why that's not working, but like all roads equal the same place down here. All roads. And here's the OPEX. So if it was lower, and you got to remember something important here I want to talk to you about. These guys want to dump this shit right now. The street does, like, as soon as possible. Like, boom, take that shit out. Boom, come into Friday, come down here. But I'll tell you what, I want you to ask a bear. If we do this trade right here, ask your friends, get someone you trust, say, hey, if we traded this 712 by Friday close, ask them if they think that's the bottom or not. Because I'm telling you, like, there's buyers down there that are like, they're going to close long puts. JPM will close long puts. Well, I don't think that they close them, but a whole bunch of people will. Now, indubitably, this is the bottom in a major way for the entire quarter. So if you're calling that the bottom, and we hit that right now, there'll be like 2 more months of up. And then you're talking about, like October, we have a pullback. And then we get some volatility in December. That's pretty bullish. So we either need to do this immediately. We would be extremely bullish. I think it's a little early to be doing this. Or they rip this thing up tomorrow, sell the news on a rate hike, no rate hike. And then we come right back down into this bullshit again, into the next OPEX. Same kind of a deal. So I don't like these contra trades right now. I like that one, but I don't like this one. I like the trade up, and whether that's no cut or sell the news on a rate hike. So I'm not on this trade right now. Up. And I also want you to know that there's something else too, which is there's a whole bunch of shit here. Like, if you dumped it down here, I would expect a fucking short squeeze, monster short squeeze. If we short squeeze up here into the first, it does bring up the question of, will it be bullish into because you have the daily trigger right here. Will be bullish into middle of August or something like that. And then you get the traditional September, October, November. These fucking bears want to have everything bear. It ain't gonna happen like that. So it's not gonna be a bear year. That's not how it's gonna happen. So there's chances of this squeezing stuff here, and there's even more chance of just melting up end of year. It's gonna matter. The rate path tomorrow is truly going to matter. Like it's market. It's the market. Like it's material to the market. Like Warsh needs to say this is not a tightening cycle. And you know what? I can see why they don't want to discuss it, to even whisper it, because like even this guy from Bloomberg today, he loved saying that today. Oh yeah, it's a hiking cycle, bro. 1994 hiking cycle. So we're not in a hiking cycle. Like you have to he has to say everyone's focused on 1994 because we gotta. Let me show it to you guys really quick. So like they love bringing it up because of the stats. They like bringing it up because of the stats, but let's look at SPX here. Here, we'll do it together. So you do the effective funds rate. Right here, it's Fed funds. So effective federal funds rate. I do a new pane. And what I want to show you here is the 1990s. So you figure we're somewhere, or no, sorry, excuse me. So I always love how these arguments are made. Let me rephrase this. So I always like how the arguments are made. Like the arguments are always shit like, oh, we're in 2000, bro. We're not in 1996. We're in 2000, bro. And then all of a sudden when it's convenient, when it's fucking convenient, we're no longer in 2000. Note how that's going vertical, right? See that? Vertical. One quick dump and then vertical. So like what they'll say to you is this, like these fucking people, like they were like, oh, we're in 2000. Then you're like, okay, well, we're going to go to a hiking cycle. What are we in right now? They're like, oh, we're in the hiking cycle in 1994 because last time we had a surprise, bro. Like I like that stat and shit, but what they're trying to say to you is that this is the surprise, right? And we're going to do this big, huge hiking cycle. Yeah, well, this was at fucking 3, and this fucking thing wound up at 6. I don't think we're there. I think we're right here. So just so you can see this right here, let's bring this up a little closer for everybody here, okay? This is your fucking summer of cuts from Jerome motherfucking Powell. Okay, this is your 1 or 2 hikes. Do you see it? So this is like January, February. There's even one right here, right? Like a call for a hike. Hey, we're gonna hike, right? Up, another little bump. Like cut it off. Another little hike, and you just see this like frying pan here. And even then, let's look at what happened here. So we blasted down on this one right here. Blasted down, right? And what do? We cut again. So you get like a couple hikes, right? Then all of a sudden you're getting a couple cuts, right? Maybe even bigger cuts. And the real hiking cycle didn't start until 1999. And we were at, 4 and had to go up to this one up here, 6. So if I had to guess here where we are, it's somewhere right in here. We're somewhere in this vicinity here. 96, 97. And I think they're playing that playbook. So the trick is, the trick here is, like we already did the hiking cycle, right? We already did some cuts. We're in the frying pan. So like 1 or 2 hikes looks like this. They're not saying we're going into a hiking cycle. They're not saying we're going up 1 or 100 basis points, 200 basis points. The only talk is no hiking, and maybe a hike or 2. So roughly we're probably at somewhere in here, right? And this stimulates the economy. And even let's look right here. Just look at this right here. So they're in here, right? They priced in a hike, right? There's the hike right there. We get it. But it starts going up again, right? They care about us, right? Back down again, back up again. And here in 1987, they hike again. We take another dump. They price that one in right there. We're not in a hiking cycle. We're not in a hiking cycle. We're not in a hiking cycle. So like these bears will tell you things like, well, it's not like it's like 1994. Then you ask them, well, what year are we in the bubble? Oh, it's 2000. Oh, no. We're in this one over here, bro. This hiking cycle. And we're not in those things. There's no talk of those things. So this is probably the base case for where we are. We didn't go underneath the weekly trigger too much. That's about 700, right? 709, and then we're off and run into the upside. Same thing over here. A little blip up. They give us a little rootin' tootin' over there. They give us a little rootin' tootin' over here. But we're maintaining this fucking bubble. You know what I'm saying? So just be careful and remember, this is how high we went in that bubble time period. I mean, we fucking, from that bubble time period, we went up 147% more than where we are right now. More. You know what I mean? And this ain't the same build out either. This is a race against another country that wants to put us under their thumb. So, be easy on yourself with popping the bubble and hiking cycles. And you already know they're going to try to do this. You already know that they're going to, or not they, but you know that the spin people and the stake sellers, the blood, right? Sellers, you get one hike or even a threat of a hike, they're going to push that fucking narrative on you that we're going into a full-blown hiking cycle. And it's just not the case. If you're ever talking to people, say, what about like not 94, but what about like 90, 95, or excuse me, 96 and 97? Because that's the real true. Because this is what the Fed is talking about right here. They're talking 96 to 9 for hiking at least. Basically to 97. Maybe one more in here in 1998. So just be aware of that, okay? Not until we had a true like cutting, or hiking, something like this where they're like you're starting down here at, that's 150 basis points higher. We're not having any conversations about that right now, zero. So there should be no comparison to that right now. The narrative should be on 96 to 97. And you even know the guy from Bloomberg didn't say that in the fucking article he put out today. No one wants to tell you that. So that's the trade that I'm on is this here. This is where I think that we are, where we're in the frying pan. They raise it, bump it up again, dump it again. And they just kind of try to manhandle this as long as they possibly can. Outside of that, for tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to get bad news tomorrow morning. I'm going to try not to answer the phone in the morning if he does call. But if he calls me back like 2-3 times, I have to take the call. Otherwise, I'll be here in the morning. I don't have any doctor's appointments tomorrow. I got nothing going on. The only thing I got going on is waiting for my doctor to call me on Wednesday. He said Wednesday I'm going to call you with your results. Now, my CT scan results, I might not get those till Thursday. My PET scan, my x-rays, and my blood work. I got like blood work. I've had a couple days of blood work. They're checking my organs and shit, and then they're doing these scans on me and x-rays and stuff. X-ray, PET, and CAT. So I don't think I get those results for another 24 hours. You guys have a great night. But otherwise, if something bad does happen, if I get some bad news or something, you guys have all of the ERs that I think matter for the rest of this week. Amazon, or not Amazon. Amazon and Apple. I will attempt to do, Amazon and Apple and Roblox and Reddit tomorrow morning if we have time, before the actual rate decision. And remember, too, if we don't get a rate cut, bros, it's vertical. It's like literally vertical. And most of this we know about at this point. Why do I think sell on Monday? You need to go back into the... So I'll repeat it one more time, but I showed it on the show earlier. I went back and looked at all modern hiking cycles, not modern, all hiking cycles in the past couple of years, or past 5-6 years. And when I looked at the most glaring was 2022 in the spring and summer. I want you to go look at the selling that took place in the 4 or 5 hikes we had. And we went vertical right into the end of every one of those months. And in a couple instances, we went up even more the next month. So you just go back, right? Do yourself a solid. Go on Google and type in how many times did Jerome cut, and how many times and when did Jerome hike, and when in 2022. And then I want you to go look at the price action the day before, and then the days after into the end of the month, and you tell me what you find. Because every single one of those hikes, so we're going in a hiking cycle, right? Even if it's just 2. And I want you to look what the price action was in 2022. It was fucking vertical. That's what it was. It was fucking vertical in the end of the month, right to the fucking last. And there was one of those hikes, and it was in July, where we actually melted up into August OPEX. So we sold it again to the depths of hell, but they literally did not want to pay those fucking puts. So they burned those fucking puts. Then they went down and printed it at the end. Okay, so just please take a look. Just mark my words. Go and take a look at the price action on the 4 or 5 cuts in 2022. Every single one of them we sold down into the actual hike. And then we fucking melted like this the day before, the day of, the day after, right into the Friday fucking month end. So they're printing a bunch of calls and shit up there, and they're not wanting to print the puts, and then they're going to come back for them later. So we'll still come back down there and print it. Like if they do a hike tomorrow or a threat of a hike, there's a fair chance we're still going to print it. It's just not going to be tomorrow. Okay? Be very wary of that tomorrow. And I'll be here in case we do sell. I mean, if we do, I know that they want it. Like these bears want the print right now. They want the 7090 print. So then you have to start asking yourself about the bear thesis. Like you got to ask yourself the question: if the thesis is we're going to sell on the fucking rate hike, so you're telling me that's the bottom, right? It is. I'm telling you, it's like a 99% chance it's the bottom. So if that's the case, then you're saying that we're going to be green for the next 5 months: August, September, October, November, December. 5. It'll be uppies for 5 straight months. Is that what you're telling me? Because I don't know if I believe that. I really think it's going to be like melt up till Monday, slam us down mechanically, slowly during the bear month. So instead of it just being one day, that shit could take like fucking, a month and a half, 2 months. Then they torch the puts on the way down too. So just be aware of that, okay? Go look on your own and see. Check all the hikes we've done. And it's kind of glaring that we know we're going to be hiking, and there looks like they're pricing it in right now. We still rolled over in those months, but when is the big question? Like the guy from Bloomberg this morning, he's like, it's going to be volatile and we're going to sell, and I'm in camp, we sell, and all that kind of stuff. But he doesn't tell you in the article when. That's the biggest problem around here is like everybody's got a fucking story, but then you say like, here, sit down over there and start taking those puts or put that short on, and they don't. They can't. They're fucking. They make fees. They don't trade. So like it matters more when does that sell happen? Like, is that guy going to be right in tomorrow? Maybe. Would he still be right on Monday if we start selling? Sure. That article works in both scenarios. You know what I mean? So I would be like just cautious tomorrow. Like I really want to look at this thing kind of like, I'm really looking at this thing like you're long in this shit, or you're gonna go full account on that sell. We're closer to a bottom than a top in a major way, like major. So I mean, you're trying to tell me that tomorrow we're going to all come in and put puts on and we're all going to get paid tomorrow? It seems like a little like it's too easy. It's just too fucking easy for me. And we'd all be billionaires if that was the case. So I would be fucking scared if I was a bear tomorrow. They're going to rip your fucking face off. And you're going to have to reset your puts from a high on like the 31st or some shit, which happens to be on a fucking Friday. So just be aware of that shit tomorrow. The only way that I see us selling tomorrow is if he says we're in a hiking cycle. Hear those words? Yeah, we'll sell. But if we don't, even with the hike, I don't think we sell tomorrow. It's too fucking easy. I'm telling you guys. Believe me. It's too goddamn easy to rip your goddamn face off. So I'd either be sitting there as a buyer waiting for that dump, or I'd be long right now up into Friday. And then, you know what the fucked up part of this too is? You know, let's look at it from this perspective. So like come into the end of the month, right? Now on the seller, now you've got FOMC hawkishness. You've got an unclench, the final unclench for the month. You have new flows coming in. You know, and there's a, you know, like you're coming up right here, right? They're all like, you got bears being annihilated. You got bulls thinking that it's all over. We're just going to go moonshot. We've now gotten rid of most of the S&P 500 big heavy hitters in here. You know, like Apple reports big. They got to buy all that shit back. They're already doing the Apple one. Meta, Amazon, they got to buy all that shit back. So this lends itself to this rampo-rama in here. You know, you get some kick-ass reports, and it's like, what are you going to do? You get your face ripped off in here? Now, once we're past all that, you get the bulls thinking everything's hunky-dory, and it's like 1, 2, boom, straight back down, right? And then, you know, we have the ability now to price all that shit in. So it's a little bit more conducive, like a little bit more conducive to, and you take this slow too. They take this the whole bear season to get down there and trade that 7090. You know, and now you're like in the quarter. If the floor in the quarter is 7090, you know, before you know it, it's like dicking around over here, dicking around over here, dicking around over here in September, October, and then you're at 7090 finally. And before you know it, it's like, you know, you're just grinding, trying to take your way up here. You know, these fucking guys want this right now, like boom, down here. If that's the case, that's bottom for the year. I'll take that too, in either one. And I think this is the most probable outcome in here. So just be really afraid of, you know, it's kind of like squeezing bullshit, new all-time high, failure to get an all-time high. And then it's just like this nonsense drag trade. It's going to suck. I'm picking this sucks rather than, oh, yeah, you got served. So it's a little too easy of a setup. A lot of it's options based too, not really hawkishness. Make sense? Okay. I'll see you all tomorrow. You guys, I gotta get to bed. Like I've been up since 4 a.m. So I've been at the doctor's all morning long. It's now yeah, it's very late. All right, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow in the morning. Later.